Great. Welcome all. I'd like to call to order our City Council meeting of Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. And I'd like to begin with a pledge to the flag by Grandview Elementary student Chase Buxton. Chase, please come on down.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chase. I'd like to invite your principal now, Ms. Griggs. Welcome, Ms. Griggs.
Hello, good evening. It is truly an honor to recognize Chase Buxton tonight on behalf of the Grandview Gators over at Grandview Elementary School. I have had the privilege of knowing Chase for the past 5 years. He was only in first grade when I first met him, and it has been incredibly special to watch his growth and maturity over time. Chase is a student who has developed into a deeply loyal friend and confidant, someone his peers trust and rely on. He leads with a good heart, cares deeply about doing the right thing. I was just telling him, he makes doing the right thing look cool. Kids actually want to follow him. And he consistently shows respect and appreciation for his teachers. What makes this recognition even more meaningful is that our entire fifth grade team unanimously selected Chase for this honor. As his teacher, Ms. Kinzer, shared, today we are recognizing a student who consistently goes above and beyond in ways both big and small. His strong work ethic shows up every day, whether he's tackling a challenging math problem or stepping in to support a classmate. He has a natural ability to understand math concepts quickly, and his confidence and skill are clear in the results he achieves. And if anybody knows Ms. Kinzer, a math compliment is a big deal. Math is her love language, so good job there. Beyond academics, Chase is someone others can count on. He regularly supports both students and teachers with technology, offering his time and knowledge with patience and generosity. What truly sets him apart is his leadership and character. As a student council representative, he leads the Give Back group, dedicating his time to helping others in meaningful ways. He's also helped build our school community by organizing and running volleyball and basketball tournaments during recess so that everyone feels included. In the classroom, Chase is a calming, steady presence, often showing a level of maturity beyond his years. For his leadership, kindness, and commitment to excellence, we are incredibly proud to recognize Chase Buxton tonight. Congratulations.
Chase, wow, I'm so impressed to hear about all the things you're doing. Do you have a favorite subject at this point?
Yeah, definitely math.
Math. Well, hence what your teacher has already acknowledged. Here tonight with you, is there anybody that you'd like to acknowledge?
Yeah, my mom just right over there.
Fantastic. I love it. You have it down. On behalf of the City Council, the entire council in our city, I want to present you with, first and foremost, a city pin and a certificate for having led us in the flag. We'll get a quick photo with you. Thank you. Next, we move on to a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Tarnay.
Here.
Councilmember Sherillian.
Here.
Councilmember Howorth.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Here.
Mayor Lesser.
Here. Next, we move on now to our ceremonial calendar, and we begin with a presentation of a certificate of recognition to the Sandpipers on the occasion of their 95th anniversary. Just a few comments about the Sandpipers. Sandpipers is a voluntary organization that, as is indicated by their anniversary date, was established in 1931 during the Great Depression. Their focus has been to help South Bay families and individuals in need, and they've given back enormously over the years. We're going to invite down their leadership in a moment and others that are present to talk about some of the things that they do, but it's a wide range of things, from scholarships to gift baskets to just an enormous amount that they do for South Bay residents. I'd like to bring down, I believe it's the co-president and other representatives of the Sandpipers who are with us this evening. Hi. Can you introduce yourself and your titles and the other women that are with you today?
Sure, we can. I'm Laura Brodeur. I'm co-president of Sandpipers this year. This is McCall Weinberg. She's my fellow co-president of this year. We've got Leslie Moody, our steering committee chair. Diana Marin and Gigi O'Malley, our presidents-elect, co-presidents-elect for next year. We also have Stevie Stearns, our marketing VP, and Ho Min, our membership VP. And then we have the wonderful Joanne Hunter, who has been a member since... let's just leave the date unsaid, but is a fixture in our magnificent organization. I'm going to pass it over to you. No, go ahead. Oh, so we are so proud because, you know, we have been a fixture in the DNA of the South Bay for so long. And I feel, you know, McCall and I, one of the best parts about this job is getting to continue to honor these incredible women who have come before us and given so generously since the 1930s. I mean, it's really remarkable when you look at the number of nonprofits that are here today and have been started over the last 95 years in partnership with us. We, you know, giving them important funding and people to help run these programs that are still around today. I mean, that's what this is all about, right? So I think between the incredible partnership with the community and all of you participating in our fundraisers, like the Holiday Home Store that we do, that we see, you know, thousands of people from the South Bay coming out and contributing and really being a part of our incredible, you know, challenge that we're trying to meet in the community and our mission. It's great.
So if somebody's watching this and might be interested in joining, how can one find out additional information?
Absolutely. Well, we've got Ho Min here, our membership VP, who, why don't I let you answer that?
Hi there. So our year starts July 1st and ends on June 30th. And right now we are accepting new members. If you'd like to be a member, please email me at membershipvp@sandpipers.org. That's at membershipvp@sandpipers.org. We are having a prospective members reception next Thursday, May 14th. Please email me for details, and then you'd have to get an invite to come on in. But yeah, come join us or tell your friends. And if it's not for you right now, you're welcome to please support us with all our other events. Thank you.
Great. And our website is sandpipers.org to learn more about us. We do a lot of great things and would love to have you join us. And all of the many, many women, we're a lot. There's a lot of us. There's over 700 of us in the South Bay. 799. There you go. Plus, we have our high school and middle school groups as well, that are also part of Sandpipers. So thank you so much for this honor.
Great. So hold on just a moment. Hold your applause. We actually have a certificate for you,
great.
which our Mayor Pro Tem will get. Or you want to get the? He's going to get the bling. And we have a certificate which I'm pleased to give to you. And you bling, and then we'd love to get a photo with all of you. Great.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful.
I think you could say almost 800.
Yes, almost 800.
I feel like that's not a stretch.
We're a humble group. We try to be understanding.
I do have.
We do have that.
We all want.
Get all snugly here.
All 799.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We do.
So maybe we won't push our chairs in quite yet because we have one last ceremonial item, and that is a presentation of a proclamation to the Beach Cities Health District declaring May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month. And we have Vanessa Poster, Director, who's here on behalf of the Beach Cities Health District. Welcome. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what the Beach Cities Health District is doing about mental health awareness, and when we'll give it a proclamation.
Thank you. And I have one for you as well, so we can exchange proclamations. My name is Vanessa Poster, and I'm a member of the board of the Beach Cities Health District. And I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for having us here today, for giving us a proclamation and for accepting one from us. Mental Health Awareness Month is one of our big focuses during the year. I'm wearing my Mental Health is Health sweatshirt because mental health is part of being healthy, and we want to provide opportunities for people. One of the things that just strikes me every time I look at these numbers, almost 20% of Beach Cities residents report little or no connection to other people. And that is an unchanged number from a couple of years ago when we first started asking people that. It's become so common nationally that people are lonely that former U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy called it an urgent public health concern. In observance of Mental Health Awareness Month, BCHD is encouraging the community to combat loneliness and foster meaningful social connections. Fulfilling relationships and connecting with each other are key to happiness, health, and longevity. You can initiate conversations with strangers in line at the grocery store, walking down the street, just smiling and saying hello to a neighbor. Even that increases your health. For more information, you can visit bchd.org, Mental Health Awareness. And I'd also like to invite everyone to the groundbreaking, we're very excited about this, May 16th, Saturday, from 10 to 11 at the Beach Cities Health District campus. We're doing a groundbreaking for a new home for Alcove, our youth mental health facility. And as we know, these problems are magnified among our youth, and having a place where they can go safely and get the care they need saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess this is, well, first, applause. Thank you. Thank you for bringing this very serious issue to our attention. So now we can trade certificates and then get a picture with all of our council colleagues. And you have a city pin. Thank you very much. There you go. For those of us that we have a certificate.
All right, great. Thanks, Vanessa.
Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on now to item E, which is approval of agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinance. And I want to announce that I will be pulling item number 6 from the consent calendar. See a motion by Councilmember Howorth with a second by Mayor Tim Franklin. Call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
We now move on to item F, which is City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events for up to 1 minute apiece. If any member of the public would care to make an announcement, you're welcome to do so from the podium, or if you raise your hand, the City Clerk's office can bring the microphone to you. Please, welcome, Bob.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city officials. Hey, Jeff. Bobby Bell, educator and outreach for WM with recycling and organics. I know that I get to run into you guys a lot at the State of the City and the coordinating council lunches and the ribbon cuttings and all that stuff, but you don't really get to see everything else I do. So we just finished up Earth Month, Earth Week, Earth Day. I thought I'd give you just a quick view. First up was on Saturday. That was at Brittany's planting. I got to see some of you guys there. Next, I did Touch a Truck on Monday at Pacific Elementary. I like to get the kids nice and pumped up, send them back to their classroom. That was fun.
That's hilarious.
Tuesday was over at Penny Camp, get the kids all good and riled up, planting those seeds of proper organic and recycling, put those seeds in their head. Then I came here, that's a glamour shot. I only could see one chin, so I snagged that. Thank you, Ms. Howorth. Then on Friday, I was at Robinson Elementary, again, just getting those kids all good and riled up. Saturday, we had our first Touch-a-Truck. Big shout out to the chief for sending out the police volunteers. We had over 200 cars and getting them lined up like they're waiting at Disneyland to go on the Matterhorn. That's what they take care of, and it's awful great for them to do that. We also had some of our big city people down there. We had Maureen, we had Rachel from the chamber, and Miss Kelly loves when I take pictures of her, so she was there. That was great. I'm so sorry. This is my granddaughter. I don't know how that picture got in there. Her birthday party was on Saturday, so I could not make the composting class on Saturday. I was with my granddaughter. I apologize. I will talk with my assistant on that one. That's all I got for you guys. Thank you so much for your time. Wishing you guys all God's blessings.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you.
Wow, tough act to follow, Bobby. Kelly Stroman, Executive Director for Downtown Manhattan Beach. I have two announcements tonight with a little help from our friends. Now open, Cuckoo on Manhattan Avenue, 1131 Manhattan Avenue. It's a wonderful neighborhood French bistro style restaurant open in the evenings from 4 p.m. until the last martini is downed. Martinis, oysters, lobster spaghetti, steak frites, chocolate mousse. Are you hungry yet? It's divine. So please go down. It's in the space formerly occupied by Nando, if anybody's not familiar with that area. So we're thrilled that they're open, and they're off to a great start. And they are opening up for lunch on Mother's Day. So if you haven't made your reservations yet, they do have a few openings. Second, backed by popular demand on Mother's Day, we are doing the Build the Bouquet event from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. All these lovely locations will have flowers to give to the mom in your life or for kids to collect flowers throughout downtown. And then they can go to one of the pink locations there. The highlighted pink locations will have wrapping, bows, paper, and everything to actually build a bouquet for their mother or for your significant mother, or whatever you want. So I encourage everybody to come down, enjoy the day in downtown Manhattan Beach. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kelly.
Hello, Cassandra Sargent, Library Manager of Manhattan Beach Library. So we listened to the teens on their feedback, and we are opening up our meeting room for them for their AP testing, because we know that's very important times for a lot of the students. So it is through this week and then part of next week in the afternoon. We have a ton of snacks for them, space where they can study, they can hang out with their friends to take breaks, they can collaborate on work together. We try to open it a little earlier if we can, but otherwise they're welcome to use it for that entire time. And hopefully they all get A's. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor, can I ask for a question?
Cassandra, if you're willing, Councilmember Howorth has a question. Councilmember Howorth.
Sorry, quick question.
Sure.
Could you make these this graphic available for us? Because I'd like to push it out, because we heard from the teens that not enough people know of all the wonderful things going on. So, I'd like to push it out.
Absolutely. So you want me to email it directly to you?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Great.
Sure.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra.
Evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. I'm Adam Feinstone, Planning Manager here. At the last City Council meeting, we got a slide here. There we go. So at the last City Council meeting, staff provided an update on the Project Pulse work effort, which is focused on the redevelopment of Parking Lot 3 and 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard. This work effort began last August, and we're just past the halfway mark on the year-long community visioning and outreach process to determine the future uses of the properties. The next outreach events are hands-on community workshops that will lead to the conceptual designs for the projects. They will be on Saturday, May 30th from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., and on Sunday, May 31st from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Both workshops will be held at the Jocelyn Center, and the same activities for both properties will be conducted on both days to allow for maximum community involvement. Everyone is welcome, whether you've participated in previous activities or if this will be your first. We look forward to seeing you all at the events. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Any other members of the public care to make a community announcement? Seeing none. Patty, is anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we have Dave Fratello.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. Dave Fratello. I wear a few different hats in town, but I'm checking in tonight in the capacity as director of the Parents Softball Classic, our annual softball tournament that raises money through MBX for the Costa Girls softball team. This is parents playing against parents affiliated by the different schools in town. We are playing. Yes, it's a friendly match all the way across the board. We are playing on Sunday, May 31st. Most of the teams are formed, but if anybody is interested, they can reach out to me. I'm really easy to find online. And we are celebrating our 20th year this year. The tournament was founded in 2006 by Ross Kay. He directed the tournament for 10 years. This is my 10th year. It is a super fun event, even if you're not playing, even if you don't have family in it. It's a fun thing to come check out. Our afternoon ceremony will be at around 3 p.m. Right before the playoffs. So I encourage people to come check it out. It's a very unique Manhattan Beach event.
Thank you.
No further requests on Zoom.
Okay, I'll turn to colleagues. Any community announcements?
Yeah, I don't have a motion. but-
Councilmember Howorth?
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to echo, well, I see a lot of scouts here amongst other folks, and I didn't wear my sash, but for those of you Girl Scouts, and, I was a Girl Scout. So I'm glad you're here, but I really thought what a great opportunity that Kelly Stroman talked about Mother's Day coming up and the flowers that were available, and hopefully all these kids who are here said, oh, there's an opportunity. I thought, and I wish my kids were here, but they're 30 and 31 and in New York City, so we're not doing that together. So,
Okay.
Go
Any
do it,
other
Scouts.
Councilmember, community announcements, organization? If not, we'll move on to public comments. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on any item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. In addition, if you care to speak on an item that might be coming up on our agenda, we would ask you to pick, either speak now or wait for the item to be called, not to speak twice. And finally, if you would like us to bring the microphone to you in your seat, just raise your hand. Please.
Good evening, Mayor Lesser, members of the City Council. Mike Jenkins, 48-year resident of the city. As you know, some voices in the community have been advocating that the city become a charter city. The thinking behind this proposal is that doing so will better insulate the city from state housing laws. This is categorically untrue, and these voices are misinformed. You know that I speak with some credibility on this topic, having served as a city attorney for multiple cities and having taught local government laws and adjunct professor at the USC Gould School of Law, both for over 40 years. The law is clear that state housing laws apply to charter cities, and there is no conceivable future where the legislature will allow charter cities, which include the largest and most populous cities in the state, to escape their obligation to provide for affordable housing while imposing that obligation solely on general law cities. The fact is that over the years, the power of general law cities has expanded, and there are few, if any, practical benefits to charter city status, and none worth the energy and cost associated with Manhattan Beach writing and adopting a charter. To the extent that this misguided idea may be getting traction in the community, if only because it is being repeated ad nauseum in social media, you might consider scheduling a community meeting at which interested members of the community can obtain the actual facts about this issue. And if the city is not interested in organizing such a meeting, MB United will gladly do it. We would welcome the use of a city meeting room at no cost to do so. On the subject of the currently proposed high-rise housing projects in the overlay zones, I know that you are acutely aware that some residents don't like being told that there's nothing we can do. I also know that you have lobbied our state legislators hard. But you and I both know that changing state law is an uphill battle, given the critical shortage of housing in the state, especially affordable housing, and the continuing problem of homelessness. I share the distaste most of you have for wasting taxpayer dollars on engaging in hopeless litigation, just so that you can say that a judge, in addition to the state legislature, is making us comply with those laws. All of that said, a couple of months ago, I suggested that the council create a citizen housing task force that could be devoted to focusing on this issue, being a sounding board for residents, and exploring alternative ways of satisfying the city's affordable housing obligations with less impact on our single-family neighborhoods, including collaboration with the newly formed South Bay Regional Housing Trust, which our city joined. I continue to think that this is a good idea and would urge you to agendize and consider it. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Hi, Mayor Lesser and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about the Scout Hut. The Scout Hut has been a beloved part of our community and needs to grow as our community has grown. We are all so proud of the fact that it remains the home of the very first renowned Scout soapbox derby race in the country. Upon the announcement that a new Scout Hut was in the works, I convinced Sandpipers that this would be a good use of their building fund. The building fund that was established in 2020 had never received anything close to an appropriate request for use of those funds. Sandpipers ended up giving you the whole kit caboodle of $50,000 in the fund, which is a huge gift from a totally volunteer organization. Since then, my husband and I also made a significant donation, trusting the city would indeed build the structure that they were soliciting donations for. Now today, I'm very concerned and distrustful if we have wasted the funds, and am even more concerned about the influence that I had personally on Sandpipers to go ahead with this. They signed a 10-year contract with the city to use the original large space monthly starting in 2027, which is now looking more like 2028 or 2029. I hear you may reduce the size of the building. This is not what they signed up to use. They're a large organization, and they had their eye on the large room. Are you going to refund donors or just do a bait and switch? You should never have presented a project and solicited for donors if there was any chance you were unable to follow through. Shame on you.
Good evening, Mayor Lesser, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, and City Council. My name is Troy Woolwage. I'm the Scoutmaster of Troop 849 here in Manhattan Beach. And hey, congratulations to the Beach Cities Health District on their groundbreaking. What an exciting concept. Troop 849 runs on many things. Enthusiasm, adult leaders who give their time, parents, alumni support. And I don't know if you know, but the scouting started here in Manhattan Beach in 1921. And the first Eagle Scout was 1924, a gentleman by the name of John Condon. 849's been around for 70 years. In fact, we're going to celebrate our 70th anniversary here in a few weeks. And just about 73 years ago was the very first Pinewood Derby. And here's an article from the Boy's Life of 1954. And you can find this in the National Scouting Museum, a nice display in New Mexico. And maybe I might even see a young Joe Franklin sitting in that audience back there.
I wasn't born.
849 has been giving back to the community for a long time. And then dozens of scout leaders, parents, all have donated time, resources to make it happen, not only for the Boy Scouts, but for the Girl Scouts as well. All we ever wanted was a place to meet, to plan, to organize, to share, to learn, to celebrate, and to have fun. Scouting, still, I think, the cheapest game in town. I think Little League and soccer, easily $500 plus to get in, just to register. Scouting, it's for Boy Scouts or Scouting America now, it's $170. If you can't afford it, we'll find a way to make it work for you. We all know that Scout House is falling apart. The plumbing, there's no heat or AC. There's a giant hole in the ceiling. There's a rodent issue. I invite you over to use the restrooms anytime you want. I understand the complexities of the city budget, and certainly the recent decision to remove the previously approved funding is a wee bit confusing. But, we have a dedicated communities, and for over a decade now, they've been working toward this vision, and we are so close. So I'm asking you to restore the $4.6 million contribution in the capital budget to ensure the project moves forward without delay. And I know the right decision will be made in restoring this funding. You are not only investing in the community of all the current Scouts, but the future Scouts, and paying respect to all the other thousands of young men and women who have been involved in Scouting since the 1920s. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I've been looking at the city's revenue and expense growth over 2 periods, the 5 years before COVID and the 5 years after. And I want to share a concern about where we may be headed. Before COVID, from 2016 to 21, revenue and expenses grew at about the same pace, just over 2% a year. That balance kept our finances stable and predictable. Since 2021, both have increased much faster. Revenue has grown close to 10% annually, and expenses are about 7%. That may sound positive, but it's well above historical norms and unlikely to continue. This concern is this: when revenue slows, and they will, especially given factors outside the city's control, expenses won't come down nearly as quickly. That's how structural deficits develop. So, as you head into the budget discussions tonight, I urge you to focus not just on revenue, but on managing expenses. I encourage you to ask your department directors the following questions. What are you doing to reduce costs? How are you improving productivity? What data supports current staffing levels? How do you compare to similar cities? And where can technology, including AI, help do more with the same or fewer resources? Last year, most of the discussion I heard about was about increasing revenue. I hope this year to see equal attention given to controlling costs. And finally, you've said repeatedly that increasing personnel is necessary to deliver the level of service our residents expect. I would respectfully suggest a different approach. The best service doesn't come from larger payroll. It comes from better processes, higher productivity, and smarter use of resources. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask everyone to hold their applause because we really want people to feel that they can express their views without being judged one way or the other. Please.
Good evening, Councilman and Mayor Lesser. Mayor Lesser. It's been 42 years since I sat there as Mayor Lesser. I'm Russ Lesser. I go way back with the Scout House because, believe it or not, I was a Cub Scout when the Scout House was built. My dad was on the committee that advised it and helped get it built. And in retrospect, I don't think I was paid prevailing wage, by the way. So anyway, on September 12, 1962, President John Kennedy said, we're going to put a man on the moon within the decade. 7.5 years later, Neil Armstrong was there. It was 2012 when we started making donations for the Scout House. That's 14 years ago, twice what it took to put a man on the moon. And it's easy to find blame and fault, but that's not important. What's important is a lot of the community wants this project. And it's been an embarrassment, to be honest, because I've only been involved peripherally, but I made a rather large donation, my wife Charlotte and I did. And we also sent out a lot of letters to people asking them to donate. And We recently, a few years ago, sent another one saying, once we get this donation, we're so close, we're going to start immediately. I've had a few people say, you really didn't know what you were talking about. And unfortunately, they're correct. So where are we now? That's the question. And I think the question is, I don't think we're going to have a lot of luck raising more money from the community because of the way this has come over the last 12 years, or 14 years, excuse me. So it's up to the city to make a decision. And the decision, in my opinion, should be, let's find the money in the capital account to build this project. The old Scout House is way overdue for its death, and we need this new facility for our community. So I would hope you would seriously consider finding the funds, putting back the funds that were sort of taken out, I don't know exactly how, and finding a way to build this project and get it going, because I think the vast majority of the city wants it, and let's find a way to make it happen. So, on another subject, real quickly on the zoning. Several years ago, Bill Brand, when the state took away the city's zoning rights, Mayor Bill Brand of Redondo Beach, who was very foresighted, started a group called Our Neighborhood Voices, and it was to get the zoning rights back to the cities. And unfortunately, he died, and it kind of people lost interest in this because they didn't really see what it was going to be doing to their community. Now that people see what it's going to do in their community, they want to do something about it. The only way to do it is to get an initiative on the ballot. And that takes money. So a group called Our Neighborhood Voices, if you go to ourneighborhoodvoices.com, if you can donate, that's going to help put this ballot measure on the 28 ballots so we can get the zoning rights back to the city. So please consider contributing to that organization. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Louis Tomorrow Architect. I think you probably remember me. I've been working on this project for quite a while. I thought tonight here we could give you an update, at least where we're at with the city process and the approval process, and just kind of talk for a few minutes about what we've done to the building to try to help get this back into some reasonable cost. Obviously, the city has been looking at the plans. We've obviously been working with them together. As of today, we're a week and a half into our final round of plan checks. So with fingers crossed, we see this project being in a permit-ready position probably in a couple weeks. The process of plan check has been going very smoothly. We've kind of hashed out all the big issues. We've also received approval from the health department for the kitchen that is in the facility. So we feel very comfortable about the plans that we have here tonight. There's been a number of changes that have happened and some things that we've done to kind of cut back on cost, adjusting door systems, relocating mechanical systems. I had them outlined here, but I know we're short on time. So I wanted to just say that we've really tried to do everything within our ability to help with the cost of this project. We've really pushed it forward and listened to the city about what they want to see in it, made adjustments to the plans, and we're there. We're at the finish line with being ready to actually start construction. So we'd like to see this project a reality. It's been a lot of hard work and a long journey for everybody. Thank you.
Julie Justice McGinnity, Friends of Senior and Scout Community Center. Thank you, Louis, for talking a little bit about where we are in the plan and design phase. We're there. We're ready. We need to get this building financed so we can get it out to bid and break ground. I want to take you through a little bit of a refresh on the planned uses of this space. So the new community center will create additional meeting rooms for older adults, youth, and the general public. All of our meeting spaces are highly impacted. We need additional meeting space. This facility includes a demonstration kitchen. One of the things that we talked about last council meeting in the library consultant's report is a really a use that many communities are looking to grow. This facility has it. Beach Cities Health District contributed $150,000 to this effort in order to do cooking demonstrations and nutrition classes in that space. It includes a maker space, another item that was talked about by the library consultant just last week. Sandpipers donated $50,000 to name the makerspace. We have 1,000 square feet dedicated for senior lounge. This is drop-in space for our seniors. Very, very important to give seniors the opportunity to come together and have an opportunity for social time, getting away from being in their own homes. And it includes an outdoor courtyard. The space between the Jocelyn Center and the new building surrounding the historic pine tree. This creates the kind of outdoor space that you all, I think, are interested in and discussed at the meeting last week, about 2 weeks ago, about maybe putting at the top of parking lot 3. That space exists in the courtyard. It does make sense to finance buildings that are going to serve our community for 50 years in the future with bonds that we're going to pay for over the course of 30 years. It's your choice. Do you put the cash back in the CIP and float a smaller bond, or do you keep the money that you took out of the CIP last year and float a larger bond? That's your choice. But I think the fact of the matter is that there is possible for you to work with bond counsel to protect your AAA bond rating. You can marry these bonds with bonds for a revenue generating facility like parking lot 3, just one more minute, and you can make this happen. It needs to happen tonight because any additional punt is more money. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Hello, everyone. My name is Erica Netting. I've been a resident of Manhattan Beach for 26 years and a Girl Scout leader in Manhattan Beach for 20 years. I have 2 daughters that were Girl Scouts and a son that was a Boy Scout. And I'm here tonight to ask just one thing, to reinstate the city's $4.6 million commitment to the community center project in the 26-27 capital improvement plan. As we heard from Louie and Julie, the project is ready, the plans are complete. They've already gone through years of designing and redesigning and reducing costs and meeting requirements. There's really nothing left to figure out, just a decision to act. Meanwhile, the community, including myself, my 2 Girl Scout troops, and 47 other Girl Scout troops in Manhattan Beach, I'm sure a lot of the girls here tonight, have already delivered, raising $2.7 million in good faith. The city accepted those funds back in 2023 and has already spent a portion of them. Reallocating the city's contribution at this point is a break in the commitment with the Girl Scouts that donated their hard-earned cookie money in exchange for a scout house that they hope to use. Additionally, 3 out of 5 current city council members supported the funding previously and are personally donors to the project. So this makes following through on this commitment even more important. As Julie said, delay is not saving money, it's costing money. They tried to reduce materials cost in the last iteration, but labor cost and taxes are going up and will continue to do so. Also, the redesigning and downsizing of the project won't solve the problem. It decreases the scope slightly, but it increases the cost per square foot and it restarts the clock. Our need is urgent. The current Scout House is beyond repair, just like Troy said, and I've experienced, and every Girl Scout and Boy Scout in this room has experienced. We've spent time there. The Jocelyn Center is also at capacity. These facilities just can't support the 500 Girl Scouts in Manhattan Beach who currently lack adequate space. And additionally, our older adult population is the fastest growing age group in our city, so we need programming space for both of these groups. As Julie said, this project is not just a cost, it's also a revenue opportunity. Expanded programming and rentals can generate ongoing income, which the Girl Scouts are willing to support. I've observed and personally participated in this decade-long community-supported effort to fill a need that was evident to me many years before that. How much longer will this drag on? Please restore the $4.6 million contribution to this project and move forward to construction. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sar Sadat, and I am a senior patrol leader at Scout Troop 849, and we need a new scout house. Our current scout house is in desperate need for repair and is used by many organizations. It has seen better days. While our troop is over 50 members, when everyone shows up, it's a full house, and when we are pushed to the edges. I guess that's a good problem to have, but our troop needs a new place to meet, and so do the Girl Scouts. When I joined the troop in 2021, there was a promise of a new scout house to be shared among the few organizations. The adult leaders and numerous supporters of scouting have been working on this effort for many years, and now here we are. I'm not sure why it's taking so long. I only know that a new scout house is needed for the community. Many current and future scouts, both boys and girls, will benefit from this new building. My hope is that we get this started. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Moody. I've been a member of Sandpipers since 2008, and I'm the current chair of the Sandpipers South Bay Community Fund. And I'm here to speak in support of funding the Senior and Scout Community Center. In 2024, Sandpipers entered into an agreement with the Friends of the Community Center and the city because the city had clearly committed to this project, including the $4.6 million contribution alongside more than $2.3 million in community donations. Sandpipers believes so strongly in this community center that we contributed $50,000 from our community development fund, as Joanne mentioned, a contribution that the city accepted and cashed. So tonight, it's deeply disappointing to see the city back away from that commitment by removing those funds from the community center plan. Community organizations and residents step forward in good faith because we believe the city was our partner in getting this done. Tonight, you honored Sandpipers for 95 years of service, charitable giving, and community partnerships. We're proud of that partnership with Manhattan Beach and the Greater South Bay. And now we ask that the city demonstrate that same commitment to its partners and this community by restoring the funds to the community center and moving this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hi.
Good evening, council members. My name is Susan Bettner. I'm a lifetime resident of Manhattan Beach, a local realtor, and I've also raised my family here. The reason I'm here tonight is to ask that you please make rebuilding of the Jocelyn Center and Scout House a real priority in this city's budget, in this year's budget. The project's been on the city's books now for some time, at least 7 or 8 years that I know of personally. And a lot of families, scouts, and seniors have continued believing that this project would eventually happen. For my family, this is personal. My son Drew spent many hours in that scout house and is a proud Eagle Scout from Troop 849. My daughter Renee's art was showcased for many years in the Jocelyn Center during the Hometown Fair art contests. And Councilmember Howorth has also awarded her one time a contest for the Girl Scouts 100th Centennial Badge. She won some art award way back when. Both the Jocelyn Center and the Scout House hold a lot of memories for many kids and families alike, but the reality is that both are very old structures and in need of major repair. Years ago, when the idea was rebuilding was first being discussed, the Scouts were encouraged to buy commemorative bricks and submit quotes that would become part of the future building. Drew proudly bought one himself for $500, and for a kid, $500 was a lot back then, and it's a lot now. He also wrote a really funny quote, by the way. A lot of the other families donated as well. I also donated, and as a realtor and community member, I personally encouraged people to support the project because we believed the city was committed to making it happen. People gave because they believed they were helping build something meaningful that future generations would someday enjoy. And I think that matters. And I think not just because money was raised, but because kids remember that when adults keep their word and when they don't, and communities remember too. To me, the Scout House and Jocelyn Center are part of the heart of Manhattan Beach, a legacy piece much like Metlocks is. When the city bought the Metlocks site, and way back when, I think it was around $5 million, you can't even buy a new home for that now here, that likely felt like a big investment too, and now Metlocks is one of the most vibrant gathering places in the city. To me, this isn't a vanity project. It's community infrastructure for seniors, scouts, families, community events, and future generations. As our city continues to grow and evolve, I just hope we place priority on investing in spaces that bring people together. I don't know if those Scout House quotes are still kept anywhere, but I really do hope so. I'm not even sure where the money went, but I do know my kids and their friends would love to come back and walk the hometown fair one day and show their families a place where their lives were shaped and their memories were made. To me, this is the kind of investment that keeps Manhattan Beach feeling like Manhattan Beach, and I respectfully ask that you make the Scout House Senior Center project a meaningful priority this year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Liz Hallinan. I'm a second grade Grandview mom. I'm a Brownie troop leader, and I'm also the service unit manager for Girl Scouts in Manhattan Beach. What that means is I basically help create community and bring all the Girl Scouts troops together and make sure they have events that they can all come together and learn together. I guess I just wanted to talk about how I understand that you guys probably have a million different priorities, and I do not envy the decisions you guys have to make for the city. I guess I'm really glad that Beach Cities Health talked about how we have a problem with loneliness and with the idea of isolation, because my argument to you guys is you should fund the Scout House because we need more places in Manhattan Beach where people can come together as a community. We teach our girls about civic engagement. It's not just about cookies. It's not just about being outdoors. It's about, as my second grade Brownie would say, making the world a better place. And we need a place where the community can gather and learn how to be engaged with our community in a way that they're treated like residents, members, friends, and not just consumers. And so I'd really urge you guys to do what you can, make the hard decisions. I know it's not easy, but we really need a place like this. We need to see you guys investing in us as residents, as a community, to give us places where we can be people and not just spenders. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Wasn't your daughter mayor for the day?
She was mayor for the day.
The little second grader when she was in first grade. Just saying.
Hi.
Good evening, Mayor Lesser and Council. My name is Dr. Tom Cotton, and I've been a resident on 2nd Street for 50 years. My wife and family moved here when we were in our 20s, and like my neighbors, we haven't moved. I was most interested in what your father was talking about zoning rights.
Wait.
And I knew back in this.
Sir, I'll give you more time. Why there's some chuckles in the audience is because, fortunately, I call Russ Lesser a very good friend, but we're actually not related.
Oh, good.
So
well,
that's the reason for the chuckles. But
I see. I thought it was kind of an interesting joke. But
no,
okay.
It's only that. But please, you may proceed with your
thank
time
you.
credit.
Well, I'm new coming back here. I haven't been battling around since the late 80s. When Bob Holmes was there, Steve Littlegren was in Planning Commission, and Napolitano was a pup on the lot. And I was struck as I was driving in here tonight to remember his quote. Boy, did we ever make a mistake on business land. We'll never do that again. So I'm strongly opposing that monolith that they are putting up or thinking about putting up on 2nd Street. I have a lot of people that feel the same way that are not here tonight, that we're too old or too difficult or whatever, but we feel very strongly, and I want to go further. If anyone doesn't know 2nd Street, come down sometime and watch the New York Coast of traffic. And with no disparagement to our police officers, it is a nightmare. I live in the house where the stop sign is. Out of 10 people, 7 will slow down, 3 will stop, 1 will blow through like they don't even see it. And it's even more fun before 6 in the morning. So I'm suggesting that the idea of putting in a building of that magnitude is nuts. Furthermore, it's absolutely wrong and leaves us in a liability. I'm also a commercial pilot, besides being a doctor. If I ever load that plane, we don't get off the ground. If the plane then has that kind of manifest, the city would be also liable for that. And I don't know if it's the governor that's pushing you or what, or everybody's saying that we don't have the strength to do that. I don't believe it. I believe we have a lot of power and can do something. So I really hope that whatever is going on in your minds, wherever in the world we come down here to have to fight this stuff, there's a plan for the city. Why, can you tell me, is that always violated? Why do we have to spend our time coming down here and convincing people? Well, yeah, the greed out there, is that pushing that hard? Yeah. That's why we're here. And I hope sincerely that you take that in the quiet of your mind, that this walks through for a while and maybe save 2nd Street. If that thing goes on up there, that street will become impassable for many hours of the day. I don't believe for a second it has a whole lot to do with lower income housing. That has to do with all the stuff in the high rise with a 210-degree view of the ocean. They're going to put all the low income people in there, really? Come on. So I ask you to be honest with yourself and help our community. We are all very lucky to live here. Any of us know that. The sign down there in that little store says, you know, if you're in Manhattan Beach, you're lucky enough. There's a reason for that. We are the stewards of this place. The greedy, non-thinking people would push this thing out in the ocean, cement it clear past the pier. So it's up to us to push hard and really hard and push till it breaks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
Hi there. My name is Kenneth Thompson. I've been a resident of this town way too long. And on behalf of the seniors in this group who are slowly inching towards expiration dates, I have with me a copy of a document that was the original MOU between the city and the senior and scouts that was with Mr. Lilligren here, and from 2011. And at which point we thought the whole project was going to cost about $2.1 million. And that the completion date would be by 2014. Well, as much as it's gone over everything in scope and budget, I still think it's a good idea. And I still think we're not getting any more space in the city, and it's still worth doing, because every minute that we just keep going on is just one less minute we have to get her done. And that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Tim Lilligren, the one that was mentioned a couple times previous. And Dr. Cotton, I remember you well. It's okay, but for full disclosure, I'm also the current city treasurer. Also the treasurer of the Manhattan Beach Property Owners Association that donated the $800,000 to get this project moving. Also was a parent of a past Girl Scout and Boy Scout. My son this whole project started at a Cub Scout meeting with my son at the Scout House. It's a true story. He is now graduated from college and 2 years into the Navy. So soon to be promoted to a lieutenant. I'm also a former council member. So I've been in your position, and I've seen, and I know how difficult the budgeting process is. But while we were on council, this is a little bit of a challenge for you. While we were on council, Steve Napolitano also, we purchased and constructed the Marine Avenue Park. We purchased Metlocks and got that flowing. That's a partnership with a private entity, though. We planned and rebuilt the police fire station. We purchased the LA County Library on Manhattan Beach Boulevard, which is now the Arts Center. But it came at a cost. We ignored the buildings, the existing buildings. And my thought is that they've been ignored ever since. The Scout House needed replacing when I was on council back in the 90s. And today, you've heard testimony. It's in terrible, terrible shape. If you haven't been in it, I'll take you on a tour. Because, anyway. Now, today, the 5-year CIP has a page for the Scout House. It has $2.1 million that the Friends of donated. The rest of the 5 years is blank. It tells me it is not a priority at this point in time with the city. What I'm asking you to do tonight, and what other speakers are asking you to do tonight, is make it a priority. If a council under the relatively same financial situation as you have now did all these other things, there is a way to make this 7,000 square foot building work. So I'm asking you to ignore the reasons why it can't and concentrate on making it work. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and distinguished council members. Tonight, I'm actually wearing 2 hats, the Manhattan Beach Community Emergency Response Team, known as CERT, and of course, the Scout House. So first, CERT. How many CERT members do we have in the audience? Raise your hand. And we have to get some council members in the program. I'm the co-founder of the CERT program 19 years ago, and I can attest personally that over the years, there have been many lives saved, either family members or neighbors that suffered a stroke or a heart attack, or they were first on scene of an accident, whether at work, home, or an auto accident. You know, just saving one life is money well spent. So I urge you to support the $10,000 allocation in the current year operating budget. Okay, now the Scout House. Senior/Scout House or community center. You know, I take friends to the hometown fair and people say, oh, we have to go to the bathroom, and they want to go into the Scout House. Some of them do. And the first comment that they and our residents say, that filthy, disgusting looking building, this is Manhattan Beach. What a disgrace. And I know Louis tomorrow would tell you, or anybody will tell you, it's not seismically sound. God forbid, I hope no one is in there when we have the big one. Mayor Lesser had Dr. Lucy Jones in his mayor town hall meeting, and she was talking about it's not a matter of if, but when. Okay, so all of you know that I'm a former 2-term council member and mayor, but I learned my leadership skills as an Eagle Scout. And I know we have these fine Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and Cub Scouts and Weeblos. It's actually all now one, Scouting. It develops community leaders. Well, what are we telling them? And what are we telling our senior citizens? Oh, and by the way, I serve on the city's Senior Advisory Committee. You know, what statement are we making when this thing keeps getting kicked, the can gets kicked down the road? You know, and as that's happening, costs are escalating. We all know that. So I would implore you all to put the project back at the top instead of on the back burner of the CIP. Thank you.
Mayor Lesser and councilmen and women. My name is Dave Saltzman. I'm a real estate broker, and I joined the scouting program in 1959. I joined the Earth in 1953, so that puts me as both a scout and a senior. So I have a double interest in seeing this project go, okay? I'm not going to tell you why you should do it, because we all know it should be done. The question seems to be money. Doesn't it always come down to money? And I understand the problems that we are facing here in terms of coming up with the dough. I've heard budgets anywhere from $9.6 to $16 million. I don't know what the current budget is. Whatever it is, it's a big number. I'm not here to tell you why you should do it. We all know why we should do it. The question is, how do we pay for it? And how does it come to be such a gigantic number? Okay? So, I thought I'd give a little bit of a different perspective than telling you why you need to do it, and instead talk about alternatives. And these are not real alternatives. These are financial alternatives. Just around the corner, 624 14th Street, by the way, you know I'm a realtor, right? Okay. Is a 7,000-foot lot and a 5,800-square-foot house sold for $9.3 million. We could have bought that. Now, should we? Probably not. My point is, how is it possible for the budget of this project to accelerate to the point where you can build a house on the Strand for less money than you can build? By the way, these numbers include the land, and the Scout House does not include the land. The budget number, and I know I'm telling you things you already know, but I think we need to get them on paper and in front of the public. Is the price is really the limiting factor for otherwise accomplishing a mission that the entire community wants to accomplish. My question is, how could this possibly have occurred? I do have one example for you. I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. My dad built a HUD project. HUD spec required in Scottsdale, Arizona, a 10-foot snow load. That building is sitting there now with a 10-foot snow load in Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay? There was no way to avoid it. So I understand the problems here. I've experienced them myself. I'm on my 199th building project, okay? And I know these costs can accelerate something fierce. Somehow, some way, we have to figure out a way to kind of rein in the costs here to the extent that we can. To the extent that I can help, I'll be happy to do it. I'm Dave Salzman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Lesser and City Council members. My name is Bonnie Schwartz. I'm a longtime resident of Manhattan Beach, a parent of 3 former Scouts, and I've been on the board of Friends and Senior Scout Community Center for 9 years. During those years, I've seen the small group of volunteer board members rally together to support a seemingly simple cause, evolve the current disintegrated facility at 1617 North Valley to a larger, more functional space designed to serve 2 important groups: our beloved seniors who cherish the older adults program being offered, and our scouting community who represent the future. An intergenerational space which provides a house for 2 key growing populations. On the surface, this appears to be a very straightforward objective that has generated wide community support. However, due to the complexities of the public-private partnership, this task has proven to be much more bureaucratic than anyone could have imagined, and as a result has taken an inordinate amount of time and resources. In compliance with the signed agreement, our small but mighty board has been able to raise $2.8 million to fund the design and support construction costs. We have been relentless in our quest to fulfill our obligation and have been soliciting donors for over 10 years. There are 520 unique donors ranging from $804,000 to $5. Our donors consist of local entrepreneurs, community groups, scouting groups, as well as many senior residents and local corporations. Many current and previous council members and mayors are among those donors, and some have assisted in our fundraising efforts. As Julie said, we are ready to go. We understand that costs have increased over the past 10 years and that the city has multiple projects that need funding. But the key issue here, I believe, is not money. As has been mentioned before, the key issue is priorities. A long time ago, the city decided replacing this building was a priority and set up conditions to make that happen. The city needs to prioritize this project in the CIP now, restore the original budget line item, and figure out funding opportunities for that balance. We owe it to our seniors, many of whom are concerned they won't be alive to take advantage of this beautiful new building. We owe it to our scouting community, who needs an up-to-date structure to continue their important youth programs. And finally, we owe it to all of our donors who dug deep and said, this cause is important to me and I want to support it. They have been so very patient over the years, but they're getting less patient every day we wait, and are finding our explanations for why it's taking so long less and less believable. Council members, I implore you to instruct staff to proceed with the current plans, focus on this project, and prioritize the funding so that Manhattan Beach can finally get the building we all need. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Council. My name is Hugo Firth. I am the committee chair at Troop 849, a position I've held for about a dozen years. I've been active in the scouting program for over 20 years and lived in Manhattan Beach for nearly 40 years. And I was privy to some of the early discussions with Julie when Tim Lilligren's group donated the money with Bonnie. And so I've seen it come. And I used to kid that I supported the program for my 3 kids as a scout parent, but I'm going to end up using it as a senior. I'm not even sure I'm going to get to do that now. But what I wanted to tell you tonight, because you've heard all the voices and they seem to be pretty unanimous, is that in my position, I get asked often, what is going on with the Scout House? And my answer is always a very embarrassing, I have no idea. Okay? I used to kid that Gringos had a sign that said, free beer tomorrow. And I tell people, well, that's when the Scout House is going to be built next year. So please, as everyone else has said, I implore you to make this the priority that the community feels it should be. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Lesser, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, and esteemed council members. Thank you for your service. I came to talk about the budget and the salaries tonight, but I have to pause for a moment and say that I was a Boy Scout many years ago, and I had an alcoholic father who never mentored me. He never took me to lunch once in my entire life to tell me about what life was about. But Dick Kerper, Mr. Blumenfeld, and Mr. Doring in my scout troop showed me what wholesome male leadership looks like. And so not only is the city on the hook for some integrity by accepting money in earlier years, but you have no idea the lives that you'll touch with this facility. Let me talk just briefly about salaries, and with all due respect to the esteemed staff here, Paul WAIVER has recently published that we have 34 employees earning over $300,000 a year, and 9 of those 34 are in excess of $400,000 a year. So that puts them in the top 2 to 3% of income nationally. And we're of a small city of 32,000 people. We currently are on the hook for Chief Abel's pension, and I understand we don't pay all of it. Some of it comes from CalPERS. Chief Johnson has indicated a desire to retire in about 2 years. So we'll be on the hook for 90% of her salary, which will be in the neighborhood of $300,000, and then we get the privilege of hiring a third chief for one position. So basically, we're paying 3 salaries for one position, and it's just quite simply not sustainable. Trustee Sherillian rolled over our obligation of pensions into a long-term bond, and we can keep our strong rating, but ultimately that idea is not sustainable. So I'd like to invite the council to take a serious look at not just revenue, but where can we cut expenses to make this city fiscally healthy. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Tim, and council members. My name is Christopher Richardson. I am the president of the Manhattan Beach Community Emergency Response Team, or also known as MB-CERT. I'm here tonight, along with other CERT members, to thank you for allowing us to submit a funding request, which I believe is number 9 on tonight's agenda. MB-CERT is an all-volunteer organization committed to enhance disaster preparedness and response in our city. Now, since our inception, we have trained over 700 residents. We teach the 20-hour FEMA-approved curriculum that covers basic skills we all need to take care of ourselves, our families, and neighbors in case of a disaster. Now, these classes are free to those who live and work in Manhattan Beach. They're hands-on and include disaster preparedness, and in case of an emergency, how and when to turn off our gas and water, fire suppression, and basic first aid. And if requested by the city during a disaster, we can activate to 2 preset locations in the city and deploy teams to collect information to forward via radio to the Emergency Operations Center. Now, we teach Red Cross certified CPR, AED, first aid classes 6 times a year and have trained more than 1,700 students. We also offer medical and radio communication classes each year to our members. We have a role in the city's emergency operations plan and the annual Great Shakeout Drill. And for the past 13 years, our volunteers have provided medical standby services for local community events, including the 6-man volleyball tournament, hometown fair, and the Chevron Grand Prix bike race. In conjunction with Neighborhood Watch and the Manhattan Beach Fire Department, we are reinvigorating the Map Your Neighborhood program, which complements the longer CERT class. It's a 1.5-hour presentation created to help our neighbors customize a plan for their blocks to help one another in a disaster until first responders can arrive. We make it easy to implement. Now, all we need is someone on a block to host the meeting. We then provide a coordinator to guide the host through all the steps and provide paperwork needed, such as suggestions to facilitate the meeting, invitations, telephone, email, tree forms, and special skills anyone might have. And we have trainers to run the meeting. For more information, please visit our website at mbcerta.org. That's mbcerta.org. I thank you again for your time and consideration regarding our funding request.
Good evening, Mayor Lesser and council members. My name is Steve Debates. I have been on the Senior Advisory Committee since 2013, and then in 2016 I joined the Friends group also, so I've been doing both of them. And I wanted to give you a little insight into the senior programming at Jocelyn. Right after COVID, we saw a big upspike in activity at the senior center, at Jocelyn Center, and it has just continued to grow and grow and grow. I also lead a discussion group on Monday mornings, and I'm the moderator of that. We started out with 7 people. We are now up to 35 to 40. We have an exercise class that started out 1 day a week, had 10 people in it. They run it 3 days a week and have over 90 people in it. Wow. Every one of our classes is just bulging. We need more space. We did in November of 24 run a survey, a satisfaction survey of all of our seniors, and we asked them in each class how satisfied they are with the class. And we had a 94% positive response to all the classes. And so the classes and the programs that we are offering there are meeting the needs of our seniors. One thing we hear when we do the hometown fair every year is it's not only seniors, but it's adults that come up to our table at the hometown fair and say, I need to get my parent out of the house. They watch TV all day long. And hearing the stats from the Beach Cities Health District of 20% having mental health issues because of not being involved, we are the place where they could be involved. We want them to come. We invite them to come. And I have a program here, or our monthly newsletter, and I'd like to pass it out to you. It is chock full of classes that we offer. I have been to other cities and looked at their programming. They have 1 or 2 pages for an entire city, 3 times ours, 3 times the size of ours. Ours has, 16 pages? It's chock full of activities from from trips to discussion groups to exercise classes to yoga to, anything and everything you could want to do. But we need more space. We need more space for our seniors, we need more space for our public, and we need more space for our scouts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Kim. When Manhattan Beach adopted its housing plan, we were flying blind because we had no idea what our neighbor cities had negotiated with the state. What did Carmel get away with? And what did Coronado figure out? What did Hermosa Beach do when Sacramento came a-knocking? Nobody knew because nobody was finished. Well, now every single city in California has turned in their housing homework, which is public information. Hundreds of approved plans have been stamped and blessed by the same state agency that approved our crappy plan. It's like finally getting to see everyone else's test answers after the exam. But here's the catch. There are tens of thousands of pages of it. A typical housing element runs 300 to 600 pages, and multiply that by all the cities, and you have a lot of documents that will take a team of lawyers a year to read, and nobody has time for that. But AI does, and that changes everything. What used to cost $400,000 and take 6 months can now be done in days. And you can actually read what other cities negotiated, and you can find things that our original plan completely missed. Legal tools that HCD has already said yes to. Last year at the community forum at Jocelyn Center, I overheard a current city council person say to a constituent, quote, "We can't amend our plan or we'll trigger builder's remedy." And I want to address that directly because that's utter BS. In July 2024, Carmel's City Council passed a formal resolution directing staff to develop alternative housing sites specifically to remove some sensitive properties from their plan. They didn't hide from HCD. They walked right up to them and said, "We want to amend our certified plan. Here's our replacement strategy. Please review it." They submitted a draft amendment, and it is currently in the 60-day review period. There is no builder's remedy, no decertification, no apocalypse. Just a city doing exactly what any reasonable city should do when their plan isn't working the way they intended and fixing it through the proper process. Carmel is doing exactly that now and protecting its small town character, avoiding high rises and working with the state to replace problem sites with church properties, hotel conversions, ADUs, and small live workspaces, 4 stories max anywhere in the city. And the state is reviewing it seriously because the numbers and strategies legally sound. The safety aspect makes this urgent for Manhattan Beach. Many people have died on Sepulveda. Let that sink in. That's something that should keep you up at night. The city is in active meetings regarding all these safety issues with the state. And California housing law has an explicit exception for exactly this situation. So here's what I want to know. Why weren't our city planners using the same AI tools that developers are using? And basically, I'm not going to have time to finish the rest of it, but I really want a response about AI usage in the city, and we don't need to hire a deputy to do anything. We need to utilize AI. I'm just a stay-at-home housewife. Mom works a little bit, and I was able to Google this and use ChatGPT and other AI forms to figure some of this out. Thank you. Oh, and I have some boba I would like to share with all of you guys. So you guys work so hard for us. So I'm going to leave this box here. There's like frozen smoothies, milk.
That's very nice.
So please help yourself.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Maybe we could put it to the side of the podium because there might be some other speakers, but thank you very much.
Yes, I'll just leave it somewhere else.
Thank you.
That's very kind, Heather.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in chambers that would care to address council during public comment?
Anyone have milkshakes, ice cream, cookies, girls' cookies?
Seeing anyone else in chambers? Would you like to speak? No.
She's ready.
Would you like to speak? No. In which case, Patty, is anybody on Zoom that would care to provide a public comment?
Yes. First, we have Jim Burton.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, member of council. I wanted to speak tonight on the budget issue, and I think like one of the earlier callers, concerned about the increases in expenditures not being sustainable. And I think he provided some statistics over the last 5 years. Certainly our revenue has gone up, but expenditures have gone up. And I'm not going to belabor a bunch of points here, but as you get into it, really look at what it takes to cut some of these expenditures. I don't know that there's a need for additional staff. I think there were 6 new positions or something. I did appreciate the comment from one of the callers or one of the individuals there in chamber just about we're paying city staff and just the PERS commitments for the same position multiple times. I mean, I think that there's a lot of new things that are happening that the city is faced with. And just really want to tighten the budget, be fiscally responsible. Yet at the same time, I'm listening to the Scout House folks and all of that discussion. I think we need to live up to our commitment for what we said we were going to do way back when. And instead of new things, we have all these new ideas and new technologies and things that are being implemented. How about support whatever our initial commitment was back to this particular feature within the heart of downtown, because it is a community project that I think would benefit the community. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Tauber.
Your Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Michael Tauber. My wife and I have been residents since 1978 and raised our 3 sons within the Manhattan Beach school system. They were active members of Manhattan Beach Boy Scouts Troop 849, where I was an assistant Boy Scout leader and committee chair of the troop. Currently, I'm the committee chair for the Friends of the Senior and Scout Community Center, an organization dedicated to raising funds to rebuild the structure known as the Scout House. We are also a 501c3. Our current active committee board members are Beth Gessner, Julie Justice McKennedy, Bonnie Schwartz, and Steve DeBates. We have been very active in this endeavor for many years now, and we would like to see its completion expedited. In 2010, we floated the idea of rebuilding the current Scout House. Many members of the Troop 849 approached community leaders and spoke to members of the City Council. They were all in agreement with the positive feedback to explore and move forward, and we did. Through fundraising and community input, we developed an idea to be an all-inclusive community center with provisions for a dedicated space for a senior center. The plans of a new senior and scout community center would be a multi-generational facility providing new additional programs. Since 2013, our committee has raised $2.8 million. The City Council agreed to provide additional funding in 2019, 2022, and 2023, committing to a total of $4.7 million in the CIP, but have continually stalled the progress of this project. Our committee and our donors and many of the community are frustrated that the building has not broken ground yet. We have completed and complied with all the city's requests, including construction-ready plans. The project has been pushed down the road too many years and need to be completed now. We believe the current programs through Parks and Recreation offered by the city are at its capacity. With a new community center, it could provide an expansion of activities, generating revenues into the future. Let's get this done. Thank you.
No further requests on Zoom.
Okay. Any further public comments in chamber? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. There has been a request for a very brief recess, so we will stand in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you all.
Really appreciate it.
I didn't even
I was like feeling my eyes.
Pegasus, we're ready to go live.
I can, it's better, I won't be cranky.
I'd like to call back to order our city council meeting of Tuesday, May 5th, and we'll now proceed with item number H, the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve all items on the consent calendar except for item number 6? There's a motion by Councilmember Howorth with a second by Councilmember Sherrillian. Call for the question.
I'm glad you pulled that.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to items pulled from the consent calendar. I pulled item number 6. Just a few questions, and then I will make a motion once there's public comment. Chief, this item number 6 is consideration of a first reading of an ordinance amending the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code related to bicycles to supplement safety and operational requirements for electric and motorized bicycles and institute a juvenile diversion program. And one of the key components has to do with riding in a dangerous manner. And I wanted to better understand have you explain for the public what that actually means.
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor Lesser, members of the City Council, Rachel Johnson, your police chief. And in the code, the proposed code, that dangerous riding would be defined as intentionally lifting one or more wheels of a bicycle, electric bicycle, or motorized bicycle into the air while riding on a street, lane, or bike path, intentionally swerving or riding around stopped or slowed traffic, attempting to perform any acrobatic trick or stunt, and finally, operating a bicycle, electric bicycle, or motorized bicycle in any manner that endangers the operator, passengers, other motorists, other riders, or pedestrians in the area.
Okay, that's just reading the language, but
Yeah.
that seems relatively straightforward. With regard to the culpability of parents for the actions, parents or guardians for the actions of juveniles, can you explain how it applies?
Certainly. When a juvenile offender receives a citation, we always include the contact information for the parents on the citation, and we notify the parents, just letting the parents know that their child received a citation and the circumstances involved therein. With regard to the juvenile diversion program for these bicycle citations, parental participation is an important component of it. So there's not only a financial impact should they just elect to pay for the citation, but also it's impacts for the parents as well. When it comes to diversion, they have to attend as well and learn about bike safety with their child.
Thank you. And then finally, how would a proposed diversion program work? It's just for juveniles at this point?
Yes, Mayor, it would be just for juveniles at this point, and really aimed at first-time offenders for any provisions of our municipal code, where we would divert them to a diversion program. Again, like I discussed, it's a full 8-hour day of diversion, and the parents are required to participate as well, with the goal of having them understand the nature of their violation, why it's dangerous, and how they can move forward in a safer manner.
Thank you, Chief. I'm moving quickly just because we have a few other items on the agenda tonight. Councilmember, any other questions at this point? Thank you, Chief. I'll open this item up for public comment. Any members of the public that care to address this item that are in chamber? Seeing none, Patty, is anybody on Zoom for item number 6?
No requests on Zoom.
In which case, close public comment. I have made a motion to accept this. We are all seeing every day, from my comments, these sort of actions, particularly among minors, on electronic bicycles. Our city has been taking a leading role in revising its old code and updating it with regard to capturing some of the conduct that's occurring today, and this is the next step. I'm very much in support of moving forward with further regulation within the law, and so that is why I've made a motion to approve it. Other council colleagues?
I'm glad you
Councilmember
pulled it. I was actually going to pull it to highlight exactly the same things that I don't think it's that we should stop. We have to keep looking for ways to keep folks safe and to encourage safe usage, so I appreciate the work we're doing.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, if I may. So the chief and I had a one-on-one earlier this week, and I believe she's doing that with all the council members. And my focus is this brings into focus the responsibility of the parent. I think we all had kids where you'd say, hey, don't do that, don't do that. They say yes, 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 and they walk down the street and they do that. Okay. I have one that successfully made it through the Marine Corps. I don't know how, because he didn't really pay too much attention to authority figures. But I think that's important, and that's what I think this does. We do it already. We do get the parent involved. It provides an opportunity for the whole family to learn how important it is for safety. The last thing we want is a report of a child being hurt, if not worse, on an e-bicycle. So thank you, colleagues, for and the chief and city manager for providing these new ordinances.
Great.
Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, we'll call for the question.
Is there a second?
There is a second. Excuse me, I've made a motion, and that has been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
And so I'll read the title. Ordinance number 26-0007. An ordinance of the City of Manhattan Beach amending Manhattan Beach Municipal Code, Chapter 3.01, related to electric and motorized bicycles and making an environmental determination pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Great. Thank you. Call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to our general business calendar. We begin with item number 8, consideration of Sepulveda Boulevard traffic study and potential safety measures.
Well, good evening, Mayor Lesser and members of the City Council. Eric Zandvliet, the city's traffic engineer, will be providing the staff report on this important matter, and which is discussion and action on safety measures on Sepulveda Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Eric Zandvliet, the City Traffic Engineer. Looking forward to presenting this safety study to you today. It's been a long time in coming, and I think there's a lot of good things that we can get out of it. By way of background, Sepulveda Boulevard is a 2-mile stretch of 6-lane arterial highway owned by the state of California. There are 10 signalized intersections and 20 unsignalized intersections along that way, and lots of driveways as well. We had a series of fatal collisions in a less than a 6-month period last year. A fatal collision on December 16th of 2024, one on January 8th of 2025, and the latest one, May 4th of 2025, just over a year ago. The City Council immediately asked for us to conduct a safety study at their next City Council meeting, and we, after the second collision, we had reached out to Caltrans to initiate a conversation with them and in the hopes of starting a study. We conducted our safety analysis jointly with the state of California and the city from June of 2025 through February. And then we brought those findings to the PPIC at the March 26th, that's a typo, meeting a month or two ago. Immediately after we started the study and findings, we found that we can do some things right away. Our police department increased the traffic and speed enforcement, doubled the number of citations that they issued in a 1-year period, and almost tripled the number of speeding citations that they issued from that point on through the end of the year. The police department also deployed surveillance cameras. You didn't know that they were there because they were hidden, but that was an enforcement action to find out what types of violations were going on, when they were going on, how they can focus their resources towards treating that. The police department also rejiggered their DUI checkpoint and held a checkpoint on Sepulveda Boulevard in July of 2025, and they are looking for more locations and times this year. We also deployed the changeable message boards along Sepulveda. We're also doing it on Rosecrans Avenue to inform the public about the need to drive safely. Our communications team rolled in and also promoted public safety awareness through our social media and other platforms. We also found some money and we purchased 2 speed feedback signs, and those will be installed soon on Sepulveda Boulevard. And we finished up the comprehensive safety analysis. If you'll notice, the red parentheses are kind of like the categories of safety measures that we're doing. There's actually 4 of them that we are going to show you tonight. One is a policy safety measure. Another one is an educational safety measure. Another, also an enforcement safety measure. And then lastly, engineering safety measures. They all work together. It's part of a comprehensive safety analysis. We followed the state and the national safety protocols now. It's called the Safe Systems approach. It's a looking for safer roadways, part of the Vision Zero, if you've heard of it before, type of way to make our roadways safer. There's also several documents that are in your package talking about proven countermeasures that have been shown to reduce collisions and the severity of collisions as well. We met with Caltrans on July 6th of last year, and we walked the entire street. We looked at all the existing conditions. We looked to see what deficiencies there may be from a pedestrian standpoint, a bicycle standpoint, and a roadway standpoint. That helped build our existing conditions inventory, and then we also backed that up with the most recent speed survey that the Caltrans had done in 2023. The city conducted an extensive crash history analysis, and some of that information is detailed in maps and tables in your report as well. We reviewed all the different types of proven countermeasures that can be taken, and we applied those to Sepulveda Boulevard, where we felt that there are a high rate of accidents or the potential for accidents. We looked not just at pedestrian accidents, we looked at all different types of road users, and especially the vulnerable road users. The engineering and traffic survey that Caltrans had done, it's 2 miles. The traffic volumes ranged from 41,500 at the south end of the city to 56,000 at the north end, and determined that the speed limit should be 35 miles an hour within the city of Manhattan Beach. It's actually 45 in El Segundo and a portion of that because of the long stretches and the wide streets there. Our street lanes are actually narrower than standard, and so that actually is an advantage because it helps dampen or slow down some of the speeds on the street. You'll see the 85th percentile speeds on the table in front of you. That indicates that that's the speed at which 85% of the people are driving that speed or less. So that also means that 15% of the drivers are driving faster than that. We did note some fast speeds along the street, and those are the ones that we want to target. The 10-mile-an-hour pace is a little different. That's the 10-mile-an-hour range where most of the people are driving. That's with that 10-mile-an-hour range. It helps identify what the safe speed is and what most drivers who we would consider safe drivers are driving. Lots of detail about the crash history in here. This is focused on fatal and injury collisions. There's lots and lots of other collisions, property damage and non-damaged traffic collisions that occur, but this is where we feel that we can do the most good and focus on those. If you'll notice in the bottom right-hand corner, when you're looking at fatal crashes per million vehicle miles, that's a metric that is normalizes how many vehicles and how far they're driving on the length of the street that they have. So if you have a large freeway, the million vehicle miles is much higher, but also the exposure to collisions are higher as well. If you'll notice, the last 2 years, the fatal collisions are 0.28 million vehicle miles and 0.56. These are both higher than the statewide average. So for the past 2 years, we've had a higher than normal or standard statewide average. That's what we want to focus on. Crash history map, I won't get into too many details about this other than showing you where they occurred based in the injury crashes being blue dots and the fatal crashes being the red dots. This is for a 4.75 year period from 2021. If you'll remember, during COVID, all of the traffic volumes and all of the speeds went wacko, and because of the what was happening, and so it became kind of an odd year. It was hard to track. This is the entire stretch of the 2-mile section of Sepulveda Boulevard. It was interesting also to note that there aren't as many accidents at the signalized intersections as I would have expected. So a lot of these accidents are happening at uncontrolled intersections where people are making turns. So I want to focus first on the policy-related strategies that are on our potential safety measure list. You'll see that potential safety measure list has over 50 possible measures that we're putting forth in front of you today. Some of them have been implemented, some of them are being proposed and are currently under construction because of several things that we've been doing, both on a Caltrans standpoint and from a city end. And then some need further study, and those are identified in the study as to be determined. Firstly, the state last year initiated a state priority corridor initiative. Malibu's Go Safely PCH campaign is part of that. There are 2 pilot projects in the Southern California area. We have reached out to our legislators and asked and are pursuing making Sepulveda Boulevard as a priority safety corridor too. This helps increase the amount of fines. This gives you added incentive or ability to obtain grants, state grants for infrastructure improvements. It also opens up the door for possible speed camera enforcement. Specifically for speed camera enforcement, AB 645 was passed. The legislation identifies designated jurisdictions as those jurisdictions being allowed to have a limited number of speed enforcement cameras on a pilot project. One of those cities is Los Angeles, and another one is Long Beach, also San Francisco. We have also reached out to the legislators and asking to have them write new legislations for our city's segment of Sepulveda Boulevard to be added. Other policy-related strategies that we'd like to look into is a community-based e-bike safety advisory group that can piggyback onto some of the bicycle enforcement and ordinances that we're looking into now. Also to help prioritize what we want to focus on from an e-bike standpoint, from an e-bike safety standpoint, and from an e-bike enforcement standpoint. Also, there's a lot we can do from the standpoint of social media and online education. Piggybacking with that, we have our school resources team on our police department that can do a lot of good work for that. So these are policy-related strategies. Let's move on to enforcement. Enforcement safety measures, these are ongoing and will be continuing. The police department is targeting our speed enforcement along Sepulveda Boulevard. We're also conducting more DUI checkpoints. These are, if you realize, or may not realize, the DUI checkpoints are really an educational tool and not necessarily an enforcement tool. They are advertised. Everyone knows when and where they are. That's on purpose so that people get it into their head to be driving safely all the time. From an education standpoint, we've deployed changeable message boards to get the word out on the street. There's also safety information that we can provide in a lot of different ways. A repeat of the social media and online education campaigns that we can build on. We can build logos and identities for our campaign. Also, what was suggested by the Parking and Public Improvements Commission was something that I'm very familiar with, is an Operation Prom Night. It's not buying prom dresses. It's a demonstration that's presented to the high school students, mainly juniors and seniors, as a scenario to show what happens when people drink and drive. The ones I were involved with were quite elaborate and included all of the police department and fire departments, and staged a crash. The victims were airlifted out with a helicopter from in front of the school. And then there was repercussions that went through the school afterwards that really impacted how the effects of drinking and driving can have a lifelong effect. I'm almost choked up. Okay, so engineering is the last of the four. We call them the 3 E's: engineering, education, and enforcement. These are broken down into several different categories, and we've looked at different places where we could actually do infrastructure improvements or do physical things along Sepulveda Boulevard. Access management, that's to reduce the number of, or the points of impact, or potential points of conflict. If you reduce the number of turns, you reduce the potential for people getting into collisions. If you were looking at constructing medians, or firstly, just prohibiting the turn with signs at high conflict turning movements. This is where some of these accidents had happened. Using advanced technology such as the speed feedback signs, which are in process, also traffic monitoring sensors. Caltrans has actually installed quite a few traffic sensors along the roadway. They can determine how long it takes to get from one point to another, how the turns are being made, how fast people are following each other, and all that. From a bicyclist standpoint, to improve the safety of these road users, we're looking at an extensive network of bicycle lanes and sharrows and bicycle detection to make sure that we can get these bicyclists crossing Sepulveda Boulevard safely. Delineation is another one to help channelize those cars, to keep them in their lanes, and to make it clear where they need to be in the lane. There's some intersections along the way, especially Artesia and Marine Avenue, that have a shift in the lanes as you go over from one side of the intersection to the other, and so we need some guidance lines for that. Thankfully, Caltrans has a roadway refurbishing project that's going on right now. It's starting at the north end, and it'll be coming down where the entire roadway will be resurfaced. With that comes new striping, and the new striping will be very clear. It'll be in contrast to the dark pavement. It's going to look a lot better. It'll also be a lot safer because people will know how to make the movements and how to stay in their lanes. That project also includes a large number of pedestrian ramps. These are directional ramps to have people cross the side streets and not cross Sepulveda Boulevard. And also, every single intersection along Sepulveda Boulevard will be striped with a crosswalk, an actual crosswalk. So I took care of delineation. From an intersection geometry standpoint, we have an existing project on the books right now at Manhattan Beach Boulevard to add dual left turns. We want to make sure that people are making the turns at the signalized intersection at Manhattan Beach Boulevard and not trying to filter through the neighborhoods, trying to make ways around the intersection itself. Also, certain channelizing islands to prohibit the turns that are already illegal. Let's just not let them do that. At the intersections themselves, to help improve the pedestrian safety, Caltrans has retimed the signals so that there's a leading pedestrian signal green walk phase before any of the signals turn green, so that you can have the pedestrians get out into the street so people can see them before anyone tries to make turns and drive through. Also, additional vehicle detection is at those signalized intersections so that the signal is more responsive, smarter, if you will, to what's happening at the intersection. there is the potential for prohibiting some left turns at some of these unsignalized intersections. These would be looked into further through a couple of our existing neighborhood plans that we've got on the books and underway right now. Particularly the Gelson's Market area has a neighborhood traffic calming plan, and the Skechers development has funded $200,000 towards traffic calming measures around that area as well. So if the residents in those neighborhoods, we would bring this up to them and say, is this something that you want? It can reduce the amount of cut-through traffic in the neighborhoods, but it also may impede some access to you or to your homes. You might have to come in from a different direction or certain times of the day. So that's something that we would pursue or we would further study. We're not saying we're going to do it yet. And then retiming the signals to rest in red at night. This is an interesting, easy, low-cost type of thing that addresses the nighttime problem. And so at several intersections along Sepulveda Boulevard, Caltrans is committed to saying, we're going to let that signal rest in red on Sepulveda. You have to come up to a stop before you're going to continue through. So we're going to test that out and see how that works. From a pedestrian standpoint, a lot of things are under construction, actually. As I mentioned, the high visibility crosswalks at all of the side streets, constructing sidewalks and removing barriers. We've got some designs for gaps in the sidewalk and places that you have fire hydrants or utility poles that are just blocking the way. And people then try to get around it or across mid-block. The directional access ramps that I was talking about, ADA compliant ramps, so that we're making access for everybody, right? And installing pedestrian crossing prohibition signs at certain locations where really you shouldn't be doing it. And then installing mid-block roadway lighting. This was also added as part of this PPIC's recommendation. Not the entire stretch of Sepulveda Boulevard is lit up at night. And so that's another safety measure for nighttime pedestrians. Pavement condition, very simply, if you're resurfacing the roadway, you're going to make a better roadway. You're going to be able to stop faster, quicker, along with the high visibility striping. On the shoulders, there's a couple of locations where we can, where Caltrans will be striping out the extra space so that you're not drifting out and going to hit a curb somewhere. From a sign standpoint, there's several places for pedestrian crossing prohibition signs. Eventually, we may look at putting that into more permanency with a landscaping project. So the medians along Sepulveda Boulevard can be re-landscaped with low water use landscaping, but also prevent people from crossing and using the medians as their stepping stone to get across the street. Something thorny, I would say. Also installing additional speed limit signs to make sure everyone knows the speed limit. That is under construction, and that's part of that resurfacing project. As I mentioned, speed feedback signs. We have 2 speed feedback signs on the street already, one near 10th Street and one near 2nd Street. No, sorry, 4th Street. And we'll be adding 2 more in these high conflict areas on the downhill side of these slopes. We did map this out on a concept plan. I won't spend too much time on the concept plan, but just to highlight, there are lots and lots of places where we can do some good. All of the measures are identified here with some kind of symbol, whether it's a crosswalk symbol or a pedestrian access ramp or changes in the medians. What we would do if the neighborhoods are in favor of it, we would stripe out certain intersections so that left turns, say for instance, out of the neighborhood and onto Sepulveda Boulevard, which is uncontrolled, would be prohibited. And we would first do that with a sign and some striping. If it works, we don't see a problem with access to the neighborhood, then we would then pursue a future project to actually build a raised median there and make it permanent. So that's the idea behind this. So there's lots of stretches. 2nd Street and 8th Street would be more formalized with the bike lanes, and so those would be the places where we'd want people to cross with their bicycles. And in order to do that, you want to encourage and feed that with bicycle lanes towards those signalized crossings. And then moving on farther north, we did notice that there's the segment north of Manhattan Beach is, the speeds are a little bit faster than the speeds to the south of Manhattan Beach Boulevard. Also, we want to pursue a capital project for connecting a bicycle path under the bridge, the new bridge at by the mall, and connect one side of the city with the other without having to cross through Sepulveda Boulevard. So these are concepts. The table is in your report, also in front of you here. There's 3 different policy measures, 2 different enforcement safety measures, 3 educational safety measures, and almost 40 engineering safety measures that we are putting forth in front of you tonight. Some of them have a high cost and would take a little bit longer to do, and we would put those into capital projects for future years. And some of them can be done short-term and at lower costs, and we would prioritize those, of course, because that's more bang for your money, if you will, the low-hanging fruit. So I'm sure you've had a chance to take a look at that. We did a lot of outreach to ask for comments and participation and suggestions. We've received hundreds of emails over the course of this study. We've brought it forth in front of the PPIC, where we had a number of people that were participated in our discussion there, and had some good ideas that actually came in and are reflected in the latest set of safety measures. We also outreached to the Chamber of Commerce and the DBPA so that we could use their network of resources to get the word out as well. What we'd like you to do tonight is to review the safety study that's actually part of the staff report, and to approve the list of potential measures. Some of them need further study, and they were identified, and some of them can be pursued to be implemented. The larger items, as I mentioned, would be ones that we would put into a capital project or something like that, and start searching and applying for grants and money and funding for that. If you have any particular questions about safety measures, I'd be happy to answer those. If you do not want to do a particular potential safety measure, then we can remove that from the list. And then with that, I think that's my last slide. I know it was a big agenda package for you to go through. Wanted to make sure that you had all the information that you need in order to make your decision about this item tonight. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you very much, Eric. First up, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin has some questions.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Eric, and your team, and thank you, everybody who was involved with reaching out to Caltrans. It just seemed that had been a mantra for decades, and it seems like they've been very responsive.
I will say that they have been very, very responsive, and they're very supportive of any that we want to try to do.
Okay, great. So I saw the dollar signs, but how is what we've done already and planning to do being paid? Is it coming from our budget, from Caltrans' budget?
The answer is yes. So Caltrans, it's a multi-million-dollar project that they've piggybacked a lot of this information onto after the fact. So they actually have change orders that they're building into their contract.
After getting feedback.
It's about $3 million worth of work that's going into this. We as a city already have about $1.5 million of projects that are committed to this work that was part of our previous capital projects already. And then the rest of it, we're going to be pursuing grants and special transportation funds for that.
Okay. I want to make sure I understand slide number 6, the crash history. I understand, like in the middle, fatal we see number of injured, we see pedestrian, bicycle, motorcycle. I just want to go all the way down to the end, the bottom to start. Is this saying that fatal crashes per million vehicle miles? So the ratio for us is 0.084, correct?
That's on average over the last 3 3/4 years.
Okay, and then for the state average, it's 0.013.
Correct.
So I put my super math powers to work. And we are 6.5 times higher than the state in terms of
fatal collisions.
That's fatalities. Okay.
And that's the leverage that we're going to be pushing to for some of our policy measures.
Okay, great. Okay, I just wanted to understand that. I see one thing that may serve multiple purposes is the bicycle. So it's down about 2/3. We see that there, I don't know which one says it's fatal. I can't. Anyway, so there have been a number of bicycle injuries and deaths during those.
We haven't had a bicycle death.
No, okay.
No, we had a motorcycle death in 2011, and then these 3 here, 2 pedestrians and a person in a car.
Okay, so I saw, in the report, access crossing Sepulveda for bicycles and how about, I don't know how anybody would ever do it, but to actually ride their bicycles on Sepulveda, and you said it was a more narrow highway than others, and where would you get the room? So there's a turtle, what's that turtle logo program?
Oh, so yeah, we have the local travel network that's being promoted by the South Bay COG.
Okay, have we looked at potentially doing north-south corridors so that a cyclist could stay off of Sepulveda but not go too far out of their way, like Meadows or something like that?
Yes, so we have a network map proposed for Manhattan Beach that includes north-south parallel streets for the local travel network that could be promoted or implemented. We would encourage that on a lower slow-speed street rather than have the bicycles or e-bikes on Sepulveda Boulevard.
Right, okay. And then just one last question, and then I'll open it to my colleagues, is there was an extremely horrible fatal accident at Marine at Sepulveda in November of 2021, where 3 people were killed, including an infant. I think it had to do with some speeding, and they were at the intersection, or someone was coming from behind on Marine westbound, but I didn't see it in the report, so is that not considered a Sepulveda-related accident?
And you said it was in 2021?
Yeah,
Yeah.
2021.
So, I don't know if that was considered on Sepulveda Boulevard, if it was considered outside of Sepulveda Boulevard for purposes of the collision history.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Howorth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, Eric, I know for years we've struggled with getting Caltrans attention. And sadly, these statistics, the 6 times as many fatalities, I think I was actually mayor, and Ben Allen is the one who got, we were in the room, and I think it was the chief and Kelly Benjamin and some other folks, Tolene was there, and the head of Caltrans, and then the regional person, and we were mad. And I was gratified. I told people, I think they're actually listening, and the fact that they came down and walked it with you, finally. So I'm happy that that's happened, but, it's a little too late for some. So I was very intrigued. First of all, it's also great news that they're funding so much of this work. It's really, this is huge. They're taking responsibility, and but they're doing some really meaningful things. One of the things I think that you mentioned, I also really appreciate the engineering, education, enforcement kind of rubric. That's really good. Under pedestrian, engineering safety measures, to install pedestrian crossing prohibition signs. intrigued me because I was in London, and sometimes they make it really difficult to cross the street in London. They have these fences, they're attractive fences that you kind of have to figure out where to go, and then sometimes you have to backtrack in order to then cross the street. And then sometimes down the bigger roads, like not maybe one of the more picturesque roads, they will actually have the fence in the middle, like on the median. Was that kind of, and when I say fence, don't lose your mind, folks. I mean, it's attractive, but it's a metal fence, and that would really help sort of that trying to dart across Sepulveda that, you know, I see joggers do it all the time, and I just want to, and these are grown joggers. So was there any consideration for fences?
We actually did talk a lot about what to do with the median and preventing pedestrians just from crossing anywhere. And actually, Caltrans made a good point. Yes, we could consider fences or something like that. You see them sometimes near schools to keep the students from crossing mid-block. Two issues with the fences is that, first of all, they can become an accident hazard if someone hits them and could damage the car even worse. But they also are view impediments. They also restrict the view of the driver from what's happening across the other side of the median. What we're suggesting here is that we build hedges and that use those as virtual fences.
Yeah. Real
for that
hedges,
instead.
not just
Real
low,
hedges,
like not
yes.
just grasses.
Right, not just grass.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's really smart. I heard the mayor chuckle when our Mayor Pro Tem was talking about are there alternative north-south corridors identified for bicycles, and we were on council before when we were talking about the bicycle coalition plan and regional transit, you know, having people use their bicycles. And people at the time were just like, we don't need that, and that's not going to happen, and forget, you know, Vision Zero and all of that. So things come around, right?
Well, they have to use it.
Well, but it would, people, anyway, doesn't matter. But a couple less things. One, let's see. No, I think it's great that you bring it up. I'm just saying that before people were just incredulous. Oh, no one will use that. Prom night. I know what you're talking about, because when my son was in high school, they did the program, and his best friend was one of the victims, and he went to the hotel. What's the hotel with the bridge across the Bellamar, Barnaby's, whatever, depending on how long you've lived here. You know, so the kids would have to stay in a hotel. They had written a letter to their parents. The parents wrote a letter to them. I mean, it was just really moving. But but it costs a lot of money. I mean, like it's like $15,000 or?
Because of the extra labor and the costs and the mobilization, it does cost money. It's also something that you can apply for an Office of Traffic Safety grant, so an OTS grant could also pay for that.
I would want to see, I mean, I thought it was impactful, but I would want to see if there's any information or data that like this does deter behavior. Because the other piece of it is not just the kids. I mean, it was done, the whole school had to come out and witness it, right? There's also education that has to be done for parents. And I'm wondering if as part of this, we are considering more, like not more, but educating, doing more education, social media awareness, whatever, about social host rules and the dangers associated with that. Could you answer that, or do I need to get the chief, or how do you?
It's definitely something that we want to pursue through our school resources program, our public communications from police department. I don't know if the police department wants to chime in any more about that, but that's where we would take this.
Yeah, because I feel like the you know, all of this is about changing behavior, right? And the fact that Caltrans is willing to do that red light resting, that to me, I'll try to frame it as a question. Let me say it this way. When they did the speeds, the average speeds, the 85% of the people are traveling 31 to 34 miles per hour. What time of day were those numbers gathered?
Sure, that's a great question. So,
thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So for the purposes of setting speed limits, those the speeds measurements were taken during a non-peak time during the day, okay?
Right.
Because you want to find the volume of cars that are going through, but not being impeded because it's too congested.
Right. And that's Caltrans doing this survey. This is not us.
That's state standard.
That's state standard and it's Caltrans.
And we follow that as well as a city.
Right, but they provided us with that information, because that's what struck me, is that, well, sure, if everybody's going 31 miles an hour, you probably have time to brake, or you probably have time to put your left turn signal on and move over. But our issues, our, terrible issues have happened at night when there's not as much traffic, so the cars can go faster and maybe, people are engaged in bad behavior. So that red light resting could make a real difference. So thank you for that.
Done? Good.
I'm done.
Councilmember Charnay.
Thank you, Eric. I just wanted to acknowledge, I know that this has been a long process and that you've had a lot of input from our community, especially, I know the Savella family. It's been a really, we're talking about numbers, we're talking about measures, but I'm trying not to get emotional. So.
It's okay.
But we lost boys in the community. And so, I'm heartened to see our community engage in this process and people committed to making it safer for all of us. And, sorry, I have actual questions. And I know that it's a very difficult, frustrating process, especially for the families who've lost their kids. And so, first of all, Jim, I know you've been to all the meetings and have to sit through these just crunching numbers and us talking in terms that really reduces this process to something that, I just want you to recognize and realize that at the heart of it is wanting to prevent, the deaths of Ford and Braun, and to just not have anybody else suffer the way that you all have. So thank you for continuing to be a part of this really, really painful process. I know sitting through all these meetings. And I know that the challenges that the families that face are very different. I know we're doing, and I appreciate us going through and doing an inventory of our city and the corridors that are dangerous and doing what we can to make it safer for our pedestrians or for our cyclists and for our drivers. And I think one of the things that I'm most concerned about is because in these accidents, it was because of people who were out there not following the law. It wasn't because our speed is too high. It was because they were driving at unsafe speed. There was alcohol involved. So I think enforcement is going to have to be a big component of what we do, especially down that Sepulveda corridor, and especially at nighttime after people have been drinking and out. So can you speak to us more about the speed camera enforcement? If someone is driving, I was just thinking, the driver that killed Ford, he was driving, I think, in excess of 100 miles. And so if we had a speed camera, and I may have to call our police chief down to talk about if maybe in conjunction with the speed camera and the drones, if we can use that to stop these drivers who are out there driving a dangerous weapon at that point.
And so much of it is the preventive part of this. And so if the public knows that there is a speed enforcement camera on Sepulveda Boulevard, first of all, they'll slow down or not use it or think twice about driving inebriated. That's the education part of it. Yes, we will get violators, and we can cite them for that. It's a different type of citation. It's not like it's a DUI type of violation where you have points against your record and really significant fines. It's a different type of citation. But as I mentioned, that's the point. The point is to be out there, be visible with it, and so that is the deterrent.
Thank you. And so is it something that we can use in conjunction with our drones as first responder and from the enforcement side, and actually catching these people who may be using our corridor for racing or just, driving drunkenly at a high speed?
So the answer is it depends. Rachel Johnson, your police chief again. So with the speed camera, it's much like a red light camera where it's not in the moment. Like the camera will capture the speeding vehicle in the moment, but then that violation has to be reviewed by a staff member, establish that it is a violation, and then a citation is mailed to the offender. So like Eric said, part of the education return effect is folks knowing that there is a speed camera and that they can receive a ticket and they'll slow down. Now, the other part of the it depends is if we receive a report of someone speeding, yes, we could use our drone to get overhead and, follow them and help the officer link up with them. But that has to be for things that are reported to us. It's not, the speed camera data is not a real-time thing. We're using that for patrol. It's more of a deterrent for people who would speed down Sepulveda.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Certainly.
And then, Eric, with regards to the crosswalks that we're planning on adding, because I do agree we need a crosswalk at every intersection where people can cross the street. Are we thinking where those are all where someone pushes and it's a flashing light, or is it just striped?
No, these are striped crosswalks to tell people this is where we want you to cross, rather than where we don't want you to cross. We're not suggesting or recommending, and neither is Caltrans, any flashing crosswalks to cross Sepulveda Boulevard. It's 6 lanes. You don't want to have someone exposed out there for that long with a flashing crosswalk. We both agreed to say, if you're going to do that, we're going to go full signal.
Okay. Thank you. And then I'm really interested in learning more about kind of the bike routes, right? Because I do agree with the Mayor Pro Tem with encouraging where we can have students, especially I see students crossing 2nd and 8th Street going between, the east side and west side to get to school. Are we working with the COG on that local travel network side of it?
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Tarnay. We did bring that, I think as you heard from Councilmember Howorth, the staff did present that to the council a few years ago. At that time, there was no desire to pursue the local travel network, but it is still something that is available to us if the council would like to direct us to go back to the COG and re-engage in bringing that to our city.
The funding is there for it. It's part of the Measure M sub-regional funds that can be used if we apply for it.
All right, thank you, and that's all I have.
Councilmember Shirayam, thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, Eric and Masa and Talene, thank you for being responsive to the community and city council. I think, one fatality is too many, and we've had, our share and just, yeah. I want to follow up on something Councilmember Tarnay said about the high visibility crosswalks. So I know they're not going to be lighted. I never thought that they would for the 6 lanes, but they look nice and large here and fluorescent in the map. Are they going to be any wider, or is there any kind of reflective or is it your just typical white crosswalk? These look really nice. They look fluorescent black and yellow.
Yeah. They are high visibility, and so they're made with a thermoplastic reflective surface, so at night they really pop.
Okay.
And they are definitely wider than typical.
Well, hence the picture kind of shows that. Thank you for that. And as far as the crosswalks, are they going to be at every crosswalk that we add? Are they going to be APS, obviously, which is accessible red signals that speak?
At every signalized intersection, they will have audible push buttons.
Got you. Is there a way to do that for the crosswalks as well, instead of?
All of the signalized crosswalks will have that.
Right, but you're putting crosswalks in.
Those will be in front of stop signs, so that's not part of the, you don't have a push button to push for that.
Got you. And then the rest in red at night, and that's something that it will stay red until it picks up a vehicle coming and then it turns green, so they have to actually stop, or does it pick it up as it's accelerating? Like,
Yeah, no, it's not meant to say, okay, like,
Yeah,
slow down far enough, slow enough so it turns green.
Right.
You have to come up to the sensor that's at the stop bar in order for you to trigger it to go forward.
That's wonderful,
Yeah.
yeah. And then, I think, again, compliments to moving this along, and I appreciate what you said about Caltrans picking up the bill and being reactive for all the efforts that you guys put forth with our state level. So thank you for that, and that's all I have, Mayor.
Great. For my questions, I want to pick up on the priority safety corridor concept. It's something that I've been working on extensively as mayor, and I want you to perhaps one more time describe, picking up on the notion of funding and the steps we have to go through to implement some of these recommendations. What does that designation allow us to do, and what must we do to qualify for it?
Sure, the qualifying for it is a little bit harder, but what the safety priority corridor will do is it allows you to have, say, for instance, double fines for certain types of violations. You can post that and show people that this is a safety corridor. If you're a violator, you're going to be double fined. It allows for certain higher ranking if you're applying for funding for anything that's safety related along Sepulveda Boulevard, and you'll basically get ahead of others that would otherwise, applied for the, limited funding. And then thirdly, does allow for certain special programs such as the speed enforcement cameras to be a qualifier for that. As far as being eligible for it, there's some criteria that we have to pursue. One of them is unfortunately accident rates, and so that's why we focused on some of the data. We want to make it data driven in a way so that we can convince others to provide the funding, and we can do something about it.
I want to pick up with the city manager, because we have been working with our legislators to try and get legislation through the legislature, which will allow us to get this designation, because it means money to pay for some of these things that we're going to be talking about, and deterrence, like these cameras, which we cannot get. So let me let the city manager talk about some of the steps we've been through that council and maybe the public does not even know that we've been working on for the last year.
As you heard from Eric, the way the law is written right now, there are certain criteria that we would have to meet in order to qualify as a safety corridor. We currently do not meet that criteria. So we all put our heads together and came up with some draft legislation and in terms of can some of the criteria be changed in such a manner that we then would qualify for the safety corridor. So that was one of the things we did. We drafted the language. I personally have been reaching out to our legislators, and as have you, in an attempt to get them to support this bill. We currently do not have that support for this cycle, but we are going to continue to pursue that legislation for next cycle. The second thing we did is we followed in line with Malibu. What they did is they asked for some changes that Senator Ben Allen pushed through in 2024, I believe, that allowed some changes in the law, which then allowed Malibu to have 5 speed cameras along PCH. And so what we are trying to do, again, with our state legislators is to attempt to have one of them push through a similar bill that would then allow 2 speed cameras for our 2-mile stretch of Sepulveda.
Because we could not get legislation carried by the deadline, I think it might be appropriate then to get direction from the full council. This is just questions now, but to continue those efforts going forward. I wanted to ask you about topography. I didn't see that referenced in the staff report, and I think many of us anecdotally note how the hills create blind spots, particularly for vehicles moving at high rates of speed. And I'm wondering what sort of calming measures, if any, would be appropriate, particularly as Councilmember Tarnay noted, that those that are most culpable in these horrific fatalities were knowingly violating the law. So I'm not sure what sort of timing measures of traffic lights is going to mean to someone who is intentionally violating the law, but what, from an engineering standpoint, could we undertake?
Sure, and that's why you need a suite of things for treating the symptoms of the problem or the problem itself. Some of it is human behavior. So if the person driving doesn't feel like they can drive very fast, then they won't. That can be done with a number of things, whether it's landscaping on the side of the road to make the road feel narrower, traffic signals spaced at certain distances with timing that's we're proposing. That's those kinds of things. If you, say, for instance, drive down a rural highway with a canopy of trees over it, you don't tend to drive as fast as if it's a big, wide, 6-lane highway. Those kinds of things help. But it also has to be backed up by the enforcement and the education part to say, and this becomes more policy related, trying to get to those people that would do that before they do that, right? And to tell them this is not, you shouldn't be doing this, or there's, you know, we are a city that strictly enforces, and that word gets out. Those kinds of things.
Finally, I want to circle back to what direction specifically staff is seeking this evening, given that we have the budget and our capital improvement project still ahead. What direction would be most helpful this evening?
Sure. Our ask is very simple, is for you to approve moving forward with our list of potential measures. It's as simple as that. We will take it upon ourselves at that point to say, we will implement what we can do administratively. We will pursue the policy matters to the nth degree that we can, and we'll add in capital projects for you to look at in the future, in our future CIP programs, not this year, but moving forward, and pursue funding.
Thank you.
And anything that needs to have approvals will then come back to you later.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Oh, sorry. You actually asked my question about the hills. I'm very concerned, particularly the hill at 19th and Sepulveda, where you have middle school children going to and from school, and drivers can't really, I mean, they can see the red light, hopefully, but just, if there's a special calming, then at night, I think at one earlier meeting, a resident indicated that the headlights don't really shine correctly on a crosswalk ahead, because it's pointed down, and so I don't know if that can be addressed.
If I may just add to that point, that is actually one of the things that we are requesting gets added to the criteria for traffic safety corridor. Because our topography is hilly along Sepulveda, that makes the conditions even more dangerous than if you were to be considering it on a straight road. And so as part of our legislative request, we did ask for that criteria to be changed so that essentially we get more points because our topography is the way that it is.
And I'll speak from an engineering standpoint. There are some things that can be done for that, and we are pursuing those. Say, for instance, the high visibility striping that's going on, that will go on to Sepulveda Boulevard, will be able to be seen from much farther away and from a lot lower lighting level. So those, as you mentioned, as one of the residents mentioned, the angle of the new headlights are much more focused and narrow, and so you don't see the light splash as you used to. So yes, so some of those things will be done. Also, if we're illuminating the street more uniformly, you'll be able to see the conditions that are ahead.
Right. Great. Thank you. I'd like to open this item up for public comment. Any member of the public in chambers care to address this item on the agenda? Please.
Steve Packwood. Just a couple questions. Thank you for asking the question on cost. I just kept on seeing dollar signs up there, and I didn't quite understand. And I'm glad we're going to get most of the money from Caltrans. At least that's what I thought I heard. I did not see any of our future plans in the city for Sepulveda. And what I'm thinking of is right now we have heard about 4 potential high-rise buildings that are opening up, and I'm assuming will open up into Sepulveda for egress and everything else. I didn't see anything, and maybe I missed it. I could have dozed off for a little bit, but I did not see how we were going to be handling that type of flow, because they want to get out of where they are, and I'm sure they're going to be pulling out as fast as they can to beat the traffic coming from a stop sign or whatever. So I didn't see it, and I would like that addressed somehow as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in council chambers? Patty, is there anybody on Zoom?
No requests on Zoom.
In which case, I'll close public comment. And if there's no objection from colleagues, maybe I will pose a question. It might be for our community development director or for our city manager. Help tie this to what residents have been asking me anyway, and I suspect my colleagues, about the nexus between the multi-tenant residential projects that are proposed in our residential overlay district and traffic issues on Sepulveda Boulevard. To what extent can staff even explore those or consider those, given the by right huge challenges that we face as a city? It's really upsetting where we do not have discretion to look at issues like this. Explain how we're able to explore issues of safety, basic safety on Sepulveda Boulevard.
It's a complex question, Mayor Lester, but yes, you are right. The by right nature of these, which the city has been sort of pushed into through the housing element process and the legislation that's on the books, that we do have to approve these projects on a ministerial basis. That leads to us not being able to study them as part of a discretionary process. We do have on our municipal code books some certain safety measures that when we do plan check these, we evaluate the driveway visibility triangles, make sure that there's clear space and visible space for the entrance points onto Sepulveda. And there are some certain other safety standards that we do have on the books, like you cannot back out onto Sepulveda. You have to enter forward. You know, in the maybe prior cases of discretionary review, there was that ability to do traffic studies. Although I have to say that as state law has changed, the ability to evaluate, you know, level of service, amounts of traffic, that's been stripped away from all projects. So there's really no going back to maybe the old way of evaluating stuff. We can rely on, at this point, what we have on the books for safety standards.
Councilmember Howorth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to let my colleagues who have made a motion make the motion, but also, you know, I'm sure you'll have a meaningful statement. But I wanted to add that, you know, I appreciate your efforts and the city manager's efforts with the legislators. But I feel that we have an opportunity. Gosh, I hate using that word, but when you look at the public comments that we've received over the last 8, 9, 10 months, right, from residents, if I'm a legislator and I get this many comments, this many letters, this many emails, that makes a difference into whether I can, you know, try to put it on the docket. So whether it's our Legislative Action Committee or I will take it upon myself, I can just see this as a contest between the schools. I can see the elementary schools drawing pictures. I can see, let's make this a community project and let these young men who lost their lives not be forgotten. and let the kids understand that they can make this better.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Shuria?
Thank you. I'll make it really short. Eric, if I can ask a quick question. I know there's a lot of competing projects. As far as timeline for some of these items, I know they're broad and there's multiple items, but is there something that the community can track, like on a Gantt chart or something, like a dashboard online that, this is what we're trying to do and this is what's getting done? So just kind of we can follow the progress, as it's so important.
Yes, we can absolutely make highlight on our website, a webpage that has these ongoing actions, the progress that we're making, the things that the community can do to participate or become involved in that, those kinds of things. So,
Great, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Tarnay, I see you've made a motion.
Yes. I think my motion is, based on what Eric has conveyed, is to continue with this process, to first accept the report and then leave it to all of you to prioritize what we can afford, what we can pay for. And I know that you've broken everything down in our list between the safety, the policy, safety measures, enforcement, education, engineering. So just to continue down that path. One thing I'd like to add, I don't know if this is the appropriate venue or if it needs to be as a standalone, but to incorporate the local travel network in part of this evaluation, and whether we can just leverage their dollars, those dollars, to help make our street safer for cyclists as well.
I'm seconding your motion. I want to make sure that we include the further advocacy on the priority safety corridor, because that opens up many more options
Yes.
that we accepted. I think there were other issues with the slow, I've forgotten the name of it, with the little turtle.
I think the community wasn't supportive of all the signage and wasn't sure that it would be effective because there are other electronic ways to find roads that lead to where they're going. It was generally that.
I believe, Councilmember Tarnay, you're just simply asking if that funding might be available for some of these items that we're exploring. Is that correct?
Right. If we can leverage the funding from those efforts. And I do know that it sounds like it was a while ago, and now with e-bikes being so prolific, I think it might be an opportunity to re-examine what we can do to make it safer. So.
Okay, very good. I second it. Any further council comments on the motion? I see Councilmember Shuria.
No, I already spoke. Sorry. Just didn't,
For my comments and why I'm very much supportive of this effort is we have a problem on the major boulevard, California Route 1, which transects our community. We've had too many fatalities. We have gotten Caltrans' attention. We are grateful for their partnership with our traffic engineer to be exploring practical measures that we can take in partnership with them. But as was mentioned by one of our speakers, there's going to be funding required. So as a result, that's one of the reasons why we have been advocating to be able to get this qualification, this criteria for the boulevard, which opens up funding, opens up additional citation fees, opens up the ability to use this sort of the cameras that would supplement our deterrent capabilities. There have been studies shown on how effective these cameras are to deter certain behavior. We want to explore that. And this designation would be helpful to do so, and it has been extremely frustrating that we haven't gotten support so far. So I think it's all the more reason to have brought this to council now and get the full support of the council in favor of that. So I will be supportive of the motion. Is there any other council member comments at this time?
Let's do it.
Not, let's call for the question.
I just want to make sure, I have a note here on qualify for the safety corridor. Is that what that's
That's
what
what I was just talking about.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, and I want to particularly thank our traffic engineer. He has been meeting regularly with Caltrans and continued to come up with these ideas and really worked hard on this. Thank you. Okay, all set to move on with a light item, our fiscal year 2027 proposed operating budget. Shall we go forward? Let's do it. Item number 9 is presentation of the fiscal year 2027 proposed operating budget in consideration of the CERT funding request.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience as we made our way down. My name is Libby Bredhauer, your Finance Director, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to present an overview of the fiscal year 27 proposed budget tonight. I would also like to thank a few of our staff members who've worked very hard on putting this proposal together, including Emmy Rose Hanna, our Financial Services Manager, and Alexis Motonaga, our new Budget and Financial Analyst, who are both joining me here tonight. The document is about 428 pages this year, and we'll do our best to break it down and highlight key points. We've already received several comments via email and here tonight, and we hope that residents and community members continue to engage with us over the next few weeks as we work our way towards adopting the budget in June. So tonight's presentation will include results from our recent budget survey, an update on our current fiscal outlook, including some challenges we have on the horizon, plus an overview of general fund revenue and expenditure trends. Tonight, we'll mostly focus on the general fund. The budget study session on May 12th, next Tuesday, will drill down into each department's operations and staffing and changes that were built into next year's budget. At the end of tonight's presentation, we will be happy to take your questions, comments, and feedback for additional information that you might want to learn about next week or hear more about. So the budget development process on the timeline you see here typically begins in December and January and concludes in June. In between these months, several steps are taken to bring forward the proposed budget. This slide provides a quick overview of our budget process timeline, including kicking off the process internally with staff, and then preparing the mid-year budget update that was presented to the City Council on February 17th this year. We also kicked off the community budget survey, and I'll be sharing results on that in just a moment. Staff in all departments work together to develop the proposed budget that is before you tonight. It's important to note that this presentation provides a high-level overview of the fiscal year 27 proposed budget, and we won't be going into full details for each department's operations and budget allocations. Due to the various funding constraints this year, I do want to highlight that departments have already made some really tough decisions that resulted in $1.1 million in controllable cost reductions, and we thank them for their diligent efforts and collaboration. Details on these items will be provided more next week during the budget study session. And then the plan is to return to City Council with our then Mayor Joe Franklin on June 2nd to adopt the budget before the new fiscal year begins on July 1st. Okay, so diving into the budget survey results, this year we had 476 responses, so a little less than the height we received last year of over 600, but still a very strong showing comparing to past history. The key takeaways from the results are that respondents deeply value our community's character and values and safety, with strong preferences for public safety, infrastructure, and development that is both community-centered and preserves our small-town feel. When asked about spending priorities for city operations, the light blue bars, or I guess maybe they're a little more teal, indicate that most respondents agree that the amount of money currently dedicated to each category seems appropriate. The yellow bars indicate a desire to spend more money, with parks and recreation and city maintenance getting the most responses there. Public safety received the most votes for maintaining the same amount. Per usual, the city administration leads in the desire to reduce funding. However, there's only so much that can be reduced from our supporting departments of IT, finance, and HR. That said, we're always looking for efficiencies in our operations and staffing. So when asked about their top 5 priorities, number 1, far exceeding anything else, is keeping our city safe. Our second and third priorities are fixing roads in orange and making our parks better. The survey also asked about the top places to fix in Manhattan Beach. So starting on the left, you see the number one priority was parking facilities, followed by bag pool, and then parks and recreation facilities as the top priority. But I wanted to note that if you add together the first, second, and third votes, the parks and recreation facilities actually far exceeded the other top two by receiving 379 votes versus the parking facilities and bag pool receiving about 260 each. So moving on to our current fiscal outlook, a city budget is a spending plan, and the goal is always to first and foremost reflect community priorities. So results of our survey confirm our budget aligns with our top priorities of public safety and emergency services, which totals 52% of our general fund spending. The fiscal year 27 budget also includes funding to maintain essential services at our current service levels. As a service organization, how do we provide our services? It's our people, our staffing. It's critical that we have the right people in the right roles with the proper training and technology and the leadership to steer everyone forward. This is how we maintain our outstanding service levels here in Manhattan Beach, and this year's budget continues to support our service-oriented employees with the MOU salary adjustments that were approved last year. The proposed budget also prioritizes infrastructure in line with survey results. So I did want to mention one thing that's not really highlighted in the slides, but I wanted to point it out in advance of Gil doing the CIP presentation after this item. So we have seen a flattening of some of our streets and roads funding through the gas tax, Measure M, Measure R, Prop C funding. And so that's really been limiting our ability to fund street infrastructure projects. So you will see in Gil's presentation that we've had to reallocate some of those projects into our CIP fund, which is funded by general fund dollars. So that those street projects are now competing with other general facility projects, and we've been hearing a lot about the Scout House tonight. So that will likely be a topic that we'll need to dig into, and we can bring back more information if you'd like. So overall, our general fund revenues are stable in many key areas, including property taxes, our largest general fund revenue source. We are also fortunate that voters approved Measure MMB in 2024 to generate an additional $6.6 million in transactions and use tax. And lastly, I just wanted to highlight that the city's AAA credit rating was reaffirmed by S&P last year in 2025. And overall, our financial position allows us to maintain our outstanding service levels and make strategic investments in infrastructure. And yet we still have our challenges. In my notes from last year, I said this was the most challenging budget year since the pandemic. And here I am a year later saying this has been the most challenging budget year since the pandemic because we have so many competing interests and limited resources. This current era of economic uncertainty, slow revenue growth, and high costs is painful from everyone, families, businesses, and the city. We absolutely acknowledge and agree with members of the public who have recently sent in emails about the fact that our expenditure growth is trending to outpace revenues, and that's something we need to be talking about. The 5-year forecast section of the budget document is an important tool for seeing these trends and allowing us the ability to take preemptive action. And we'll talk more about this in a few minutes. Other challenges we are facing include rising CalPERS UAL payments, or unfunded accrued liability, which now, those payments now total about $2.7 million in the general fund for next year. These payments are currently projected to reach $3.6 million in fiscal year 29 in 2 years, which is almost another $1 million increase over the next 2 years that we will have to fund. Insurance costs are also rising related to premiums, claims, and litigation. These costs have increased pretty significantly in the last few years. One note is that internal service funds are funded by charges to other funds. Now, I will admit our methodology over the last few years for the insurance fund has been inadequate. We've been using a methodology to look at historical trends, a 5-year average, which worked for many years as costs and liability claims would go up and down and up and down, and over time it averages out, and we were able to keep pace with the costs. The last few years, since 2022, we've just seen costs increase, and so we've now kind of fallen behind in funding those charges. Another important to note about the insurance fund is that the city does have a self-insured retention for liability and workers' comp claims. Now, once cases close, the city will recover funds over that self-insured retention. However, we have to wait for the cases to close, and some litigation cases can take multiple years, which is what we've been seeing over the last few years. So again, we do expect to recover funds in the insurance fund in the future, but we just don't know when or how much due to the length of cases these days. And finally, we've seen significant increases in equipment and fleet replacement costs. And this is due to inflation, tariffs, and increases in technology. The fleet replacement funding methodology we've been using also has not kept pace with cost increases. As an example, an ambulance the city purchased in 2017 costs $176,000. Our methodology was to take that $176,000, apply a CPI increase, amortize it out 5 years, and then we would have those funds in the fleet fund to buy a new one. Well, it's due for replacement next year, and it costs $550,000 due to increase in costs, technology, other changes. So, I mean, that's just something that we couldn't predict, but we have to address it somehow. The staff has also been deferring and stretching out vehicle replacements as much as possible since I've been here over 11 years. However, that catches up to us sometimes with higher maintenance costs and equipment failures. I was scheduled to meet with someone just last week, and I got an early text, my car won't start, there's a battery issue or something. So we do have maintenance costs there too that we have to address. So in light of this, departments are working on long-term equipment replacement schedules that will then help us prioritize our needs and better understand our long-term funding needs. So this is an important slide with big dollar impacts that a moderate growth rate in revenues just cannot easily absorb, along with other operational cost increases. And speaking of operations, the fiscal year 27 proposed budget does include increases for employee MOUs, again approved last year, and CPI increases for known contract increases, materials, supplies, etc. The budget also includes department requests if funding was found to be available. So again, we proactively reprioritize $1.1 million in general fund expenditures to accommodate higher community priorities, and departments will be discussing those next week. The budget also includes equipment and fleet replacements that we could fund, totaling $3.2 million. And finally, year one of the proposed 5-year capital improvement plan that will be presented next is included in next year's budget. So this slide, everyone is always very interested in knowing about the positions included in the budget, and this year we are proposing 3 new full-time positions that were determined to be critical needs. The first one being a human resources assistant position. The cost of this position was fully offset by reductions in part-time salaries and contract services, so a net new position, but cost neutral. 1 new sewer maintenance worker funded in the sewer fund, which was also partially offset by a reduction in part-time hours. And a management analyst in public works, the cost of which is actually spread out across the funds and divisions it would support. We also included changes to 3 existing positions, including a recreation coordinator in Parks and Recreation that was actually offset by a vacant transportation services operator. An upgrade to an administrative analyst in the fire department, which was being upgraded from a current executive assistant. And lastly, an upgrade in the IT department from an office assistant to administrative assistant. And departments will be presenting the justification for these proposed changes next week during the budget study session. So also next week, each department will provide some context to their operations by presenting their performance measures and highlighting notable workload indicators and activities that have been accomplished in the prior year. Each department looks forward to sharing their story and answering questions next week. And if you have any specific questions or requests for information, we'd be glad to take that tonight. Or you can also send us an email at budget@manhattanbeach.gov. Okay, so finally getting into the numbers you've been waiting for. So zooming out to the citywide level, expenditures are exceeding revenues when looking at the total city budget, which does occur from time to time when looking at the budget for all funds, especially with capital projects that are sometimes paid out of accumulated reserves. The citywide budget includes operating expenditures of $165 million, as well as capital projects and equipment of almost $22 million, or over $22 million, and debt service at $11.2 million. And this includes new obligations of $624,000 for the purchase of 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard debt service, and $672,000 for the public safety radio equipment debt service that we purchased last year. The last item on the list are interfund transfers totaling $11 million, and I'll speak more on that in a moment as well. So citywide revenues, the big blue slice of the pie is the general fund at almost over $119 million. The large orange slice is comprised of our enterprise funds, which includes water, sewer, storm drain, and parking funds. Special revenue funds include those governmental funds I mentioned earlier, like gas tax, Measure M, Measure R, Prop C, Measure W now, that are all restricted funds for infrastructure needs. Also included are Proposition A funds, which are dedicated to funding transit initiatives. The internal service funds category includes our insurance reserve fund, information technology fund, fleet management fund, and building maintenance and operations. And lastly, the CIP fund and trust and agency funds are there as well. Citywide expenditures by department are heavily weighted towards public works, given their oversight of significant capital projects. The next largest departments are public safety, police and fire, followed by human resources, which is due to the insurance fund being allocated to their department. And then parks and recreation, community development, and the administrative support departments. The new non-departmental section, that's new this year and as a result of the change in how we're presenting interfund transfers that we discussed with our last mid-year presentation in February. During that discussion, we discussed how this was a recommendation by the city's auditors being as a source of the recommendation, and staff thoroughly researched it and agree that this is a best practice, and it also brings more transparency to the transfers that are occurring between funds. And so starting from the top and looking at the general fund revenues are about $119 million, and the ongoing expenditures are about $117 million. Now, again, this amount was originally greater. However, staff has already taken some proactive steps to reduce controllable costs within each department by removing any remaining contingency funds in program areas that did not support requested budgets. So based on this budget exercise, roughly $1.1 million in controllable costs were reduced to adjust these program budgets to the minimum required amounts without impacting service levels. And recognizing the transfers out as revenues and expenditures, again, it's not only an accounting best practice, but it also further enhances our fiscal transparency by drawing attention to the impacts on fund balance. Previously, this was really only shown in the 5-year forecast section of the budget document. With this accounting methodology change, increases and decreases in fund balance will be presented more clearly now and into the future. Now, transfers this year are unusually high with the recommended transfer to the insurance fund. Of course, the goal is to have the bottom number be positive so that we are adding to fund balance year over year. So again, only just speaking about the general fund, at the end of fiscal year 27, general fund reserves are projected to total $24.9 million in total. This includes what we call our financial policy designation of 20% of operating expenditures, which is projected at $23.4 million. Now since this number is a percentage of total operating expenditures, it does grow anytime our expenditures grow. So this year, it increased by $2.3 million in line with the increase in expenditures. With the proposed transfer to the insurance fund of $6 million, the budget does show a temporary reduction in the economic uncertainty reserve that was $4 million, and we're now showing that as zero. The unreserved fund balance is estimated at $1.5 million. So we understand that this is a concerning picture. There's not really any other way to paint it. These are the costs based on our current projections and revenues based on current projections. The general fund balance is impacted by transfers out to other funds, and we've noted here the street lighting and landscape fund transfer of $270,000. That is an annual subsidy to that fund because the assessments have not increased since 1998, and a Proposition 218 ballot measure would be required to increase those assessments. Until then, the general fund must support those operations. The CIP fund transfer of $5 million is also shown here. This was first directed by City Council last year after the passage of Measure MMB, and we understand that this is a continuing priority for the council and community. Now, the insurance fund transfer of $6 million, that is the new and unusual item presented in the budget this year. But again, we do feel it is necessary to support ongoing claims and litigation activity, which have seen an unprecedented rise since 2022. If you recall, at mid-year, we did recommend transferring $1.7 million to kind of catch up, but it was deferred to a future decision as we are working with an independent actuary to receive some more information and put together potential options and information for the City Council to consider our funding policies, or I should say funding policies and reserve policies in the insurance fund, and that is still forthcoming. The general fund also has transfers in from other funds, which includes a transfer of $146,000 from the county parking lots fund. In prior years, that number has been higher. The impact this year is because of the parking lot closure at Bruce's Beach due to the 28th Street infiltration project. So that has impacted revenues in the county lots fund, which then impacted the transfer to the general fund. And lastly, we'll talk about this a little bit more in a moment as well. Since 2022, we started transferring general fund money to the pension trust fund after the issuance of pension obligation bonds in 2021. And the pension policy adopted by the council at the time was that by issuing the pension obligation bonds, the city would experience savings in what we would have paid to CalPERS for our UAL payments, but we replaced that debt with CalPERS with level debt service payments by issuing the bonds. And so as a prudent measure, then we decided to the policy has some flexibility in how we could allocate the funds. For some years, we dedicated some of the funds towards the CIP fund. We've also been dedicating funds towards the Section 115 trust fund every year since then. However, in light of current needs this year for the insurance fund, we are proposing that we pause on the transfers to the Section 115 trust and as a temporary measure until we can hopefully receive some of those insurance fund recoveries and get a better handle on how those costs are trending. So, and just a note too, at the bottom there, this Section 115 trust fund balance that is projected to be $6.5 million at the end of this year. And so those funds will just remain there and they can only be used for pension costs in the future. Okay, so drilling down into general fund revenues, these are, again, estimated at $119 million. The largest source of funds are tax revenues of property taxes, sales tax, TOT, business license taxes, and service charges. So a few notes on each of these key revenue sources. Property tax is our largest component of general fund revenues at 42%. We are projected to increase by 4.6% from the current year estimate. The city's housing market continues to be strong, with high demand for residential properties and new construction projects contributing to our assessed valuation. Property tax is estimated based on historical data, local economic trends, and expert analysis from our consultants at HDL. The top right has sales and use tax, which does include our 1% Bradley Burns sales tax, and also the new transactions and use tax, which is now expected to bring the city $6.6 million. The business categories that typically perform well include general consumer goods and restaurants and hotels. However, these are very subject to changes in economic impacts from travel and tourism and consumer spending. The next item is TOT in the bottom left, and this includes hotel transient occupancy tax as well as short-term rentals. So this revenue is expected to generate about $9.3 million next year, or about $200,000 over the current fiscal year estimate. This revenue is attributed to the short-term rentals, as we've seen the most fluctuations in that over the last few years. The budget assumes occupancy rates will remain steady over the coming months for both hotels and short-term rentals, and hopefully we will even see a boost from the regional events like the World Cup coming this summer. The bottom right, the business license tax category, we do issue approximately 5,000 business licenses annually, and revenue from this tax is based primarily on the type of business and gross receipts reported. This tax has been resilient in economic downturns and has remained consistent over the past few years. With our newer online portal implemented last year, businesses are able to apply and renew their business license online and receive their tax certificate via email. This implementation has resulted in significant efficiencies in the way we manage the program, and to date, we've still really only heard positive feedback. We are also starting to implement a new audit and discovery program to ensure that all businesses within the city are licensed and paying the appropriate tax. Business license tax is anticipated to come in slightly less than the current year estimate, and that's primarily due to the current year having a lot of discovery payments through that program, where we are now licensing more businesses than we have before. But that was kind of a one-time bump in the current year. So on this slide, we have building permits and plan check fees that are currently at all-time highs due to several large commercial and residential projects. Based on the new fee structure that was developed through the user fee study last year, the fees from building permits and plan check services are expected to continue to increase by about $200,000. Again, these are cost recovery fees for these discretionary services that are offered by the city. The Parks and Recreation revenues on the right side of the screen, I do apologize, we just realized there was a typo on this slide. The fiscal year 27 budget number should be $5.3 million, not 5.9. So it is expected to increase by about $300,000 or 6.5%. And that's based on market rates and continued high demand for all of Parks and Recreation's offerings, including their classes, facility reservations, swimming, and tennis pickleball. So getting to general fund expenditures of about $28 million, excuse me. The general fund is largely supporting public safety, and that is about 53% of our general fund budget. These expenditures support critical police patrol, investigations, traffic safety programs, et cetera. Fire department expenditures include fire operations, emergency medical services, community risk reduction and support services, as well as emergency preparedness efforts in the EOC. Parks and Recreation and Community Development Departments are greatly supported by cost recovery fees and service charges. And again, these program areas will be, more fully presented next week. I also wanted to call attention to the new non-departmental category here, the $11.3 million. So that includes those interfund transfers we talked about. So the same general fund expenditures, but just sliced a different way by category. You can see that salaries and benefits make up 54% of the budget, or $70 million. This includes all salaries and benefits and pension costs, medical insurance costs, Medicare, and the CalPERS UAL costs. The materials and services category makes up about 20%, and this includes all contracts and professional services, legal services, departmental supplies, utilities, etc. Internal service charges total $16.9 million, and these are the general fund's charges to support the internal service fund. So they show up as charges in the general fund, but also revenues in those internal service funds. The debt service category includes the pension obligation bond payments in the general fund of $5.2 million, Marine Avenue Park debt service of about $470,000, and the public safety radio equipment debt service of about $670,000. And lastly, the capital equipment category includes one-time purchases that was determined to be critical needs this year, including fire department extrication tools and cardiac heart monitor replacements. So a little more details on general fund expenditures here. The fiscal year 27 budget includes salary increases overall of about $2.6 million. So this includes regular salaries, but also overtime costs. The budget does include what we call a vacancy factor to recognize savings from unfilled positions up front. This practice began long ago, and the number of filled and unfilled positions is monitored throughout the year. The vacancy factor included in the budget is 6%. In looking at this most recently, we're trending about 8.5%, and this will be coming before you in a report next week from HR Director Jenkins. Also, as mentioned earlier, the budget includes some proposed staffing adjustments that we'll go into more next week. The benefits category is increasing quite a bit this year at $4.3 million, or 25%. And this is due to medical insurance cost increases of about $570,000, CalPERS current service cost increases. CalPERS UAL payments are totaling about $2.6 million. And the workers' compensation allocation, so again, this is an internal service fund charge out that goes to support the insurance fund costs specific to workers' compensation. And this year is increasing higher than other previous years due to how we were using a prior year average for these costs, but our costs keep increasing. And this year we have increased that allocation by over $700,000. Materials and services, by the total of that category, is also increasing $2 million, about 10%. This includes increases in contract services, election costs, bank service charges, as well as an increase in our allocation for the RCC costs. Internal service fund chargeouts overall are increasing by 10%, and so this is on top of, we do allocate the workers' compensation separately, that falls in the benefits category. So on top of that, we have a minimal increase in information technology costs of $130,000. The fleet fund chargeouts are increasing by over $500,000. The building maintenance and operations, that fund, we actually found some savings there, so we were able to reduce those costs slightly. But the insurance fund cost increase here of over $1 million, this is all related to liability insurance claims and expenses. And again, these are have really escalated over the last few years, and we've kind of come to a point where we really have to put some more money aside for it. And the last bullet point there, the debt service increase is due to the addition of the public safety radios that was issued last, or the debt service that was issued last year. Okay, so moving on to this slide, which shows our estimated decline in general fund balance over the next 5 years. So this chart shows the current year in red, which is our current year budget, and the results after this projected year. So the three policy reserves there, we have the main, teal, lighter blue color for the financial policy designation, and that's that 20% of adopted operating expenditures. The economic uncertainty reserve in the darker blue, and then the unreserved fund balance in yellow. So again, the financial policy reserve is 20% of adopted budgeted expenditures, which is greater than GFOA's recommendation of 17%. But as you can see, the current trajectory is negative, making it evident that we need to consider some other ways to address this, either with potential revenue enhancements or reductions in cost and service levels. Options that could be brought back for further discussion in the future. Well, we are already coming next week with results of the business license tax study, and that does include some various options that we could consider that would generate additional revenues, but we know that is a controversial item as well to discuss, but those options are there. We also know some other LA County cities are starting to look at their TOT rate in advance of the Olympics, and that could be an option as well. I do believe we'll be bringing an item back on the May 19th council meeting that will discuss the county's sales tax measure ER. That will be on the June ballot, but we are currently under the sales tax cap, so that would be a future option as well. And then we can always look at smaller items like increases to parking citations or the Proposition 218 measure for street lighting assessments that it may be small, a couple $100,000 every year, but since 2007, that's really added up to a couple $1 million. But as several comments we received earlier today, we also could look at service level reductions. But I repeat, we're kind of at the point where there's no fluff in the budget. We feel very strongly about that. And so if we were looking at cost reductions, it could impact service levels in some way, and so we would need to analyze that. The 5-year forecast is a planning tool and dynamic in that we update our assumptions and growth factors as new information always becomes available. So it is constantly changing. But it is a tool to look out in the future to see where our trends are headed, and then again, to allow us to take some action. So the next couple slides, I just wanted to talk about a few things related to financial policies and also give some additional information on pension costs. So as you know, volatility in CalPERS investment returns has been ongoing for many years. We do have to compare what their actual investment returns are to the assumed rate of return, which is 6.8%. And when they fall below that assumed rate of return, that's when the city's liabilities are created. When they earn higher than the assumed rate of return, our liability does come down. However, they always smooth it out across many years, so it's not like if they do great one year, then our liability goes away the next year. It just smooths out over time. So based on the fiscal 25 investment return of 11.6, we have estimated our current unfunded liability is about $15 million. But we do have that current liability payment next year that is due and totals $2.8 million across all funds. And I mentioned this already a little bit earlier, but the pension policy that was adopted a few years ago does allow some flexibility in the allocation of that savings from the issuance of the pension obligation bonds. And at this time, we do recommend temporarily pausing transfers to the Section 115 trust and utilizing these funds to pay for our CalPERS UAL payments and other critical needs like funding of the insurance fund. So the Section 115 trust fund balance is projected to be $6.5 million. And again, those funds will sit there until we decide to use them. They can only be used for pension costs. And we'll continue to monitor all of these items and provide updates to the Finance Subcommittee and City Council. So this last slide, I just wanted to provide some other general information about CIP funding in advance of your next item of the CIP, the Capital Improvements Plan. So the CIP fund is funded by $1.1 million in transient occupancy tax revenues, as well as the transfer of $5 million from the general fund. Any funds we spend here on these capital projects are funded by general fund dollars. Ongoing expenditures in the CIP fund now total $1.8 million in debt service, which you see on the screen. So therefore, a general fund transfer of at least $700,000 is necessary every year just to fund existing debt service. But we also wanted to note that the city is also looking to finance future projects at 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard and potentially Lot 3. So all of these things are competing with projects in the CIP fund. Now, we hope that the projects at 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Lot 3 would be revenue generating to help fund that debt service in the future. And if anyone's interested in our debt service schedule, it does start on page, I think, 406 of the budget document. And I wanted to note, too, that the next reprieve we would have on debt service is 2032, when Metlocks matures, and the public safety radios will be paid off. And the following year, in 2033, Marine Avenue Park will also be paid off. So one bright spot in 5 or 6 years.
Excellent.
So just to recap all of this information, so we're expecting modest growth in revenues for next year, but we are able to sustain our service levels and make some investments in infrastructure. As mentioned on previous slides, our long-term trends are indicating that we do need to talk about these long-term trends and possible need for revenue enhancements or reductions in costs. So I know there's still a lot to get through tonight with the CIP and Scout House discussion. But perhaps our next steps would be we're happy to take your questions, as well as any feedback on other information you would like us to bring back next week. We're happy to take those questions now. And again, also we have this budget email at budget@manhattanbeach.gov if anyone would like to submit other questions or comments there. And that's it.
Libby, thank you for that comprehensive presentation. Thank you for all the work that your team and you have been doing in trying to bring up-to-date figures for us to consider. I know how hard you've been working. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Howorth, you have questions?
I do have questions, thank you. Hi, Libby. Let's see. First of all, has the financial subcommittee reviewed this and like the different ways certain transfers are being recorded, et cetera?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, all right. What's that? Oh.
They've reviewed policies in the past.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
The
Sorry, I
policies,
thought you meant
yeah,
the
and not the
specific number of transfers.
No,
Yeah.
the policies. Thank you. I probably asked the question wrong. I'm so sorry. Let's see. And so when we talk about, like, on page 24 of the PowerPoint, and we're talking about the debt service, the public safety radio equipment, and you even mentioned, like, you've changed the way you account for equipment replacement, like the ambulances. Like, that was a staggering. I think that is a really interesting figure to put out there, because that just shows what we're up against. I mean, everybody's up against it, every city, every household, but it's really important to understand that. But what is the plan, or is there a plan for equipment refresh going forward, so we're not hit with this? I mean, this public safety radio equipment was absolutely crucial and necessary, no question. But do we have some sort of plan going forward for equipment refreshing?
That's what we're working on. So
Okay.
I will admit that the radio replacements last year were a bit of a surprise that those were so
Yeah.
urgent.
Yeah.
And so that, raised a lot of questions internally. We also have new leadership in our fire department, and I want to thank them for kind of starting the process of creating a long-term equipment replacement plan that we could then use as a model, hopefully in other departments as well, because I think that's something that we should have had all along, and it's a really important tool to use for financing things in the future.
Right, and it's all part, like, the budget's a tool, right? The budget isn't, like, when you say these costs are increasing, you're projecting these costs to increase. You're allowing for more in this document because certain things have increased or we need more things. Like, I think it's really important, and I know my colleagues understand this, but for the community to understand, this is a planning tool, right? This is, a lot of this will be used. We will spend a lot of this, or, but, okay, wait. And I think you answered it, but I think you said that in your, like, TOT numbers or sales tax revenue, are you accounting this year or in 2 years for potential increases due to World Cup visitors or Olympic visitors?
No, that was something we discussed with our experts at HDL, whether they were including those in their projections across the LA region, and they did not, because it's just really hard to predict where people will actually stay and spend their money.
Right.
So as just to be conservative, we did not include specific bumps for that.
I understand why. I'm hopeful. I wouldn't build a budget on hope either, but I think that's a great practice, but I think that's also good to put out there. And then the last thing.
If I could interject.
Please.
So we also have not currently included any additional cost increases related to
That's fair.
maybe additional staffing or
Yeah.
other needs that
Thank
might be
you.
coming. So
That's
we are
totally fair.
still waiting to hear back from FIFA on the grant the city applied for, and we're hoping in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping to increase my finances by joining a FIFA pool. Just kidding. Just totally kidding. Sort of, because I won't win. Anyway, well, you talked about studying the TOTs, that to look at surrounding cities, for our TOT. Have we ever explored, I've heard that other cities have done this, perhaps it's a pernicious rumor, but that you could have a different rate of TOT for your short-term rentals versus your hotels. And so, could we explore that? Have we explored that? I think it's, would our attorney perhaps we could get a legal opinion?
I would suggest that, that probably would require a vote of the public.
Really?
Yeah, because the TOT can only be increased by the public.
Well, I know that. But you were talking about there's a point where we might go out for a TOT increase, right? But so that I get. But when we do that, could we look at, I would like to suggest to my colleagues or to finance or legal that we look at bifurcating it, because there's a benefit, like the hotels seem to accept that more, and there's reasons to do that. So I'm just throwing that out there. Thank you. I'm good.
Libby, for my questions, you've described this budget as no fluff. And in fact, if anything, staff found an additional $1 million to take off of the expenditure side before this was presented to council only in the last few weeks. Given that we're about to talk about our CIP and potential transfers, subject to council's deliberations about Scout House, I want to pick up on some concerns we're hearing from the public and just ask the basic one. When should alarm bells be going off about this slow growth, high, increasing expenditure environment that we now find ourselves? Should we be digging deeper for more cuts, even if they impact service levels?
Well, I think that's a question to talk about tonight or next week. If things don't change, then we would be headed and looking at this chart. It's very hard to predict revenue increases. We're being very conservative, as we always do, in the projection of our revenues for property tax, sales tax, and other things. The thing that's really changed over the last year are some of these big ticket items, like adding back the CalPERS UAL payments. We had a bit of a reprieve after doing the pension obligation bonds. We had those couple of years where we didn't have to talk much about pensions, but now we're going to have to again. On top of that, we have this issue in the insurance fund where we've pretty much exhausted the policy reserves in the insurance fund, or that's the way we're headed. We're trending there. And the only other source of funds for that is, unfortunately, the general fund, too. Again, we hope to recover those funds in the future, but in the meantime, that fund will need working capital. So.
Libby, another question is, I've been asked by several residents about the Measure MMB sales tax increase and whether those funds have gone to capital improvements. Mm-hmm. Can you describe where that revenue has gone to date and what's projected in this budget for those revenue sources?
Sure, it's a great question because the Measure MMB was a general measure, which means it has to go to the general fund, and it was not we did not choose to dedicate those funds to something which would have required a higher voter approval threshold. So it was approved as a general tax, and that means those funds are dedicated to the general fund. So since then, we do have those additional revenues coming in. And again, starting last year, the City Council dedicated $5 million to go into the CIP fund. And so we will make those transfers this year, and we are including that in the projections as well.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Schroyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Good questions. Libby, let me start with slide. No, well done on the presentation, getting the budget out. I for sure know how much work that is, you and Emmy and your team, and all the departments, of course. On page 3 of the slide, we typically have, I guess, is this more of a perpetual timeline now where on May 12th, we're going to, have a study session and then decide if we're going to bring it back to the 19th meeting for a normal council meeting, and then have a typically we have a placeholder for a second study session in May, and it gives people way ahead of time. If we are showing this, they're kind of thinking the budget decisions are going to be made on the 12th, and those are going to be final until we adopt it on in June, on June 2nd. So is it more like perpetual? You're looking for like council at the 12th meeting to say, oh, bring this back on the 19th, or we'll have another study session, or are we looking to just have one study session?
That would be at the direction of the City Council, I would think. So as of right now, these are the meetings that have been publicized in the Beach Reporter and other avenues.
Got you. Would you say in the past that we've publicized 2 other meetings as placeholders to the public, whether it was the second meeting in May and then the fourth Tuesday in May as potential, so the public knew that ahead of time?
Yes, in prior years, we have done those alternative dates as well. I think it's depended on the year. I know some years we publicized the date, but then didn't actually go through with it. So it's kind of a tough call each year.
Yeah, but we typically would put, if applicable, or, but just getting, we want public here, and if this is what we've publicized and we have another, study session, I'm just concerned that it wouldn't come, or they wouldn't know.
We can certainly do additional outreach and messaging.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then the community survey, just real quick on slide 4, you mentioned that, that was a survey that was online. I did take a look at it. So that was something that wasn't, tracked in the sense if it was somebody, a resident or not a resident, or was it?
I do believe we asked that
Oh,
question. Looking at Emmy, if,
No, that's okay, because typically when we, do a statistically valid survey, 476 would be enough, but this is 1.3% of our community, the 476 responses. So taking that feedback, and which is always good to hear from the community, but, it doesn't really represent a larger community base, in my opinion. Slide 8. So I appreciate the, public outreach and feedback and their spending priorities. We definitely want to listen to the public, but I don't see any tie-in to spending ties to the city council work plan. In the past, this is, you're presenting this budget, the council's going to approve this budget, and it's, ultimately it's the city council's accountability for adopting this budget. So is there any thought, or is that something you're going to bring back next week along with everything else?
yeah, absolutely. Departments can highlight any city council work plan initiatives in their presentations next week. I think there are a lot of initiatives that aren't necessarily, have hard costs to them, but for those that do, we can certainly highlight those next week.
Gotcha, thank you. And then on slide 11, we talk about the proposed, and I know we're going to talk about the HR is going to bring the annual report, but the proposed 3 full-time positions, even though there are various funds and have some offsets, but they're still full-time positions that have, cost for benefits. Was there any thought to adding 3 net new positions with, cost controlling expenses, as we should be doing this budget year and every year, with our fund balance going down by $10 million? Was there any thought effort given to adding 3 net new positions? Or maybe it's a city manager question.
And we can go into that with each department next week, but part of the reason they're on that list is because we were able to offset the costs. And that's the only reason they're on that list, actually. So we really strove to, we had a very long list of needed positions, and we narrowed that down to what you're seeing on the screen because we were able to find the offsets or the various funds that were not general fund to support these.
Okay, look forward to that dialogue next week. Slide 16, showing a structural surplus of 1.97, and that's with Measure MMB and the 6.4 million or thereabouts revenue. Keeps changing, but I like the fact that it's going up. So is it a safe statement to say without having the MMB revenue of $6.4 million that our we would have a structural deficit of $4.4 million?
Yes, I think that's an accurate assessment. We would be seeing costs exceeding expenditure, costs exceeding revenues and a use of fund balance.
Okay. Slide 17, our general fund reserves projections appear to be, erasing the coveted $4.4 million economic uncertainty reserve. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what did you, I missed the first part of what you said.
That it would be erasing the $4 million, our general fund reserve projections.
Yes, we are showing that is being temporarily depleted, again, with this unusual transfer to the insurance fund.
Got you. Okay. And then I was going to talk about this when we looked at the chart and the 5-year forecast, but seeing that chart, does it put us in any kind of jeopardy for us to lose our AAA rating by catching the eye of S&P during their annual meeting?
During their annual meeting?
Well, they usually look at cities during, budgets once they're adopted, and is that something that concern us? Or maybe it's a financial advisor question to our FA?
Which we have been in contact with. At the next item, I'll discuss communications we've had regarding the potential debt service options for the Scout House. And so with those discussions, we did broaden it to discuss a lot of other issues, including the increase in CalPERS, UAL projections, insurance fund needs, and our full city funding pictures, because I really wanted their expert and outside objective analysis to see what they thought. And you're correct that they view these things through the lens of what the rating agencies might view it as. And their potential biggest concern was when I said it seems that a lot of our tax revenues have flattened or we have very minimal growth. So that's a big concern if your costs are then increasing the way we're seeing. And again, just like all cities, public agencies, businesses, families, our costs are just going up in a level we really haven't seen over the last several years. And so when you have these big ticket items like $2.5 million going to CalPERS, we've increased the insurance fund chargeouts by $1.7 million, and that's still not enough to fund the insurance fund. So we have some bigger, like longer-term funding needs that we've kind of, kicked the can a little the last several years, especially pandemic really impacted all of us. And so now I think we're at a place where we'll need to talk about the long-term
Great.
funding projections.
Thank you for thinking long-term. Slide 23, does the $2.6 million increase, that's from, you mentioned MOU adjustments that we just approved, council approved just in the last like 9 months or so?
Mm-hmm.
And then you indicated that also included overtime.
Yes, that top line there, salaries, that category is increasing 2.6 million or 5.7%. So that does include all regular and sworn salaries as well as part-time and overtime.
Okay. And then the $4.3 million in benefits, the medical at 576, and then the current cost increase, CalPERS current cost increase at 264, but it's showing the past UAL as 2.59. Is there a delta? I mean, this is showing increases over the previous year, but the UAL is showing 2.59, which is our current payment. So shouldn't this just be the increase? You see what I mean?
Yes, I see what you're
So I think it's like
pointing at there.
700,000.
Yeah, it is true. The fiscal year 26 payment to CalPERS was about $2.1 million.
Okay, so it's about 600,000 difference. Okay. And then slide 24. Can you expand, I guess, the driving force in the 10% increase, the $2.2 million? Is this, are these longer, our longer term agreements usually have set CPI increases. Is there something that could, and we don't have to go through it tonight, but maybe it's for a future meeting, but it'd be nice to know that that's a big chunk, 10% increase year over year. I guess I would want to know what, personally, that's a question and a comment, but do you know what's driving it off the top of your head? Were you able to?
I don't have specific numbers on each of the lines, but the key areas of increase were in contract services, elections, bank service charges, and our RCC allocation, but we can definitely provide some more details on that next week.
Great, thank you. I'm going to wrap up real quick. The internal service fund for insurance is at $1 million. You're doing a charge out for $1.79 million, but asking for an additional $6 million to transfer into the insurance fund for a total insurance fund balance at the end of fiscal year 2027 at 7.1. Have you looked into potentially, I'm really concerned about our reserves and showing nothing in the economic uncertainty fund. Have we looked at possibility of not potentially putting, we typically wouldn't need $7.1 million at the end of the year. Is there a possibility to put it in tranches, maybe put 60% now and then 40% later, or something to just leave a little bit in the general fund? The general fund is ultimately the umbrella fund over these departments and will support these departments as needed. But I don't know if parking our economic uncertainty fund of $6 million into an insurance fund to have a fund balance of $7.1 million. I guess, is that something?
Yeah, we certainly did look at that. What we felt was the need, both from the finance department's perspective, but also risk management's perspective as well. And we did discuss, as I mentioned, we've increased the charge outs between the liability and workers' comp by $1.7 million already. But I do have an additional slide that I brought in case there were additional questions. So I just wanted to share this as well, because it does kind of show the history and how, starting on the left from fiscal year 22, that year was a bit of an anomaly, because there you do see the green, $13.9 million, exceeding the orangish expenditures of $10.8 million. In that year, we did receive more recoveries than expenditures. So recoveries from prior years where we had spent more, and then fiscal year 22, we did receive additional recoveries. So that's why you see that bump there. So since then, we've seen the costs exceed the revenues that we've been putting into the fund. And especially the last few years, our charge-outs have really been underfunded the last few years. And this was discussed at our mid-year report too, because the fiscal year 25, once we closed that year, we were 1.7 below what we needed. And then fiscal year 26, we're projecting that will be even worse. So this is kind of the history of the expenditures exceeding revenues, and then you can see in the gray bars at the bottom, the fund balance is projected to just go down. So this, the bar here is indicating, though, this does not include the additional transfer that we're recommending. So this is what it would look like if we don't do the transfer in fiscal year 27, that we are projecting the fund balance to be only about $1.4 million, which is historically very low. Even 10 years ago, we had lower policy reserves in the insurance fund at $2 million. And since then, we've tried to keep more money in the fund because there is such unpredictability in claims. So alternatively, if we don't decide to transfer the $6 million now, as you mentioned, we did talk about doing it in smaller chunks. We could do $3 or $4 million this year. We would be, however, coming back to you, though, and likely asking for more money in the future. So if that's the policy direction we want to go, we could certainly do that, with the caveat that, obviously we're continuing to monitor it anyway, and we'll provide future updates with every budget presentation. But those future presentations would likely also be asking for additional transfers.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I don't think I'm saying not to transfer anything, and I know for a fact that $1.3 million is not enough for the insurance fund. I'm just asking, I mean, again, it's a policy conversation, and we'll have the conversation. I'm thinking somewhere, in the middle of that $6 million to me is, but again, it's a conversation that we can have. But I'm not advocating to not transfer $6 million. And then slide 25, just the decreasing fund balance is obviously, concerning. It's, unprecedented the way I'm looking at it. I guess my concern is once you spend the money, how can we get it back? I mean, it would have to be, we got here, once we, there's no more green shoots unless you go out for other, measures. But I guess, I would want to know how we would, outside of controlling expenditures, which is the most important thing. If you've cut 1% and you're saying other cuts would hit into services, I would, ultimately, I guess the discussion is if the revenue's flattening and expenditures are, with inflation are going up, how can we replenish this, which is the core of our city?
Yeah, I think that's a key question. So some cities facing this are either looking at a temporary use of reserves. That is why we have reserves for periods of economic uncertainty. Alternatively, there are several cities taking ballot measures in June and likely November, looking for additional revenues. So I think, we're starting to hear more and more as other cities' budgets are released, and this is also it's not just cities, it's school districts too. Everyone is really facing a lot of economic uncertainty and slower growth in revenues and much higher costs. So it's a big concern for everyone.
Okay. I'll hold my questions for next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, you have a question?
Yes. I think it's called a perfect storm. And it catches the households, right? By surprise. And it came on rather quick for us. But going back to the survey information, 476 responses, Councilmember Sherillian dug into a number. I actually I took the 13,500 households that we typically use, because there's probably one or two taxpayers or, that's really involved with that versus the overall population. So that bumped that up to about 3%, of the population. That concerns me. It was, about 5 months of soliciting for people to take, I think you said December 2025 through?
December through the end of February, so about
Yes.
2.5 months.
Okay, and, we're during the holidays there too. So I'd like to see a broader range of what people are thinking in that. The other thing too is I heard back from a resident that that now seeing all this that's come about, that the survey did not state the current planned expenditures, or that current expenditures revenue exceeded the plan. In other words, it was not in the survey telling people, look, we face this situation. Is it maybe useful to have that information in there? So
Would
they
be.
can-
It would have pushed back the timeline of the survey. Historically, we've done the survey to try to take in community priorities to then use as a basis for developing the budget that is proposed. So if we would have to do another survey to get feedback on the current situation.
So we didn't know during those 3 or 4 months?
December through
that-
February, no, that was, at a time where we're focused on the current year-end projections, and we're really starting to develop the next year's budget proposal.
Okay. How often or ever in the past has the Economic Uncertainty Fund been depleted or close to being depleted?
So I did some research on this. It was created in the early 2000s, probably after that recession. It's only been utilized one time as a temporary city manager loan that some of you may remember. It was paid back very quickly, and the funds were reinstated.
For what kind of loan?
It's tough to say. It was a home loan for an assistant city manager in the past.
Okay. All right. So,
That was
so
the,
that's once over the past 25
Yes.
years for a not usual type of situation. Okay. So you had a page in your report, page.
and if I could interject before you move on too, the report does note that, of course, we do hope this is a temporary reduction, and that if, should any additional one-time revenues come in, or we get a lot of additional recoveries in the insurance fund, then we could look at decisions there about reinstating the economic uncertainty reserve. So we do hope that this would be a temporary measure.
So, and I did see where, like in the budget enhancements, the deferred list, I assume you went to each department head and said, what is it that you can defer?
Absolutely. So our internal budget process always starts with asking departments to look at their current line items, give us a list of needs that they feel are necessary for the next year. And then during that time, we're also developing all of our revenue projections, getting together other salary and benefit costs and all of that. And then we have kind of the complete budget picture to start weighing the priorities of, you're requesting these needs, do we have the funding available? And then if not, okay, well, what's the higher priority? So there were some items that departments said, I have to have this. I'm going to go find the savings elsewhere to pay for this, and they did. So.
Okay, so,
The items that are on the attached deferred list, though, were items that departments feel are necessary and needed, but we just didn't have the funding to, but we wanted the council and community to be aware of those potential future needs.
okay, great, thank you. All right, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those in chamber that have waited for your opportunity to provide public comment. We'd like to open this item up for public comment. Those members in chambers that would like to address council on this item.
472 people.
I'm sorry, Madam City Manager, I'm not in.
Steve Packwood. My first comment is to you gentlemen and women from that standpoint. Your greatest responsibility is your fiduciary responsibility to the residents here. Pure and simple, that's what you're here for from that standpoint. Mayor Lesser, you asked questions about is it time to take some extra steps. This report that I'm looking at is not a good report. It's basically highlighting a decrease in our general fund going back to 22 at about 38 million, and we're going to end up with 17 million. By my count, that's $21 million we're going down in the general fund, pure and simple. That's not good management. Now we go back into the things, and I used to go to all your budget meetings. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, there's never been a good turnout from the community on budget. I can remember going there. I can remember implementing the 20% of operating expenses as the backup. And that always worked back then. So I don't know what's been happening, I guess, from whatever. Then we have that economic uncertainty of $4 million. We never touched that, but now we've used it all from that standpoint. That's not a good trend. Then we had the final one of the liability, unfunded liability. And I think that Libby did a good job. She talked about it going down to 1.4 million from that standpoint. After that, it disappears. So you've already heard that revenue is flat. Okay? You're not going to get a lot of revenue. It is flat. So what does that leave? Cost containment. We need to start addressing that. That's your guys' responsibility from that standpoint. And if you need some recommendations, I have them right here. And this is 50 years of overseeing corporate finance in healthcare. You can freeze all new hires. You can freeze vacancies. I know you got a 6% there. I'm talking about freezing. That 6% would go away after a month from that standpoint. You need to look at your contract services in detail to see what they're being done for from that perspective. If you use bonuses, I don't know if we do use bonuses as any type of compensation. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Mr. Parker, put you on hold for just one moment. Madam City Clerk?
Apologies, the timer went off when it was on the PowerPoint slide, so it doesn't ring in the chambers.
Got it. Can you perhaps wind up your time and make your final statement?
Okay. I'm going to finish it up. You're going to talk about CIP. You got to prioritize CIP. You had 100 people here talking about your scout house. That might be a high priority. But you don't have the money to do everything that you want to do. It's not there. And it's your guys' responsibility to accept that because you are representing us from that standpoint.
Thank you.
Members of council, Richard Montgomery, longtime resident. Could you go back to slide 25, please, Patty? Slide 25.
You may show slide 25.
And while she's doing that, the comments made earlier, we had a stormwater increase, and we had a sales tax that both passed. That shows we don't have a revenue issue or spending issue. That's first and foremost. And second, the question about economic uncertainty reserve, except when the prior council used, bless you, a one-time ill-conceived home loan, city's never, ever gotten rid of an economic uncertainty reserve. Even in COVID, Great Recession, I know because I was there, we never did that. That's a bad, bad idea. Libby talked about the fleet management budget. I can tell you, in the Great Recession, we froze equipment replacement and everything else for 3 years. You want us to $500,000? It's an instant. Steve Pack would check the box. Another one, we stopped all hiring. That was an easy one to do. Even vacancy, stop all hiring. And then the last part I can mention is we've never reclaimed the $1 million plus that we had from COVID. Steve knows. That's $1.5 million the feds still owe us. That's still out in there. If you're talking about fairy godmother, find some revenue, that's $1 million still outside. So this is the first budget meeting I'll be at more. So I want to make sure you hear my comments early and don't hire any more positions. We don't need anybody else for a while. Unless you make a neutral trade, then we'll do it. Besides that, no high-priced jobs. We'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
All yours, Paul.
Any other public comments in chambers?
Hello, my name is Heather Kim. I wasn't expecting to come back. I was giving a friend a ride to the airport, and then I log on to Zoom. It took forever to get on. I thought it was over, and then I got on, and I'm hearing budget talk, and I'm going down Sepulveda, and I'm like, do I make a left turn to go home on Marine, or do I make a right turn to come over here? And that's why I'm back. I wasn't planning on speaking about this, but just listening to this stuff, it really did make me kind of mad. And I'll admit, I'm probably the dumbest person in this room. I don't understand city jargon, financial things. My husband is the one who takes care of all that for me. So I'm not in a position really to tell you guys how to do your job. But I'm just going to speak as a regular housewife, as a regular mom, somebody who doesn't understand this. This is what I am feeling and what I am understanding. And you can correct me if I am wrong. So I was wondering when I came in prepared with the other, the high-rise stuff, right? And I'm like, why would anybody here on council or city want to push this forward? Or why would you guys not want to, stop it? Maybe that's the better question. Not that you guys or anybody is going to be here and admit that you're for high-rises. But then all this talk got me thinking, oh, we need money. We need a lot of money for pensions, for new hires, for deputy this, deputy that, deputy janitors coming up next. I mean, this is ridiculous. So you guys are not being good stewards. And from what I can see, it's really infuriating because there is a reason why. Now, in my mind, I've put the puzzle pieces together. Maybe that's why we need high rises, because the money is going to start flowing in to pay for all this stuff. So we are a bloated government, and I don't think you guys are doing the right things in order and being good stewards of it. And that's my opinion. Prove me wrong. Thank you.
Any other public comments in chamber? Seeing none, is anybody waiting on Zoom to address council on this item?
Yes, we have Michael Tauber.
Yes, Mayor and City Council. I noticed that there's a housing boom going on in Manhattan Beach. And in my street particularly, there are 3 houses that are going down at the same time. 1 behind me, 3 on my block, and 1 on the following block. What I'm curious about is the cost that they have to incur for permitting and other funds for building new homes. And where does that money go into general fund? And I didn't see in the graph where that monies and where that showed and what percentage that would be in the graph. And that's my question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further requests on Zoom.
In which case, I'm going to close public comment, and before I turn to my council colleagues, I do see at the hour, it's about 10:18, and we might want to extend our meeting time so that we have the ability to
Might.
continue and also get on to other items on our agenda. I see a motion has been made by Councilmember Tarnay to extend the meeting beyond 11 if needed, and it's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. Call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
I voted for it, but I can't guarantee I won't be cranky.
Well,
I'm teasing.
what a coincidence,
Yeah.
because it appears that you're the first one up to speak about this item, which is enough to make one cranky.
Cranky. No, thank you. And I don't want to belabor too much because we are going to have a study session next week. I do feel that, it's very ironic. Wait, where'd he go? Where'd Richard Montgomery go? I'm glad he was here because every time he was on council, he'd say, nobody ever comes for the budget. And in fact, there are 4 people for the budget, and Richard is one of them. And I do agree with his comments, or Steve's comments, about, 473 responses, or, we don't need more budget sessions right now. So I think we're good. I think, we're going to have a budget workshop, and I know that we're not going to belabor this tonight. I do want to, Ms. Kim brought up the idea of the high-rises, and we would be getting a lot of money revenue from that. And I just want to ask, I don't know if it's the city manager, if it's Libby, we don't get a ton of money from that, do we? Because we did pass developer fees, but that's not going into any of the projects that are proposed. And, there are a lot of costs associated with more people. But can you, is my assumption right? I mean, I don't understand the nexus, or I want to understand if what she was saying is going to, is true.
Sure, thank you for the question. So any building in the city would require plan check services, building permits, inspections. So all of that cost recovery revenue would go back into the general fund to fund those services. Separately, you raised the issue of the recently adopted development impact fees. So although we have, those are now in effect, although we've set up the funds to begin collecting the money and all that, you don't see that in next year's proposed budget because we have not collected any revenues yet, and we have not even begin to think about how we would spend those revenues in the future for those enhanced capacity capacity enhancements for the future. So beyond that, the only other thing that comes to mind would be reassess property valuations after a project is built.
And then get sold, right? It would have to be sold to?
Even improvements could be reassessed as well. However, this is something we have talked to our property tax analysts about. So when a project is finished or sells, the city wouldn't actually receive any or notice any bump in property tax revenues for at least another fiscal year. So definitely we're not including any potential revenue increases. And I'm sure community development could speak to, although projects are being proposed, we've yet to see any come to fruition yet.
But there could be additional revenue. It's not a windfall, but there is potential revenue. But with the ones that have already been approved, the development fees won't be in effect for those because we approved those after those came through.
That is true, that for any projects currently in the process,
Right.
The development impact fees would not apply, so those
Okay.
went into effect in
Yeah.
April. So it'd only be future
Yeah.
projects. And then the other key point is that the developers don't actually have to pay the city the funds until the certificate of occupancy
Right.
is issued in whenever that is.
And then another, just again, I'm not belaboring anything, but I think you answered the question to the caller had, that the caller said, when, people are building these homes and, there's been so much construction around me too, my gosh, you can't be in your home. But that goes into the general fund, those permit fees, those plan checks, that all goes into the general fund, so.
Yeah. And again, those are cost recovery. I think you made the point too, that there are expenditures related to that
Right.
as well.
Yeah.
If you
It's not
recall at
in-
our
yeah.
mid-year report, we requested an increase in contract services because our community development department is so stretched thin that we're having to supplement staff with outside contract services
Okay.
to meet approval timelines.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
For my comments, I would suggest to my colleagues that maybe we use this as an opportunity to give staff direction on the questions that we have for next week's budget study session, so we can get through this and then move on to the next item. I know for my questions, I'd like staff to more further research the issue of cost containment. Where do we have some flexibility to effectuate some cost containment? At a minimum, there was a reference to contract services. Where do we have some capacity to perhaps contain some of our costs? Are there opportunities to go out to bid, or would that be even worse, given that we're in a high expense, increasing expenditure marketplace? So that might not be wise. At a minimum, there was a reference to a freeze. I don't think we've gotten there, but I think we need to have some more tools to be able to explore cost containment. I wanted to also explore revenue. There's been a discussion of parking citation as well as meter rates that we previously evaluated. What is the plan for bringing those back? There's been a long discussion about streetlight assessments. What are the opportunities for bringing those back? What are other opportunities for revenue increases as well as cost containment? That would be my request for our study session next week. Councilmember Sherrillian.
I agree.
Thank you, Mayor. I too, for next week, I would like to see the contract services maybe from, descending order from high to low, as well as material services I mentioned before. And I think, for me, I'm concerned that we're having this conversation. I think, Mayor, you indicated, how did we get here? But, when you're in a recession and you're asking, everybody's like, oh, we're in a recession. We were in a recession 6 months ago. If we're looking at this budget as we are with a $10 million deduction in fund balance, that's scary to me. I would like to see what another 1% cut in controllables and what services would be impacted. I would like to see, they said 1%, which was $1.1 million, another percent would be $1.1 million. This is a time that we need to tighten our belt. I mean, good times, I feel like good times are masking structural imbalances. The city is solvent and growing, but is quietly accumulating long-term risk. And I think we started that with the hiring in 2021 to 25 Councilmember Tarnay and I being on this council. Those positions add about $6 million to our current fund balance. You're not seeing that. Some of those were public safety and boots on the ground, but I think it's time that we evaluate those positions that we added. It is causing long-term risk. The pension you see, the costs that are increasing, we really need to have those come back and explain what's got us here. It wasn't just the insurance fund. So I would like to see, as you said, how can we control expenditures? That's the only way. The parking meters, those go into the parking fund. Parking citations is a couple $100,000. All those are important. But these are dire times. We've got to tighten our belts. We have to work together because we do have a responsibility to be fiscally prudent. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin?
Yes, I echo what Councilmember Sherrillian says. It is time to get serious about the economic situation. I mean, here we're talking about going deeper into our taxpayers' pockets and visitors' pockets, when it's we need to come to residents and visitors, but residents, taxpayers, and show them that we're being fiscally responsible, that we're being fiscally transparent. Transparency. I mean, I was in the middle of my reelection, well, not in the middle of my reelection, but, we came up with the Measure MMB. Everything talked about infrastructure. That money was supposed to go to infrastructure. It wasn't supposed to go to these other funds. I mean, it says it plain and clear. The flyers, the brochures are still up on the website. There's nothing that says anything except fixing infrastructure. And that's what our voters voted on. And we have to, eventually we have to be true to them, as well as take our bitter medicine, because of these things. Now, is it our fault? Not really. I mean, this is facing everybody. But like just every household that you see, can't go on that trip, can't go over here, can't buy this. Wish they couldn't buy e-bikes. I mean, that could solve some of our problems. But,
Unless we sold them here.
but we just can't. It's not an unending source of revenue for us. It's our responsibility. We need to do it. And then we can validate ourselves back, with our residents and weather this storm. So let's be responsible, let's be transparent, roll up our sleeves and get to work. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Howorth.
Yeah, I want to thank staff for the increased transparency in this year's budget process, because that's what I'm seeing. Some of the ways we account for money, maybe it looks like we have less. I mean, I agree that we have to tighten our belts. I agree that we have to look at everything. But I also think that some of the ways that you're accounting for funds, you're taking them out of the general fund to put them in an insurance fund, it's no different. You know what I mean? Like, we're being more transparent about where those dollars are going, which shows us that we have to also then tighten our belt. But so I think that we're being very, very transparent. And with MMB, I think we are taking that money to infrastructure, right, to the CIP. It says $6 million to CIP.
Currently, the budget has $5 million.
$5 million, which
dedicated
is
to CIP.
So we are, again, transparency. I mean, we are doing that. So I want to, I think that's just true. I want to ask a question. I mean, when we talk about, I think Councilmember Sherrillian, you mentioned prior to you and Councilwoman Tarnay, we added a bunch of positions totaling $6 million. We need to look at those. And I think it would be helpful for myself, for the community and staff to know, are you asking to cut positions? Because I think before you answer, I think we're all talking about tightening belts, maybe not new positions, and, even some that we might think are necessary. But that comment kind of gave me pause. Whether I agree or not is not the point. I'm asking, are you saying that we should look at maybe cutting some of those? Because I don't know if that's...
I don't think I used the word cut, but thank you for the question. I was just making a statement that we're quietly accumulating long-term risk, and where is a point of impact is those positions. I didn't say this council, I said prior councils between 2021 and 2025, even though some of them were, public safety, and those are great, but even outside of those numbers, I'm not saying cut positions, I'm saying I'm concerned of adding any new positions.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, and I think what we do need to look at, and again, I think you're getting pretty clear direction. Go back and what can we really do without? And even if we don't want to, right? And let's be responsible, let's be good fiscal stewards. And, but I do also want us to understand, my position is that certain things there may be a risk if you cut it or you don't add it. Like if you don't have a new sewer tech and our sewage system fails at some point, that's a pretty big risk and that's a pretty big cost. You know, we have to be careful, but I get it. So I am prepared to listen to the recommendations of staff and go forward with that. Because, I mean, this is what we have a fiscal or a financial uncertainty policy for, though, too. And keep in mind that ours is greater than what the state recommends, right? Ours is a 20% economic uncertainty. Sorry, I used the wrong word. And the state's is what, 17.9?
It's actually the Government Finance Officers Association.
Okay.
Is what we
The governor, okay, officers fighting. But so, I guarantee you, and I support that policy, and, you know, I think that's great, but if ever there was an economic uncertainty, that we're sort of in it, and we still need to provide excellent services and safety and security for our residents. So with caution, I say, yeah, show us what it looks like to tighten that old belt, which I wish I could tighten my own physical belt, just saying. Okay.
Councilmember Tarnay?
Thank you.
Had
Thank you,
that bigger
Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief because my idea was just to come back and listen more and figure out, because it sounds like based on everything that's presented, we do need to tighten our belt. And I remember sitting through this process a year ago, and it's the first time, because as has been pointed out, a lot of us don't go to budget sessions unless we absolutely have to. And I appreciate the people who do, because I'm glad that there are people keeping an eye on the city and that we have to be transparent. You know, not just for our own sake, but so the public understands the process and sees what we're going through. And I do recall when we talked a year ago, we talked about just the uncertainty. The economic forecast was very, with tariffs and now with the war in Iran, there are a lot of factors that we cannot control, increasing costs. What we can't control, we will try to control. I also wanted to point out that the increasing cost of litigation in the insurance fund, that is not something that we can control, unfortunately. And so that is something that I see as taking up a big chunk of, that's really forcing us to maybe dip into our reserve, which doesn't feel comfortable. And we'll have to see what we can do to really minimize that. But I want the public to understand this isn't a cost that we're incurring because we want to, that we're expending more because we want to. But this is something that's really, in some ways imposed on us, and we have to figure a way around it. So, I look forward to working and discussing it and hearing where more options about what we can do to decrease our expenses and then explore, revenue enhancements, which I know is also tough in economic times for businesses, for residents. So it's going to require a big balancing act to get through this process. But I do appreciate, the effort that staff has taken, because it's a very comprehensive report, and you're really you're forecasting, and you're looking at our worst case scenario. You're not going into this thinking everything will be okay. So I appreciate that perspective, because it does make us be proactive about how we're approaching this. So thank you.
Great. Staff looking for any further direction from council?
Maybe I could just run through my notes here. So you're looking for cost containment options, especially related to potential contract services, potentially hiring, revenue options of parking meter increases, citations, and anything else. On that note, on the parking meters, that is something since the previous council discussion about parking strategies, we are relooking at survey of parking meter rates for surrounding cities. We are planning to take that to the PPIC, I believe in May, and then we would return to council with those options. So that is forthcoming related to parking meter revenues. Then I also heard what would be another potential cost reductions of another $1 million, and what those service level impacts would be. I believe you also mentioned something about contract services that I'm not sure I heard.
Materials and services that went up 10%.
Oh, the materials and services. And did you say that you wanted further information on contract services?
I think that's what Mayor Lesser said.
Oh, okay. I thought you had mentioned something. Okay. And then I think those are all of the comments on information to bring back, so please let me know if I'm missing anything.
Any other direction? Okay, I think you got it.
Okay, thank you for your time.
much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a recess for 5 minutes. Thank you, members of the public.
Let's go.
We'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you for the break.
Pegasus, we're ready to go live.
Thank you. I'd like to call back to order our city council meeting of Tuesday, May 5th. Before we move on to our next item, Madam City Manager, I understand you have a comment that you'd like to make with regard to item number 9, the fiscal year 2027 proposed operating budget.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Council, for the direction on what to bring back for the next meeting. I did just want to point out that staff report for the next meeting goes out tomorrow. And so we will work hard tomorrow during the day to package everything that we possibly can. But there's a likelihood that there will be a supplemental released beyond tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you for that.
That's fair.
All right, so now we move on to item number 10, which is presentation of the proposed 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2026-27 through fiscal year 2030 through 2031. And before we address the item, I think there's some disclosures that colleagues need to make. Colleagues, disclosures.
Yes.
Councilmember Howorth.
Sorry, I should press the button. I believe I have made a contribution to the Scout House. I intended to, but I think I have. I think I have. I have. They're saying I have, yeah.
2014?
Mayor Protem.
Yes, I know I have made a contribution to the Scout
Great.
It was
House.
a while ago.
Other colleagues, disclosures? All right, I need to make a disclosure because I have made contributions to the Scout House. I also need to acknowledge that I am a volunteer who is involved with scouting. I'm on the board of Greater LA Scouting. I also serve as the chair of the Pacifica District of Scouting. And for many, many years, I've been the delegate to the older adult community in the Senior Advisory Committee. But again, that's all part of my
Look at you.
council service. So with that,
Mayor, so I'll just add to that, not that I've contributed yet, but
There's still time.
yeah, so under the Political Reform Act, this does not constitute a conflict because you do not have a financial interest in this decision for all three of you, but it's good to report on the record that you have made contributions.
thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Okay. Madam City Manager or Mr. Interim Public Works Director?
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, Joe DeFrancesco, Interim Public Works Director. And I'd just like to start with saying that the Public Works Department is proud to bring this plan before you tonight for review. And I wanted to point out that it's a collaborative plan. A plan of this magnitude takes input from a lot of different areas, and the Finance Department has played a critical role in our ability to bring this plan forward, so I wanted to give them a thank you for that. And I also wanted to say that there's a team in the Public Works Department that works on CIP, and many of them are not able to be here today, but there's a large team that helped put this together. And in particular, tonight we have our Principal Civil Engineer, Marzena I can't say it. Laskawaska, sorry about that. Here with us, she's going to be supporting, and our City Engineer, Gil Gamboa. A big shout out to both of them. They worked tirelessly for several months to bring this plan tonight, and our City Engineer will be presenting the CIP plan now. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Gil Gamboa, your City Engineer, and I'm here to present the fiscal year 27 through 2031 5-year capital improvement program plan for City Council consideration, more commonly known as the CIP. Background on what is the CIP. So the CIP is a planning document that shows the city's capital infrastructure need for the next 5 years. The plan reflects the city's continued commitment to investing in critical infrastructure, community amenities, and long-term sustainability. The plan covers several projects for funding consideration for fiscal year 2027, as well as projects in the outlying years to serve as a budget planning tool. The CIP is a dynamic document, and in Manhattan Beach, the CIP is updated every year to ensure that the priorities and needs of the city are reassessed annually. The CIP was developed to accomplish the following goals: achieve regulatory compliance, replace or rehabilitate aging water, sewer, and storm drain infrastructure, rehabilitate existing public buildings, maintain and improve roadway pavement, promote the community's sustainable future, enhance public vitality, health, and safety, improve traffic and pedestrian circulation, and overall to create a positive community legacy. The most common factors taken into consideration in making priority decisions include urgency, community impact, economic budget and benefit, feasibility, sustainability, and asset preservation. So the CIP is developed in cooperation with all city departments, city commissions, and the city council, along with the public. The process typically begins with a call for projects from various departments and divisions, followed by a prioritization based on need, cost, and available funding. The Public Works Department leads the initial project assessment and prepares the initial draft CIP for city council consideration. And the public communicates project ideas year-round through work orders and by contacting the city and Public Works staff about concerns. So a little bit about the CIP approval timeline. We began with presentation of the CIP to the commissions, beginning with the Planning Commission on April 22nd. The Planning Commission reviews the CIP for general conformance or for conformance to the general plan. The following day, on April 23rd, the proposed CIP was presented to the Parking and Public Improvements Commission. And then on Monday, April 27th, the proposed CIP was presented to the Parks Commission. And then here we are tonight, May 5th, the proposed CIP is being presented to City Council for the first time. Following up on May 12th, we have a City Council budget study session. And then ultimately, on June 2nd, the CIP is adopted by City Council as part of the operating budget approval process. So that's kind of the tentative timeline for the approval of the CIP. Moving on to completed projects in fiscal year 2026. I wanted to highlight a few accomplishments from the past year. There's about 6 projects that we finished construction or are about to finish construction on that total about $7.4 million. They include interim parking lot 3, which we finished at the beginning of last summer. An annual street resurfacing project, Cycle 2, which we reconstructed Marine Avenue between Blanche and Valley Drive and 14th Streets near Pacific and American Martyr School. We just finished up Manhattan Beach Boulevard eastbound left turn lane extension at Aviation Boulevard. The citywide security cameras project, phase 1 is done, which included the city public works yard, city Hall. Phase 2 is hopefully finishing up in the next few months at the police fire facility. The Beach Cities Green Street Stormwater Infiltration Project. This was a joint project with the cities of Torrance, Redondo Beach, and Hermosa Beach for infiltration stormwater treatment. There's 3 locations in the city that we're currently completing. And then the Dominguez Channel Total Maximum Daily Load TMDL Trash Treatment Project. So this is a trash capture device on Aviation Boulevard at Marine, right behind in a city parking lot right behind the Chevron gas station there. Looking forward, the projects targeted for construction in fiscal 2027. There's a total of 20+ projects here that we're targeting. Either some of these projects have already started construction, or others are going to be in the middle of construction, or starting construction at the end of by the end of next June. They include the Mariposa Fitness Station, Manhattan Village Field Lighting Replacement Project, the Marine Avenue Park Soccer Field Fence Replacement Project, demolition of the Pay and Play Racquetball Building, the Police Department Flooring Replacement Project, Jocelyn Community Center, Exterior ADA Improvement Project, City Hall Elevator Replacement Project, the Metlocks Escalators Replacement Project, and highlighting the annual Parking Payment Facilities Improvements Program. We're moving from meters to paid kiosks. So that covers our parks, facilities, and parking lots that we're targeting for this next fiscal year. As far as streets goes, the MBATS project, Manhattan Beach Advanced Traffic Signal System project, that's currently in construction right now. They're moving up and down the arterials. We're looking to connect all our traffic signals with a fiber optic cable. And then we have our annual CDBG ADA curb ramp project, our Cycle 4. our annual street resurfacing, Cycle 3, which is going to have various residential streets in Area 4. Our biennial slurry seal project, Cycle 3, it's also various residential streets in Area 6. Citywide concrete repairs project, it's a Cycle 3 at various locations. And the local highway safety improvement program, HSIP Cycle 11 crosswalk improvements project. And lastly, at the Aviation Boulevard and 33rd Street sidewalk gap closure project. So we're looking to get all of these into some type of construction before next June 30th. On the infrastructure side of it, on the utility infrastructure side of it, we have water sewer storm drain projects slated, our Second Street water booster pump station replacement project, well 15 rehabilitation, the site improvements. Our Voorhees Avenue sewer lift station replacement project is currently in construction. Pacific Avenue sewer lift station conversion to gravity line project. 28th Street is the 28th Street stormwater infiltration project is just began construction or mobilization. And then Santa Monica Bay total maximum daily load TMDL trash treatment project. And then also we have another golf course storm drain project at our lift station there for electrical upgrades. So the total of these projects is about $90 million plus. The large dollars coming from 28th Street and the MBATS. So 28th Street is at around 28 to 30 million, and then MBATS is about 17.7 million by Measure M. So that makes up the majority of that 90 million. So moving on to the 5-year CIP snapshot. For fiscal year 27 through 31, we have a total of proposed 5-year CIP of 107 projects at 177.7 million. 94.4 is previously appropriated. About 19 million is the fiscal year 27 request. And then the future appropriations is at 64.4. Just want to define a little bit about what the previously appropriated means. So that means the total of all prior fiscal year appropriations, subtracting all expenditures incurred up to December, and then further deducting the projected or estimated expenditures from January to June. So what we do is when we get ready for the mid-year budget, we have all the project managers kind of project out from January to June what their projected expenditures are. On that end of it, we work with finance they give us the expected revenues, and then we see where we're at there in terms of the previously appropriated amount. The fiscal year 27 request is 19 million. That's down from last year. We're trying to hold the line here with the decrease in revenues on that end of it. So we didn't add new projects this year on that. It's not saying that there's not any new needs, but we're holding the line there on this fiscal year. Now moving on to the project funding overview. So the next two slides summarize the city's 10 major funding categories. Each funding category has strict eligibility criteria, and many projects must align with those specific funding requirements. We've worked closely with finance to ensure that all projected funding allocations are realistic given current revenue limitations. So the 10 funding categories, or our 10 buckets here, are the CIP fund, the right-of-way fund, and that takes care of streets, sidewalk, and other right-of-way related projects. Our parking and state pier related, grants and outside funding. We have our Measure W, and the street lighting and landscape, and then of course our core water, sewer, and storm drain enterprise funds. And then as a quick reminder, the CIP is our planning document, so figures beyond the fiscal year 27 are preliminary projections. They help us forecast future needs, but actual budgets will be refined annually as priorities and funding sources become clearer. As individual projects are brought before City Council at various phases in their life cycle, the full financial view is typically included as a budget and expenditures summary attachment to the respective staff report. The CIP is our long-range vision for the city's infrastructure need. So talking a little bit about the funding and revenue sources. There's internal sources and external sources. So internal sources are the CIP, which as Finance Director Brett Hauer had talked about our TOT and general fund transfers. And then we have our enterprise funds for water, sewer, storm and drain, parking fund, and the state pier and parking lots fund. External sources are local returns, special funds, and grants. That's where we find the gas tax, Prop C, Measure M. Prop C, Measure M, and Measure R, those half-cent county sales tax. The gas tax is based on the collection of gas tax that's based off of population. And then Measure W and street lighting, and then the grants are state, federal, highway safety improvement, Caltrans, Metro, South Bay COG administers those, and any other outside funding. So a little bit of housekeeping here. So in your staff report, you'll see two attachments. So one's a schedule listing of the capital improvement projects by fund. And then also included in the staff report are the CIP project summary sheet for each project by fund. So instead of reviewing each project by line, I will summarize the various funding categories in the remaining slides. So beginning with the CIP fund, we have 37 projects totaling $32.9 million. Again, funding source of TOTs and general fund transfers. The CIP fund supports a wide range of general city needs that do not fall under more specialized funding streams. These include parks, public facilities, non-grant eligible initiatives. In addition, this fiscal year, the annual street resurfacing program is partially funded by the CIP fund due to financial limitations in the street funds. So some of the projects in focus include the Senior Scout House, which we'll be talking a little bit more in detail a little bit later. Project Pulse, the project at 400 MBB Boulevard, at the former Union Bank site. Sand Dune Park, the pier improvements projects, the facility structural assessment. And so this is the list of those projects. Moving on to here we'll introduce the senior and Scout House status. So status-wise, like we said earlier, the permitting phase is in the second round of building and safety comments being addressed by the design team. The cost estimate right now is at $14.7 million rounded. That's broken up from a construction cost estimate of $9.745, and then a 15% contingency puts us at a subtotal of construction cost of 11.2. That's what this is a class 2 estimate. Permits are fixed costs that we know are known costs there, so those we can estimate pretty spot on. So that's about $60,000. There's an allocation for SCE for transformer of $25,000. Environmental costs, this is a known cost of $83,814, and then the soft costs make up about 3.3. The soft costs make up our constructability, our cost estimator, or cost estimate third-party consultant that we use. They also make up, the soft costs are also made up of a project manager we're going to need to manage the project for the 2-year construction window that we were estimating. Also a construction manager and then inspection team to monitor the construction contractor on that end of it. So those are typical costs that go into any CIP on that end of it. As far as the class 2 estimate, so a little bit about estimates. There's about a level between 1 and 5. 5 being the lowest estimate, which is based off of a conceptual design. So that's a planning concept phase there. Cost estimates typically have a confidence range or a level of accuracy range. So that could be anywhere from, in this case, this was a class 2, and it's based on 100% plan set that's in building and safety. So the estimator can do a detailed takeoff of quantities on that. So the confidence range here for class 2 would be -10% to a +15%. So for when you're budgeting, you would use the more conservative +15% to establish your funding dollar value, which is at $16.7 million. So one other note is that the estimate funding is not included in the CIP that you see tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Brett Howard to talk a little bit about the Senior Scout House funding.
If I may just take this moment to interject and make a small correction, the plans are actually in the third round of review. So second round was addressed and submitted, and they're in their third round now.
All right, good evening again. This slide provides a little bit of background on the funding for the Scout House project and how we got to where we are today. So as you can see, the city did allocate funds in the budget and capital improvement plans that accumulated to a budget of about $6.6 million in fiscal year '24. And that budgeted expenditure for the project did include the donations received of $2.29 million that the city received in 2024 from the various sources. In fiscal year '25, during that year, though, those funds, the city's portion of $4.3 million was reallocated to other projects under the assumption that the city would bond the city's portion. So as you know, the project costs have since escalated. And even since last year, when we issued debt for the purchase of 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, costs have escalated. Market conditions have changed since then to be less favorable with higher interest rates. Just to compare, the bonds for 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard were issued at a true interest cost of 3.48%. What you'll see on the next slide is higher at 4.47%, which are current estimates. So I just wanted to note that. So that brings us to where we are and our current options, which would be to issue debt service for the Scout House project and or reprioritize funds from other projects in the CIP. So working with the city's municipal financial advisors to get some potential rates for debt service options. So the first thing we asked them to look at was knowing that we have the contributions received to date of the $2.2 million. We have spent some of those funds on permits and things like that. So currently, cash in hand that we have is about $2.1 million in those donations. So if we take that cash contribution and had to issue bonds for the $14.6 million that the project costs are estimated at, and costed that at a 30-year maturity, which would mature in 2056, at a true interest cost of 4.7%. The annual debt service on that amount would be $890,000 per year. So as an alternative option, we asked them to also look at doing a cash contribution not only for the $2.1 million in donations, but also if the city put forth a cash contribution of $4 million. Now, this would require reprioritizing from other projects in the CIP fund or other funding sources. But again, so if we increase the cash contribution, this would then result in lower bond proceeds amount to $10.6 million. And using the same maturity schedule and interest rates, the annual debt service payment would then be reduced to $645,000 per year. So those were just two options. We can go back to them and ask them for various other scenarios if we would like, but those are the two options we've looked at to date. And then the last slide that I'll present before, were you going to do this one? Sure. Great.
So this next slide is about CIP funding sources. So the current CIP project list is balanced with the assumption that $5 million is transferred each year from 2026 onward. I think we established that through the operating budget here as well. So should any funding sources be reduced or the council desires alternative projects options to rebalance the fund, those ways, some of the methods would include identifying project schedule priorities to allow for release of prior year appropriations, deferring funding to future fiscal years, and or deferring funding over multiple fiscal years. Another way is to identify project scopes to reduce overall project costs. And then, or identify project costs that may fit outside funding, and that is, look for grant fundings for some of the alternatives. So the following projects were identified as potential projects to defer or reduce in this case scenario. We can potentially reduce or carry over some of the annual citywide security cameras project. There's the city facility renovation line item, project 400 MBB, the police fire facility painting, big pool upgrades, Sand Dune Park improvements, voter center ADA improvements, Manhattan Heights Park restroom building improvements. So some of these are the big ticket items in the CIP on that end of it. As far as the street projects, like I mentioned before, some of the street projects are repavement projects are being supplemented here in the CIP fund because of the decrease in flattening out of the local returns funds. So some of the funds that would be, or projects that would be impacted would be the biennial slurry seal program. That's included in here. That's this part of the slurry seal is included in the CIP for the school district properties. Annual street resurfacing project. The city of Redondo Beach recently approached us to partner with them to resurface Aviation Boulevard from Artesia Boulevard to Man Beach Boulevard. That's in need of resurfacing. The outdoor dining project, Flex Spaces, is another option. And then we just did a pier structural condition assessment. So any future repairs on the piers that are identified there could potentially be deferred.
Your Honor, would it make sense to have the conversation here? I think there's probably another 20 slides that's fresh in our minds about the Scout House.
Do you want to raise questions now, or do we want to direct them, the questions that we have, to the next study session? Because I'm looking to allow Gil to finish his presentation, and then maybe we push some of these items for decision to the
Fair.
next study session, given the hour.
Fair.
But if
I
you,
forgot about the hour. Thank you.
but if you have a burning question,
No, I don't have a burning question. It's fresh, and it was just presented by the finance director and the city engineer. I feel like we got a little momentum, like.
I kind of agree with Councilmember Sherillian, because I think that while we could, this is a good discussion to have now, I think. But if it's too late, but I'm open, but I just wanted to offer that I also agreed with that.
I have
because-
questions as well. Councilmember Sherillian, did you want to ask some questions while they're fresh?
They're if we don't go crazy.
Yeah, no.
Don't go crazy.
Amy, do you have stuff like teed up? I was just making an inquiry.
Well, I had a question about funding for the Scout House, so I have a question about that. Is this, that would be for perhaps Director Brethauer. Although I'm glad to see that, Public Works is, saying, hey, these are some projects, maybe we could defer, maybe we could, so I appreciate that. When you're talking, because I think I want to focus a little bit on the Scout House, because I don't, they're here, everyone's been waiting. I think that we want to give them some direction and all of that. So when we're looking at debt service option 1 and debt service option 2 on slide 17, was there any consideration given to if we went out for a ballot initiative that could maybe handle parking lot 3 and the Scout House Community Center, for like 30 million, 40 million, like nothing like the school district, but like, is that something that we consider, or is that something we could consider?
I think all options could be on the table, so we could certainly look into the feasibility of that.
So see, that's something I'd like us to explore, because that could be a vehicle. With such community support, right, we could, anyway, there's that. And you could, if you partnered it with either 400 MBB or parking lot 3, there could be some stuff there. I think that was my main question. ballot measure, yeah, that explore ballot, I wrote it like 7 times, so that was my question. All right.
I have questions about the Scout House, but I'm going to defer to you to ask your questions.
Okay, yeah, I just have a few, and I appreciate that by Councilmember Howorth bringing that up, because that's kind of what I was thinking too. If there was a way we could partner this debt service with something that, that we're currently doing that will generate revenue that might look much better in the financial world. But also just wanted to, compliment Gil for making this list, or Gil and Finance for making, I think, whoever made this list for potential projects that could be impacted. I mean, there's a lot of thought put into these projects over the years, so it'll be hard I'm sure there's maybe some low-hanging fruit, but some of these things are important to the community. So I guess, I would like to explore if there's an opportunity to team this up, because we don't have the $4 million, I don't think, lying around. Although I was going to ask Finance Director Brett Howard, what's our reserve now? I know we're putting in reserve in the CIP. We talked about that last year, of trying to build that up for opportunities that, reserves are there proactively to do something larger. And I think last year we started putting $500,000. We were going to do that the years out to build it up. I don't remember.
Your recollection about last year is correct. This year, however, we did eat into that a little bit due to the street projects that we built in, and then as Gil mentioned too, in the outermost year, the pier improvements that we currently have built into the CIP fund. But that also plays into the conversation about increasing parking meter rates, because then that would provide more funding in the pier fund, which could then hopefully help with some of those pier improvements and free up those funds. So I guess to answer your first question, the reserve is currently showing at $1.5 million at the end of fiscal year 27 in the CIP fund.
So you're saying we have a reserve? Thank you. No more
Never as much money as we would want it
but
to be,
still,
though.
no, I thank you, though. That's all, man. Thank you.
So for my questions, perhaps for the study session on this issue, on the Scout House, I'm sorry, Councilmember Howorth, did you want to say something?
Well, I had my button pressed after Councilmember Shirley.
Go right ahead.
Sorry, sir. All I wanted to say was, adding to my question, we wouldn't wait, if we were going to do a ballot measure, it wouldn't obviously be until at least November, maybe later, but you could issue certificates of participation, before it gets passed, like you could, before it gets funded, in other words, not before it gets passed, but before it gets funded. So it's not that we would be delaying the start of it so long if we decide to go forward. I just wanted to explain that. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
So my questions for the next study session, I want a better breakout of the soft costs, what goes into them, so there's a breakout. I'd like to have a better breakout of the environmental costs and what goes into that projection. There's an open question about whether bids are a better gauge as to what these costs might be. I think it'd be helpful to have those answers during our study session next week. In terms of this list that we're going through, in terms of the potential projects that we could defer, I think it would be helpful to know what their prioritization and urgency are, because it's one thing to list these potential projects, but we're not understanding the level of urgency it is to proceed with them. So if you could come up with some sort of descriptive or metric, that would be helpful. With regard to the pier, brought to the attention of the city manager, that I think is it Representative Garcia of Long Beach, has introduced legislation that would provide funding for pier renovations of coastal cities. Obviously, it's very early in the legislative process, and it may never get enacted, but at a minimum, that might be a funding source that we should look at. And those are my immediate questions related to the slides that have been presented. Okay, did you have a follow-up at this point?
I did. Just to put it into perspective, if council were to, if all of this whole list and these potential proposed reductions like that, if that were taken into consideration and implemented, that would be $11.4 million reduced, but it's across the 5-year fiscal year on that end of it. For fiscal '27, I think we could only, if we did all of them, we could get to the 6.4 million or something, so.
So then an initial question for me would be timing of this project, particularly with tranches that might be allocated if the council consensus is to stay with the current plan as proposed. Okay? I see Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
So
has
it'd be
a comment or question?
the 6 million, but plus the 2 million, right? That the Friends?
No, just off of this list.
Just
right
off
there.
of this
This is
list.
nothing to do with the 2 million right now.
All right. So, so actually that fit nicely into on my list was to delay other CIP projects so that took care of that. Can we take a look at outlining revenue opportunities at the Scout House? I mean, if they were renting out the facilities, something where they generate income to pay down, and then we can amortize that and figure that out. This is kind of wild, I don't think it'll go, but the demo kitchen, we just saw that at the library, I think somebody mentioned that. Is there some way that the two organizations could share one demo kitchen? The demo kitchen opportunity. I mean, it's not even a quarter-mile walk, to between the two buildings. They're relatively close. Why build two of the same thing?
Scouts ain't what they used to be. They can't walk anymore. Just kidding.
So the other thing I was thinking about is reviewing bonds that are about to end. I don't know if we can do this, about to end, and then sort of refinance it and add some
Yeah, you can do that.
money onto it, generally.
If I could jump in here, in my presentation, I did note the next upcoming maturities are in 2032 and 33 for Marine Avenue Park, the public safety radios, and Met locks. However, so that is something we have done in the past, certainly for Met locks, water, or sewer bonds that were issued in the past. However, it makes sense to do that when rates are lower than your original financing. As I noted, even from last year when we issued the bonds for 400 MBB, rates have now increased since that time. So it's something we're always looking at, but I'm not sure the rates would be favorable right now.
So it's freeing up, though, the cash flow, right, that was going to pay that old.
When we've refinanced bonds
Yeah.
in the past.
Okay. Just
Yes,
something
it
to look
would
at,
lower, anytime it lowers the debt service, and that would be a win for the city.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Councilmember Shreve.
Thank you. Really quick, sorry for my second bite at the apple, but I guess for the next meeting, I would like to see from Public Works, not so much what, projects in the 5 years out and not into the millions of dollars, but potential low-hanging fruit in the prior year appropriations. Like if there was a couple of million there, in the sense, because they are prior year and you're building up for a bigger project in future years that that are undetermined at this time. But maybe look at monies, because your prior year appropriations, you got like $12 million, but I understand a lot of that is, for very, very important things, prioritizing for you. But if there's a few low-hanging fruit that could make up a couple of $1 million, I think that would be a good place. So I would like for the next study session, if we can, that's okay, just get ones that are prior year instead of things that you've already programmed out for year 1 through 5. And then I would like to see the opportunity with, if we could refinance, like the police fire. We pay $750,000 a year in debt service on that, but there's only like 6 or 7 years left on it. But that 750 could go a long way in helping if we combine them, because I think the balance is only about 3.5 or 4 million. I don't have it in front of me here, but meaning like if you put this on top of that, your debt service wouldn't be too much higher than 750, so it might be 950. Like you would kind of gain. So if maybe Director Brett Howard can take a look and see if there's that opportunity with that. I think one of them is 750. I think it's Metlocks. if I'm not mistaken.
And then compare that with the interest rate issue,
Yeah.
which is obviously increased. Any other questions at this point, Councilmember Howorth? I see you thinking.
You see me thinking,
see, I
oh,
can
that's,
feel
I
the
feel
question coming.
seen. No, I think that we're all trying to, I appreciate how we're all kind of trying to approach this. And I do appreciate the work that staff has done so far, you know, what Gil's brought forward. Yeah, and I do want to hear what you said, the priorities and the urgencies. Because I think we're trying to all make something happen here.
Great.
So.
Mayor Protem, you good if we allow me to continue? Go ahead.
I thought about bonding the existing Jocelyn centers. It does have, you know, cash flow in terms of, you know, what's being charged and fees and things like that. I don't know that. And then how about I'm sure we're still looking at grants, right? I remember when the Scout House folks came to me originally, you know, I just thought, let's just take a look at grants and have, you know, because wasn't Jocelyn a philanthropist, you know, that the Jocelyn Center is named after? I remember finding a Ford, you know, grant, Ford Foundation grant for like $500,000. Is anybody actively looking, you know, in that area? So.
I'll have a big sale.
Yes, I can confirm we are constantly looking for grants. We did recently implement a low-cost software that it's access to a database of all grant funding sources. We expect that cost, I think it's $3,000 annually to fully pay for itself is the goal, of course. I know the most recent thing I requested to look at is with the peer improvement needs. Is there anything specific to state, to peers that we couldn't find anything there, but it is absolutely something we're looking at, potential options there. So.
Great, thanks. Great.
Sorry, one more little one.
Councilman,
Sorry, I just want to clarify for Director Brett Howard. The Metlocks refunding was in the parking fund. I was talking more about the police and fire facility. That was in the CIP fund. Meaning, take a look at that one.
Yes, those debt service costs are in the CIP fund, and yeah, we would have to research what interest rate those bonds were issued at, and take a look.
Thank you.
So as you were saying,
Ready to move on?
without objection, please.
Okay, so next is the street, sidewalks, and right-of-way fund. So we have 27 projects at $45.9 million. Again, this is our gas tax, Prop C, Measure R, local return, Measure M, local return, and other road funds. Projects includes slurry seal, street resurfacing, intersection improvements, traffic signals, capacity enhancements, traffic studies, ADA access improvements, and sidewalks. Some of the projects that are highlighted in focus here are obviously our annual residential street resurfacing, which is going to happen in Area 4. Manhattan Beach Boulevard is in need of resurfacing between Sepulveda and Pacific. So that's in design right now. Again, Aviation Boulevard, we're partnering with the city of Redondo Beach from Manhattan Beach Boulevard to Artesia Boulevard. The annual slurry seal in Area 6 and then Area 1. And then our annual CDBG curb ramps projects. A little bit of street resurfacing program 101. So the way we prioritize our pavement resurfacing is by our pavement management program, our PMP. So that provides our pavement condition index, which is a grade level between 0 and 100. We do the pavement management program every 3 years. We're due to go out to RFP again to reestablish our priorities there and see what our condition across the entire citywide. So we they inspect every single street in the city and then assign it a pavement condition index, a PCI grade. So we currently, right now, on average, we're 73 across the city. So we're fair. That's a pretty good pavement condition index. So what do we do to keep that up? We do 3 types of treatments. We do slurry seal on streets that don't need any further treatment on that, just to preserve their PCI. We do grind and overlay, which is kind of a little costlier a little costlier treatment. And then for those streets that have a index of 50 or 40, 30 below like that, then the slurry seal and the grind and overlay aren't effective to prolong their life, so you need to do a full depth reconstruction. So we do the pavement management program, and then working together with all the other street projects like the annual citywide concrete repairs, CDBG, traffic signal replacements, and then we coordinate with our water, sewer, storm drains so we can come in after we do those replacements and repave those streets. So that's a little bit about the street resurfacing program. Now, what streets are we looking at in this 5-year CIP? So we're currently designing the area as the annual residential cycle 3 in blue. Over the last 8 to 10 years, we've been doing area 4, which is basically that Marine Avenue bounded on the north, Manhattan Beach Boulevard on the south, between Sepulveda and Aviation. We've hit all those streets in probably the last 10 years, so we're finishing that little corner there, and then also a couple streets by Peck Reservoir that needed to be done after the reservoir project.
I have a quick question. I'm going to take prerogative and interrupt because it's my last full meeting, I think. And that is, with regard to petroleum prices and what's happening in the world, I'm just wondering how that might impact the costs and what we're projecting these costs to be for these projects.
So we've done a couple of street projects in the last couple of years, and so we're using those dollar figures, those costs in that to help project this with a little bit of a boost in terms of estimating on that end of it, but it's still so unstable, the environment right now. Getting petroleum products to the site, takes trucks and everything on that, so that's going to drive the price of asphalt up. So if we're doing if we're doing the grind and overlay or the full reconstruction that we do need to do on some of these streets that we're treating, the lower PCI streets, that it's going to end up being a costlier on that end of it.
Thank you. Any other questions, as long as I've interrupted?
I do have a
Councilmember
question about
Howorth.
PCI. I mean, I don't know if, Councilmember Schrilling, if you had yours pressed or.
Am I on there? Oh, I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
I'm
Apologize.
very, very conscious about the button pushing.
Yeah, I
Okay,
apologize.
so you said the current PCI is 73, which is fair. That has me concerned. I mean, that's an average, I guess, across all streets, or?
Correct. You can think of it that way.
Okay, and so is there an industry standard that?
Sure, we're above the county standard
Woo-hoo!
on that end of it.
It's late, man. Give me a break. Okay.
We're not third world. We're not
Well,
third world, so
but-
we're doing okay there. However, if we don't keep up with the treatments annually, that has a potential of going down. It's kind of a weighing it because you want to treat the worst streets to get the average up on that end of it, but also keep the good streets.
Yeah. I guess I want to caution, just because I've worked in another city through my, my outside job, and I worked with a town that a really expensive place to live where their PCI was like so low, like, I don't know, 25 or 30. They lost their insurance coverage, like for everything. So this is where I say sometimes we make cuts to things, cuts to services, cuts to, and there's a cost to that. So just that's one of those cautionary tales. So 73 is much better.
We'll make it a scout project. I gotta fix the streets.
Hey, I
Gil,
think
you
we
may
can do it all.
continue, please.
Okay. So just finishing up on our resurfacing projects here on the map, the shaded areas are slurry areas on that end of it. And then we highlighted Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Aviation as targets on that. We're also looking at, obviously, we got the World Cup coming up and then the Olympics in 28, so we don't want to having Manhattan Beach Boulevard in construction during those time frames because it's our artery to the town, so on that end of it. So we do look at those situations on that. Beyond this, we're going to I mentioned we were in Area 4 where we're finishing up the last 10 years of that, so then we'll be moving down to where Area 2 is on this map, right around Miracosta and that, and start hitting those streets in future out years. So that's kind of a snapshot on where we're at with our street resurfacing. Moving on to the parking fund. So the parking fund has 10 projects totaling approximately $10 million. The parking fund is dedicated to public parking facilities, including the modernization of parking structures and the reinvestment of meter-based revenue. Projects in focus include the conversion from meters to pay stations, and the Lot 3 redevelopment project are currently the prime focus here, along with the structural assessment studies for Lot 2 and Lot 4. I'll pause there. So we introduced 2 line items for Lot 2 and Lot 4. Obviously, Lot 3, we tore down, and it's an interim parking lot on that. So sometimes the concern there is, what about our other parking lots? The difference between those 3 parking lots is Lot 2 and Lot 4 are concrete structures. Back in 2013, when we did the facilities condition assessment, they did undergo a Tier 1 seismic review, and they were fine then, but we need to go look at them and take care of whatever future needs we need on that end of it. Moving on to these are a list of the parking fund projects. And then moving on to the state pier and lot fund. So this has 3 projects, total of approximately $2.2 million. It's the maintenance and repair of the state-owned pier and parking lots. Some of the projects here are obviously the pier structural inspection condition assessment report. So we completed that. We got the report back. We're reviewing it. We'll bring it back to council with the recommendations on there. And then so we introduced a pier improvements project line item in the CIP and the state pier lot fund here for planning for the future repairs that we'll need. The upper pier parking lots railing replacement project is another project that was added last fiscal year CIP. And we just redid the railings on the pier, and so the upper parking lots are circa mid-90s, 1994 or so. Moving on to the street and lighting and landscape fund. There's 2 projects here. It's again, the funding source is the annual levy and collection of street lighting and landscaping district maintenance assessments. And these obviously are maintenance and replacement of city-owned street light and landscape districts. So there's 2 projects listed here. That's the annual street light replacements, and then the damaged street light replacements as well. So that's if third party knocks down a street light, and this is how it gets replaced. The grants and other outside fund, there's 9 projects here, totaling about $19.7 million. These are federal grants, state grants, and other outside funding. They take care of the maintenance and repair and rehabilitation of city-owned facilities, utility infrastructure, and street improvements. The Metlocks escalator replacement projects highlighted here, the Marine Avenue Park pay and play demolition. We have a bid package that I'm reviewing now that we're getting close to be able to go to bid that out. 28th Street stormwater infiltration obviously is here. Nothing hits the grant, this fund, until the actual grant is executed by both parties on that, and then you'll see it on the CIP. Moving on to the Measure W, again, this is a stormwater fund. It's 2 projects here, and the majority of it's made up by the 28th Street stormwater infiltration project. The storm drain fund, it has 10 projects that total about $5.7 million. This is the storm drain enterprise fund, so it takes care of improvements, capacity enhancements, trash capture devices, stormwater master plans, and enhanced watershed management plans. That's AKA infiltration project. So when it comes to storm drain projects, there's 2 types. We deal with water quality, and then also localized flooding on that end of it. Moving on to our core funds, the sewer fund. We have 8 projects at $25 million. This is sewer main replacement, sewer lift station upgrades, telemetry upgrades, and force main replacements. Right now, where we're at in our system for both water and sewer is we're looking at the individual facilities, our pump stations, or in sewer case, our lift stations. So we're holding off on our annual and focusing on those pump stations, because if you can't move the water, get them into those pipes that are on that end of it, then it does us no good. So we need to keep those facilities in check. The sewer, on some of the projects here, as you see, there'll be a few lift stations here. Voorhees is the one that's currently under construction. That's located over on Voorhees and Rowell, right in the corner by Miracosta High School. One other interesting note here is one other way we prioritize projects on that is through the use of master plans. So we're due for a sewer master plan update. So we'll camera all our lines, get a consultant on board to assess the condition of it, and then reprioritize which areas of the city in concert with our maintenance staff notes and things like that. Moving on to the water fund, 10 projects here at $22.2 million. Water main replacement, reservoir upgrades, booster station upgrades, meter upgrades, groundwater wells, capital maintenance, rehabilitation, and improved treatment processes. Some of the projects highlighted here again is our booster pump stations. 2nd Street is a booster pump station that provides a boost of the water pressure from the general distribution system to the hill section. It's located on 2nd Street, right off of Sepulveda there. So we're looking to get that into construction by sometime next year. Larson Street is right next to it, so it's the backup to 2nd Street, so it's the same situation there. And then down the road, we got to start looking at Block 35, the ground level reservoir replacement. I know we just finished our primary reservoir, Peck Reservoir on that. Block 35 is actually older. It's smaller though in capacity, but it still will need some TLC down the road here.
Where is that?
Block 35 is located between 6th and 8th Street and Meadows and Rowell, in that area on the east of Sepulveda. It's where the water tower is.
Yeah.
Oh.
So right next to it is a ground level round reservoir that has about the 2.5 million gallon. Peck Reservoir is 8 million gallons, but the combined is our storage capacity for the entire water system. And then lastly, just summarizing the 10 funding categories here. So in summary, the CIP plan is based on specific investments that encompass about $46 million dedicated to streets, sidewalk, and right-of-way improvements, enhancing mobility and public access. We have about $66 million in utility infrastructure, reinforcing long-term system reliability and resilience. We have grant-funded and ADA-focused projects, Measure W-funded stormwater initiatives, and then strategic upgrades to parking and our pier facilities. Which brings us to the staff recommendations. So staff recommends that the City Council receive the presentation on the proposed 5-year capital improvement program plan for fiscal year 2027 through 2031. And 1, review the proposed 5-year CIP projects listed in the attachments and direct staff to revise the 5-year CIP based on any changes or modifications requested by City Council, or approve the 5-year CIP projects list as presented. And then we also have a recommendation for the Senior and Scout House. The staff requests that the City Council receive the Senior and Scout House update, estimate, and provide direction on the project, which you have. Review the Senior and Scout House estimate and direct staff to continue the project with the current 2-story design, or reduce the project to 1-story design and return at a later date for additional direction. Or another option is revisit the project at an even further later date. With that concludes the presentation on the CIP for this fiscal year.
Bravo, at this hour of night, going through that
Really.
substantive, detailed presentation is a
We're not
lot of
supposed to
work.
clap.
A lot of staff time went into preparing it, and I thank the staff that worked on this.
You win a BOVA.
I have a question for staff. Let's go back to the direction, the slide right before 40, so that'd be 39. I want to confirm what we must decide tonight and what potentially we might be able to defer into our study session next week, particularly if we're requesting that staff explore additional capacity so that we can responsibly explore options with the senior and Scout House.
I think you did provide direction, so I think we have enough to go by for that. The CIP, the only funding bucket or category that really council has the discretion is the CIP fund to move, shift, reduce, et cetera, projects around, and you've conveyed that direction.
So as a result, notwithstanding this slide, you're not going to be asking council to revise the five-year CIP beyond the direction that we've already given, or make any further changes or modifications, or approve the five-year CIP at this stage. Is that right? I'm looking at
That
the
is
city
correct.
manager.
We-
Okay.
We've received the direction we needed.
Okay. Other council comments or questions, and then we can go through the other open questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sharan.
Thank you so much. Gil, again, you're so busy, I'm not sure how it's all getting done, but you're doing it. Thank you. Last year, I brought up the fact that Olympics are going to be here in 2028, as we know, and I wanted to make sure our upper parking lots, the railings were done. And I just, I'm going to ask Gil to bring back, and I would love my colleagues' support to move this project up so we get it done before the Olympics, as we've been aggressively moving towards doing certain things for FIFA. I think this is important because those are awful, and we have a good precedent set with the pier project. We did the pier railings, so it's not something new. We don't have to figure out the color, if they're anodized or not. I guess I'm asking, if I get to it, is can you bring back, if you were to move that up so we can get it done before the Olympics? I know there's some cost issues, but we're talking about raising potentially meter monies, but is there a way to move that up? And what would that mean to move it up so we can get it done? This is upper and lower pier lot, the state and county.
So the challenges there would be again, we'd have to do coastal commission review for those, I think, as well. So in the design phase on that, we'd have to touch base with, I think, the state, California Parks also, because they're owners of those parking lots. So those are kind of the logistical challenges, resources on that end of it. You would probably have to put other projects that are already, in motion on hold or something to put a resource to that. We could look at maintenance-wise, repainting them to touch it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Can I, if I may, I see Councilmember Howorth, you've asked to be spoken. Can you bring to the CIP study session next week information about repairing?
Correct, yes.
The railing.
That's a good idea.
Councilmember Howorth.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, assured, I understand. So the city manager said, yes, we have your direction. We're not pushing the Scout House decision off to some nebulous other date. But next week at the study session, we're going to be giving more direction on it, correct? Because I feel, I could wait till I don't think there's anyone left from the public. Oh, yeah, you could, well, no, you spoke on it. They spoke on it. They can't, anyway, whatever. But, I would, if now's my chance to advocate for it, I'll do it now, but I don't know that I have to do it now. I want to be sure that next week I can do it, but I also want to be sure that we're not punting this further and further. So is it my colleagues' understanding that we're really deciding like next week and like what can go and stay and et cetera?
From my perspective, I'll just quickly jump in. I just wanted to set up the CIP framework for what was needed tonight, but to the extent you want to say anything more about the Scout House?
Well, but the
or
Scout
any
House
other
is
colleague?
part of that, and they were in the PowerPoint, there were, questions, and, and then I threw in a little like, hey, why don't we put on a show and have a ballot measure? So I want to be sure that we're working towards that. And that is part of what we were asked for tonight, and I don't think we should belabor it now. It would not be a productive discussion, but I want to be sure that that is part of what we're doing next week.
Oh, that's my understanding, is that I think we've given staff options of places where we can think about either shifting the priorities of the project and then also the ballot measures and other area of exploration. So really, to me, sounds like ways we can find funding, and then that way when we go back and study it next week, we'll have some options to, like a
That's my
venue
understanding, too.
to select from. So that's what I'm hoping we can do as well.
Other comments?
I concur with what Councilmember Tarnay said. I just want to make sure we give it enough direction. And it sounds like we have, because we threw a lot out at the middle of his presentation. So.
Yeah.
So let me maybe go on to this next slide, though, and confirm that staff has sufficient direction on the Scout House to prepare for the budget study session next week at this time, particularly if we're deferring certain of the decisions. Do you need any more direction leading in the next week?
I think we're fine.
Good direction. Yeah, so, but they want to know whether or not to proceed with the current two-story design or reduce it to the one-story design.
I don't think we can talk about that right now.
Yeah, okay.
I
mean, I
want to
think-
keep the two-story option
Yeah.
live, available.
I do
want to
too,
explore
for
all
sure.
options
Yeah.
and see how we can finance it, basically, what that might look like.
Just as a quick note, how many square feet does that design have?
Which, the two-story?
The two-story?
It currently has almost 7,000 square feet.
7,000.
Right, 60, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other, going once, going twice, any other council comments? Staff direction? Okay, in which case, thank you. Thank you to staff, and we'll now move on to item number 11. Consideration of a resolution approving amendment number 1 to an employment agreement. Mr. City Attorney, do you have a statement? And then I apparently
Yes.
have a statement
And
as well.
I'll try to make it very brief. This item is a proposed amendment to the city manager's contract. The city council appointed Tallane back in November 2023. After a performance evaluation, the city council has directed me to prepare a draft amendment to her contract with the terms that the mayor will recite pursuant to the government code. The actual draft amendment is in your agenda packet, and after the mayor recites the proposed terms prior to city council consideration, I'm available for any questions, and so is the HR director.
Okay. So this is the statement that is required by law. This action extends the term of the contract to May 4th, 2028, and increases the city manager's monthly annual base salary to $306,375 effective May 16th, 2026, and to $318,630 effective May 1st, 2027. The contract amendment also includes a 2.5% increase to deferred compensation in the form of a 401A contribution, 2% of which was previously provided to the city manager in a retiree health savings plan as part of her initial contract. Mr. City Attorney, how else can you set this item up in the form of a presentation?
That's pretty much the only presentation that's necessary unless you have, we're here to answer some questions. I do want to point out there was a typo on your statement, and it said monthly annual base salary. It should have been just annual base salary. She's making that each month. So we're here for any questions the council has.
Any council questions at this point?
No.
Seeing none, I'll open this item up. Mayor Pro Tem, I didn't, please, do you have a question? Go ahead.
You're going to open it up for?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay. In which case, I'll open this item up for public comment. Does any member of the public in chambers have a public comment on this item? Seeing none, Patty, is anybody on Zoom that would like
No
to comment?
requests on Zoom.
Okay, so I'll close public comment and turn over to my council colleagues. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, actually, I did mean to ask a question. So the agreement calls for a third-party outside mediator to negotiate the next contract. I just wanted to know how often and when the city has ever used an outside mediator to do that kind of job for the city.
Yes.
It's not a mediator for the
Or
facilitator
Sorry.
for the
It's a facilitator,
evaluation.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, facilitator for the evaluation, yeah.
In my experience, I think the city's done this about 3 times in the last 15 years or so. maybe in the last 10
12,
years.
Yeah.
And I looked at the two council members who have been through that process. I can tell you, though, that we represent, as you know, a number of other cities, and at least 3 or 4 of them have hired a third-party facilitator to assist the city council in the performance evaluations.
Out of how many cities?
At least, I'm pretty sure it's 4 other cities, but at least 3, definitely 3.
On a regular basis, or just on a one time, or one?
It's a good question. In my experience, of some of those cities, and they're not cities that I actually represent, I've conferred with some of my partners in my firm. They do it on an annual basis. Others do it like every 3 or 4 years.
Okay, because I've been on council now for 5 or 6 years, and we've never done it. So,
Correct.
okay, just want to make sure.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
No.
Mayor
Oh,
Pro Tem?
sorry.
Wait, I got,
Councilmember Schmidt.
I see the motion, but just wanted to say in light of, the budget challenges we're currently facing, I'm going to respectfully abstain from this vote.
Okay. I see that there's a motion that's been made by Councilmember Tarnay. What is that motion?
Is to approve amendment number 1 to the employment agreement of the city manager.
Okay. And I
That
see,
would be to adopt Resolution 260035, which approves the amendment number 1.
and I see that's been seconded by Councilmember Howorth. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin?
Yeah, could I make a comment, please? So I plan on voting no on this, but not for the whole thing. The reason I'm voting no is I'm concerned about the following issues. I had questions as to establishing the bonus of the base salary of our city manager by considering market survey data of city manager salaries in other cities. An average was used with no consideration of the disparity of such salaries based on years of experience, ability, and other factors. I strongly feel that matters such as starting pay, years of service, scope of work, size of the workforce, and budget to manage, and other criteria of determining the compensation of those surveyed needed to be considered for a more accurate comparison and guide. With regards to the evaluation clause, I had questions on how often the city council has used an outside third-party facilitator. It has always been my understanding that the major function of our city councils have been to evaluate the performance of the city manager. This was a duty all other city council members have participated in and taken quite seriously over many decades. For many years, the council has provided a, quote, productive and smooth process, unquote, to evaluate our city manager. We are the ones most familiar with the issues. We are the ones who our residents have elected. We are the ones who are ultimately responsible for the good governance of our city, not an outside third-party facilitator. I would entertain a friendly amendment to remove this from the agreement.
So
I would propose a friendly amendment.
So presently, I see other council members who want to speak. Robert's Rules of Order would allow you to have your friendly amendment heard right
Yep.
away. So do you want to present your friendly amendment, and then I'm going to recognize Councilmember Tarnay and then Councilmember Howorth? And
Well, if he,
Councilmember Tarnay.
wouldn't Robert's rules means he's requested a friendly amendment, and then the maker of the motion can accept or deny the
Correct.
friendly amendment.
Correct,
Right.
which is in the order of the maker of the motion. So what is your friendly amendment?
The friendly amendment is to remove the
Third-party
the
facilitator.
use of a third-party facilitator.
Okay.
Respectfully, I decline the friendly amendment, and part of the reason why is this process has been lengthy, and I think having a facilitator would still enable us to say, to do the evaluation, but to help us with the process so that we can achieve the results sooner and in a smoother way. I think this process has highlighted to me, if anything, that we need, because we went into it considering whether or not we should use a facilitator, and at the time, my council colleagues, I wanted a facilitator from the get-go because I saw there were some challenging issues that we would face in going through the evaluation, and my council colleagues disagreed, and we proceeded with that one. And so during the process, it became apparent to me that we need a facilitator. So I will decline that that friendly amendment. And I also wanted to, make the statement that this, again, this has been a lengthy process. We compared across the board with other cities, and our city, the results of through our consultations show that we are on the lower side of paying for these wages. So this is why I am supporting, and I'm making the motion to proceed as we've agreed to in our closed sessions.
Councilmember Howorth.
Yeah, and I, there's going to be, this is why we have 5 people on a council. We get to agree, disagree, and I think that the third-party facilitator, though, I mean, that's something that I do for other cities, and a lot of them. And also, I have seen it without a third-party facilitator and with a within our own council. And what a third-party facilitator does is kind of push back and challenge. And it doesn't, it helps when there's differences of opinions. It helps it helps suss things out, and it's better for the city staff and it's better for the community, because then you get a document that says, well, here's our goals as an institution, as an organization. The city manager says, yeah, these are great goals, let's go. I mean, it's often not like, oh, there's a problem, with anything that the city manager is doing, but it's like, but how do you guys come together and really articulate what the goals for your organization are? And, it doesn't mean that we're not good writers internally and that we don't have good discussions, but I've seen huge differences in the work product. But, I know that you want to save money, and that's great, but I think it's money well spent.
Mayor Pro Tem
Or
Franklin.
maybe not, sorry.
Good. How much does it cost?
It depends. I mean, if you're me, you get paid a lot. No, I'm kidding. That was a joke. I'm sorry. It depends on how long it takes and what you want to do and how direct you are.
Can you give an order of magnitude?
No, because I work with there's like 5 firms that, no, I'm not going to do that
And then
here.
one other question is, how many times since you've been on the council, in city council in Manhattan Beach, have you used one?
We did it, I think we actually did it 4 times, and I think it helped us both times. I want to point out that it was the same person, but for 2 different city managers, both who were moved along and saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars, because when we were going to sever, the contracts, we didn't have to pay what a prior council had to pay to a former city manager, right? Because that person helped us do it in a professional manner. This is looking back now. So it was a huge cost savings. So.
Okay, well, I haven't been able to get a clear answer of how many times you used it.
4.
Well, maybe 4, I think I heard.
No. I mean, it was,
Okay,
I
so
can tell you.
What years?
So I can tell you, let's see, we were first elected, if you want to do this at this time of day, but I was elected in 2011. So in 2012, we did our first with that manager, and in 2013, we did another one. And then we probably had 2014 and 15.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's really.
I'm sorry to
offensive.
interrupt, but I think we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
I'd
Go ahead.
like
Call
to
for
proceed.
it.
Yes.
But I mean, I
Proceed.
could tell you, so.
Proceed.
I think from my comments, there is the call for the question. I will be supporting the contract. I appreciate the salary and how it compares with other jurisdictions. I appreciate the work of our city manager, and I think a facilitator can add value to these evaluations. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Motion passes 3-1-1.
Okay. Now move on to L, City Council requests and reports, including AB 1234 reports. Item number 12 is consideration of request by me, Mayor Lesser, and Councilmember Howorth to discuss the fines associated with violations of the city's tree preservation ordinance on private property, Manhattan Beach.
I'll be the third.
Oh, great. Okay. Any other, actually, no, we move on. Well, actually, let me go back a step.
1 second, Mayor.
Yes.
This third vote report was prepared a little bit differently with more information than we typically include, just so that the council understands what the existing laws are. So the way we framed it with the third vote, the council is asking us to actually bring back amendments to the code. Is that what you intended to direct us to do?
Could we continue this one?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Let's do that because I didn't actually realize that when I was preparing.
So we'll
Maybe you
continue
guys
item
did,
12.
Yes, and we'll place it on next week's agenda, but if it turns out that you run out of time, it can just be moved to the
Accept it.
19th.
Good?
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So I just want to make sure before we move on, are there any other AB 1234 reports or council requests before we move on to future agenda items? Councilmember? All right, so item number N is future agenda items. Councilmember Tarnay.
I'd like to add an item to explore the creation of a housing task force to help the city thoughtfully address its housing needs.
Okay. Any other future agenda items?
I think I want to wait until we're kind of done with CIP. I want to bring something back. No, I'm doing it later.
Okay.
I'm going to wait till May 7th.
I'm going to wait. Wait.
No, I mean,
That's what
sorry.
you were. That was a loud, ugly laugh.
No,
for
May
late.
6th.
Item number N is city
I was like,
manager
you want us to
report.
be
Is
here
there a
now?
city manager report?
Nothing this evening, thank you.
Item number O is the city attorney report. Is there a
Nothing
city-
tonight.
Okay, in which case, information items are on the council agenda. No closed session before our adjournment. We will be adjourning, this meeting is adjourned, to a closed session on Friday, May 8th, 2026 at 4:30 PM in the city council chambers. We stand adjourned.